All right, class, settle down, settle down. It is time for the North American Strikers Literature Club. We're going to do roll call here. Borg, you here?
Here.
Ramella, are you here?
I'm here.
Muncher, you here?
Hi.
Guminator? No Guminator? Okay. Well, that's all good. So, class, today we're going to be reviewing some poems written by the Nassau community, by both players, coaches, and members alike. So, the goal here, we're going to show 5 poems. You guys are going to have to guess who wrote who. You can go ahead and drop your answer in the on-stream chat, and then I'll give you a little countdown. We'll try to figure out who it is, and then everyone will hit send, and we'll see who is right. So let's bring up poem number 1 on screen here. The Brawler's Lament. I strike the core, it doesn't go in. I punch the core, it doesn't go in. I punch the enemy, it doesn't go in. We lost. By Anonymous. Go ahead and prep your answers in the on-stream chat here.
Question.
Go ahead.
Sure. Question.
Yes, Borg.
Do we have like is there what's the criteria? Who wrote the poems? Like,
So
is
the
it only Nassau
criteria
players?
is only Nassau players, yes.
That's a lot of people.
And it could be about Nassau players, teams, even coaches. So you're going to have to try your best here. Go ahead and prep your answers. Let me know when you guys have it ready.
We're guessing who wrote them.
Correct. Who wrote them, or who is it about?
Guys, what if it's not a brawler? It's just someone's very bitter about their brawler, okay? I'm thinking that might be the case.
True.
What? Wait. I know what this is about.
We'll see. This one's a little bit tricky, so go ahead and get your answers prepped. I'm going to ask you to send it in a few seconds here.
I gotta go with the beef of the century here.
I'll do a little countdown. We're going to go. Ready? We're going to send 3, 2, 1. Send it. Ooh, okay.
That's a great guess.
Grimella and Muncher.
That's a great guess.
Both guessing Dropletto. Borg guessing Fudgy Waffles about Threezy Breezy. These are good guesses. I will say this one was a little bit tricky. It was meant to be poem number 2, but it showed up first. This one was actually written by Ratman Rob.
Ooh.
That's not an Nassau player.
He's in the coach's slot on Wikipedia. So
all right. I'm striking a class. We need like a multiple choice here. That's ridiculous.
No. Okay. It gets easier, I swear. That's
spoilers
probably the
from
hardest
sub
one. That's the
Ratman
hardest one
Robin.
we'll have. All right, let's bring up the second poem here now. All right. As my brawler takes point, his umbrella covers us, yet there is no rain. As my midfielder sprints, waves of fire emanate from his hands. As my soldiers rage, the sounds of the battlefield reverberate in our ears. They move to the beat of my drum. But to whose drum will I move to?
Wow, guys.
I wonder who
wrote
this
one.
is. I wonder who this is.
Guys, I actually don't know.
Don't think about it too hard, I'll say that much.
All right, go ahead and get your answers.
Just read the first line.
We'll go ahead and send them. Let's go. Ready? 3, 2, 1, send. Okay, we got Fudgy Waffles about Threezy Breezy.
Wait, I blundered.
And Threezy Breezy by Muncher. Borg and Grimella, you are both correct. This is written by Fudgy Waffles.
I blundered.
But to whose drum will he move to?
He'll move to Threezy Breezy's drum.
All right, we're going to bring up number 3 here. This one's called Echoes of the Lab. Barriers breaking, cries are heard across the lab. There is but one voice, blue, grating, loud. Pass, pass, pass.
Ooh.
Gotta think about this one.
I think I got it.
Echoes of the Lab. Who wrote this?
Sorry, we're gonna go ahead and get our answers prepped here. Let me know when you all are ready.
All right, I'm
I got
ready.
mine.
I'm just gonna
All
answer
right.
it because this is what it reminds me of, but I don't know if they actually wrote this.
All right, let's do it. Ready? 3, 2, 1, send.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay,
Oh.
okay. Grimella says
Actually, that makes more.
Megaverse
Yeah, that makes
about the
more sense.
Joker.
Yeah.
Board guesses the Joker. Muncher guesses Megaverse. This is indeed the Joker
What?
from the iconic image
Yeah.
of pass wall. The bottom left barrier of Atlas Lab is just getting obliterated by Julie Punch.
Wait,
Good job
who wrote
there.
it though?
This one was
Joker.
actually written by me about the Joker.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah. So we just have to guess who
Another
wrote it or
famous
what it's about.
Nassau player wrote it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I see.
All right. Next one we have up. This is a very long
Oh.
one.
I mean, I ain't reading all that, bro.
This one, I'll read it.
Oh, it's rhyming.
Yeah. Holding hands in net, Brawler is on his own. We do not fret. He fires the core with testosterone. A goal is scored. I better not get bored. Kickoff is approaching. The Kazan is encroaching. Strike resets galore. What a snore. Our barriers are gone. I've sniffed too many crayons. What can I do? My goalie gets it through. My brawler shoots his shot. The core goes in. We're about to win. But this is looking bot. I've done nothing except a loving. My team is 1v9. Is this a sign? Perhaps I should retire. The new generation is sprier. But no, I love my team. Filled with esteem, I can't go.
This one's a little obvious, I think.
This is so sad.
It's sad, but it's beautiful as well. All right, go ahead and get these answers prepped. We're going to send them. Ready? 3, 2, 1, send.
Oh wait, never mind.
Oh.
Oh,
I just thought
interesting.
about the last line, the last bit, but that's 100% correct. Yeah, I'm down.
Let's see. We got guesses of Vaughn, Fresh, and Vaughn. Wow. Okay. So this poem was actually titled Midfielding for Bun Bun Bonanza.
No way.
And this is by
Wow.
Liari.
Holy moly. I guess it makes sense.
He fires
Does
the
make
core
sense.
with testosterone. That's the that's the key to that one.
The key. Oh, I see. I just rhymed. Call me Seuss.
All right, we have our fifth and final one coming up here. This one is called True Form. Through the dull waves of text in the chat, a hero rises with the purr of a cat. A sharp tongue speaks, a target he seeks, to troll or to flame in his sinister game. But a shot from behind, and I've come to find, not hate inside, but love enshrined. A kindness designed in a manner misaligned from the standard mankind in a shifting mind. Now remember, these poems can be written about players rather than them writing them themselves.
Class, you guys have any leads?
I'm stumped. Okay, I got.
I
this.
spaced out at for after the first line.
Yeah.
I'm
All right,
rereading
good
it.
job. Good job,
I'm
class.
rereading it.
That's okay. It's about the bottles.
Yeah, it's all about the
Um,
bottles.
Let's see here.
Brand flame.
Maybe.
I'm looking for the chat. We can try to phone a friend here, but we'll have to see if anyone gets it.
I can call my mom.
I have one guess in mind,
Yeah, same.
but I'm not confident in it.
I'm down to guess so that we speed it up and the
Yeah.
first team can play their game sooner.
I think
I'm gonna write a word.
Okay.
All right, let me know when you guys are ready.
Ready.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
All right. Let's hit send. 3, 2, 1. We got Muncher guessing Soren, Grimella with shapeshifting. Word guess word.
Word.
I wrote a word. I don't know.
Word is a close guess. Grimella, you got this one correct.
What?
Oh, let's
This
go.
one is about
Let's
shapeshifting.
go.
And this is written by Z Yoshi Yoshi 64.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he sent that to me at the crisp hour of 3:45 a.m.
Oh
So.
my.
I'm not cut out for all this poem stuff.
Well, before we hop off, I figure you know, we've read all this beautiful poetry by some Nassau players. Maybe it's time for you guys to write some quick poetry now that you are in the Nassau Literature Club. So let's go ahead. I'm going to put up some words on screen here. I'm going to give you guys a couple minutes here to try
Wait,
to
do we need
write
all 10?
quick poem. No, you can use any of them or none of them. This is just for
Okay,
reference.
Okay.
I wanted to bring up a couple. I'll try to write one too. We'll go ahead and get into it here. I probably should have had some like pen squeaking sound. I'm writing it down.
Hmm.
Okay, everyone in chat typing Zaya Feather Yasua Win. Just know we cannot use that one for this poem.
You gotta lock in.
We got it. Yeah, you guys gotta walk in. Come on. Lock in counter.
All right, everyone.
yeah,
10
well-
more seconds.
Yeah, while you guys are doing this, I'm gonna read a poem that 3Z sent like 10 minutes ago. It said, I lace them up, then glide. When I strike, I slide. When I bull rush, they die. X-War. Thank you, 3Z, for that one. That was
Thank you,
beautiful.
3Z, for that one.
Can we get a Yuri spin in chat? Okay. Time is up. I'm going to go ahead and read mine real quick. I flip the core. I watch it fly by the barrier. So close, yet so far. The crowd echoes. Boys! Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, I got mine.
All right, let's go for it. Let's hear it.
Okay. I load into demons. I've been shot. KO.
Wait, I feel like I can't write it now. Shit.
Oh my god, that was beautiful.
Sai is cracking up in the corner here in production.
I like that one.
That was a
Yeah,
good
that was
one.
good.
All right, I'm ready
That was a
whenever
good
as well.
haiku. All right, let's hear it.
Okay, Matthew 5:31. Jesus to. Oh wait, my bad. Wrong page.
Oh,
Page.
of course.
All right, I'm good.
Ooh.
All right, actually, I forgot. Sorry, I have a haiku here. Little
Ooh.
haiku I wrote here. I love KOing. Damage makes the pain go away. Who am I? I brawler.
Oh, he brawler.
You brawler.
E-roller.
Brawlers get it done. That's all I'm saying. I get your snaps. All right, let's hear this last one. Last but certainly not
Wait,
least.
now I feel like a knob. What the hell? Okay.
Yeah, you're a knob.
A queue of 6 players is arranged, and the servers whirl for a match that would never end. No player takes a risk, for the stakes are simply too high. Never a goal to be scored, nor a shot to be taken. A greatest death and eternal life, to ascend beyond a physical state. To perform a concept for the rest of eternity. No longer any biological need for a game that was always to be.
Wow.
Wow.
That
Get
was
your
beautiful.
snaps in, everyone.
Get your snaps in. Let him.
That's crazy.
Hey, class, settle
That's
down.
crazy.
Settle down.
Nerd alert?
Help me!
That's insane.
You're all
Get bullied
nerds.
out
You're in the
the club.
literature club.
Yeah,
You're in the NASLC.
that's crazy. Nerd alert him later when you get 2-0'd, little bro.
Guys, keep
Get
it
hyped
safe.
down.
I will.
Brawlers,
I
keep
will.
it safe.
I will
Hyped
lose
down.
with grace, and then also say nerd alert in our chat.
Okay, I'm down.
As
Well,
he
we got
locks
the
in
war.
Octavia.
We got the war planned out for the rest of the day. Well, thank you all for joining me. I appreciate you. We're going to go ahead and hop into a quick break where we'll see some of these teams competing off in week number 8 of season 4 Nassau. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League, where we are about to get week number 7 underway. Or actually, it's week number 8. I'm one behind. I missed a week, and my count is off. But either way, we got our penultimate week of games coming on up here. My name's Gordo. I'm joined by Lego Mage on the cast today. Lego, how are you doing, man?
I am doing excellent today. It's been a wonderful little day, but we've got some good games of Mega Strikers lined up, and we're starting off with kind of a banger of a match right now. Sad Boys versus Bun Bun Bonanza. Pretty hype matchup. Both these teams have been on a pretty unstoppable pace in the last couple of weeks, and both looking to contend for playoffs. I think if I remember correctly, they're like pretty much already. Sad Boys are like guaranteed playoffs. Bun Bun is 4-3 and controlling their own destiny, so they're both looking pretty good regardless of the outcome. But important note, Vaughn is not playing today for Sad Boys. It's Puffy FPS instead, who is subbed in for the midfield role, so we'll see how it ends up going. Could be a little bit of a closer matchup than people initially anticipated, but either way, blood will be spilling as we are on Demon Dace for Game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna be interesting to see the Sad Boys without Vaughn once again. They've been without Vaughn a couple of times throughout this regular season, and it doesn't seem to have set them back at all. They're still 6-1, hanging out at the top of the standings alongside Demons, as many would have drawn it up in the preseason. Bun Bun Bonanza, though, not having it too shabby of a regular season in their own right either. They're at 4-3. They're in that playoffs conversation still, but getting some of these wins up against higher-seeded teams, more difficult teams down the stretch is where you really want to make sure you can lock in and get your spots. So plenty on the line still for this squad as we get into game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. This would be a very big win for Bun Bun if they beat their next games are Sad Boys and Last Call. So if they beat Sad Boys here, they're more or less just guaranteed to get into playoffs if they win the Last Call game, which most likely they will. So ideally, you want to have that kind of control and just win the hard game here and not have to rely on other teams losing it out. So there's a lot at stake for this team, but they will be the ones to start us off with the first point.
Yeah, and top 4 matters a lot versus 5th, 6th. So definitely, while playoffs are likely to be locked next week, you want to get those little extra boosts towards the end here to try to make it to top 4 and get that upper bracket berth. Does look like the start off is going to go in the favor of Bun Bun. See if they're going to be able to keep up that pace here as they take a slow, controlled assault towards the barriers here. Are going to be able to get that first one, and Lilybun setting up with the Finny special. Going to nearly be able to take the second one off the big finish. Will get returned by Bells, though, making things 1-1 in the barriers department. One more shot would be able to open it up. A KO found for Scyther on the other side, but meanwhile, Bells is broken through, taking his first shots on goal. Not quite going to be able to make it there. Liari going to be able to open things up on the other side with the help of Scyther. Goes in for the flip, sets up with that sentry. Double KO comes through as Scyther is able to find the shots, and Bun Bun Bonanza not going to be able to make it. It turns back around. They can't get the save from Lily, and against all odds, Sad Boys score the 1v3.
Very unfortunate Soundwave moment there for Bun Bun Bonanza, but I mean, up until we can't overlook obviously the massive double KO that came out from Scyther, and I'll point out something he was kind of doing that round. This is a glass cannon start. Everyone took glass cannon, so this guy is just running around on this lizard, and that round was dodging almost every ability and got that glass cannon to like full stacks, and then just started shotgunning people off the edge with that extra power. So it's definitely something to like look out for, and Sad Boys seem to be adapting to it a little bit more. They're applying a lot more hits to the lot of Bun Bun Bonanza this round to mitigate that a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, and another score going to come in there past Liari. Playing some sub-goalie, not going to be able to keep up the defense, and Bells will be able to send it home for a 2-1 lead to the Sad Boys in our first set. Coming in on set point now for round number 4. That's going to be a quick double barrier. Bells and Puffy combine, and they're going to close it out right here. Bells ends set number 1, 3-1. Sad Boys take the first.
Core getting away from Bunbun a little bit there, but this Vice going to be the MVP, a dangerous prospect, and heavy impacts will show up on the board as well. I mean, this is Demon Days. This is a game of damage scaling right now, and that's a massive pickup there for Sad Boys. The missile prop going over to Scyther is, of course, really nice as well, but 1-2 punch is... Oh, actually, it's going to be a bulk up pick here for Bells. That extra stagger will be putting in some work, of course. Liari also looking to survive a bit. The orb going over to Puffy FPS looks like 1-2 punch actually going unpicked. Is Lilybun opting for the stacks on stacks, looking for that extra speed, but that has also made her a massive target to get KO'd. Losing those stacks will be massively damaging, and Sad Boys do have the damage to potentially find the goalie KO if they want.
I definitely agree there. It does feel, though, like Lily's been trying to play out of the goal arc a whole lot on this Finny. That extra movement speed might let her be able to move in and out the way that she would want to be able to try to find some of these scores. Both barriers already going to be taken early on by the Sad Boys, though. Bells pushing for more, not going to be able to connect the rush onto the core, and Puffy now getting sent in the wrong direction, close to getting KO'd here. Scyther still looking for it with that newly enhanced range and the damage off the glass cannon. Pushing for the second barrier, blocks back away by You Already Lose, and now resetting up. Bells taking it aggressively, not going to be able to push it through with the rush, looking for the slice and dice, can't find it there either. Damage returned onto Scyther, going to be Liari pushing him for the top side, KO'd by the power cord, and now Bells comes in, gets the blick, and sends it into the goal.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, that power core from You Already Lose, that KO'd Liari from much further away than you would normally expect. And I mean, that's that max glass cannon stacks plus now the heavy impacts on this Vice. And the way Sad Boys are playing this round now, they just get in the core to Bells and Puffy, and they're just keeping it up. And You Already Lose just standing in the midfield and not getting hit and just stacking power. And, well, we get these situations where this Vice is just hitting absolutely hard. That being said, it will actually be Puffy who's going to be first to go down in this point.
Absolutely, really good stuff there. There's going to be the pressure on towards that second barrier, opening things up. Lilybun taking it on around. There's going to be Scyther pushing forward, and nice shot in there with the Molten Bolt. You Already Lose, can't come in to collapse fast enough, and that will be another score for Bun Bun Bonanza, breaking the streak that had been coming through for the Sad Boys.
And Lilybun actually managing to get these stacks up now as well is pretty big. And look, with a glass cannon, this Finny moves very quickly and can actually contest the core away from Bells a lot more consistently now. Of course, it is, you know, as you would expect, a kind of a glass cannon strategy. As there's still a lot of damage to contend with. I mean, this being said, though, once they've got the momentum going, Bun Bun really get it going. Scyther just bringing down those barriers as well, but is going to have to fall back to get that orb a little bit. And this could be Sad Boy's moment to potentially get something going of their own now.
Absolutely here. Molten Bolt connects onto Bells, keeping them low. There's going to be Liari forced backwards and down. Scyther pushing in towards that goal. Not going to be able to push it through, though. Now going to be reassessed here. Sad Boys pushing in on towards the left. Puffy going to be able to find the piercing shot to be able to take that second barrier. You Already Lose, sending it back up towards the top. Bells locked into the Oni's blade, nearly sends it through. Flip comes out of You Already Lose, pass to Puffy, and Puffy sends it in. 2-1 yet again. Sad Boys on set point for the second time.
Yeah, Sad Boys are playing this pretty well. They're focusing their damage quite a lot, as you would expect. That time onto Liari. They know Liari plays a major role in Bun Bun's defensive kind of play style, so having her off the field, it just leaves Finny to defend, and then Scyther has to fall back to provide anything else. And with Scyther out of the way, that leaves room for You Already Lose to do what Vice wants to do, which is just teleport up, throw out the damage, and just become a third forward. And it's just been a massive game of momentum and tempo. Whoever gets it swinging one way first, as we see right here, Bun Bun, in this case, are able to get things going their way first. Ends up being the one that score, but that's going to make it a very volatile match. And like we're seeing, they're going score for score almost.
Yeah, a little miscom there. It seems like Puffy and You Already Lose both looking like they thought the other were going to grab that save, so it slips on through and will be going the full distance for set number 2. Early KO found by Bells, though, able to take the IME off the map. This is going to be a good power play available for the Sad Boys as they look to close out and take themselves to game point, pushing on in for that second barrier. They already got the first. The flip comes through, going to get blocked away. Scyther and Lilybun both incredibly low on stagger, though, and Bells smells blood in the water, looking to be able to finish them off. Takes the second barrier. Puffy finishes off the target, and now in a power play yet again. Bells pushing for the point. Does get sent back away by the big finish, but Bells finds another shot. Lily can't grab it, and Sad Boys will take the second set.
So much energy being spent from the side of Bun Bun Bonanza to try and just stay alive. Seems like core flips are never really an option, and now we see a really kind of dangerous draft show up here. Catalyst, Perfect Form, Deadeye, Quick Strikes, all these super, super high-value awakenings showing up at once, and You Already Lose gonna have the first pick here. We'll let the Catalyst fall down. Gonna ensure that Puffy is gonna be able to get something nice here. Will be the second orb going over the Estelle, which is a massive control pickup. Perfect Form will fall over to Liari, but Quick Strikes on this Zentaro is going to be pretty good. And Twin Drive pickup, actually, for You Already Lose. Twice as many teleports, twice as many Thunderstrucks. Is looking pretty nice. Not exactly the way I would have expected the draft to go, but both teams coming out with some nice things. However, if you are Sad Boys, you got to be pretty happy about this. You just increase your scoring potential in your offense, like, exponentially with that.
Yeah, and they've had no problems in the scoring department anyways, barely even giving opportunities for the defense to need to come on through for You Already Lose. They're not going to slow down here. Puffy been staggered for pretty much this whole round so far, though. Going to need to play a little bit safer for now to avoid getting taken out of the play, but dangling out at midfield with not too many problems as everybody on Bun Bun just trying to push through for the goal. They will be able to take the second barrier. Scyther pushed up towards the top side. Flip comes out of Lily, goes in for the shot. Not going to be able to connect, but there comes Liari with the cyber swipe. Sends it home after securing the power play. That's going to be a point to Bun Bun.
Yeah, this Scyther 12 is looking a little bit dangerous. This Drek was already doing some damage to begin with, but now with the Deadeye as the extra pickup, there's actually like a fair, kill contest going on here. When Bun Bun are able to get the pressure going, You Already Lose has to be a little bit careful of not dying, which is kind of crazy because normally we've been seeing it the other way around. But once again, big grand finale coming out from Lily Bun there to get that point. That was Bun Bun on set point.
Yeah, pretty explosive set from Bun Bun so far as they do find themselves 2-0 up. Trying to close this one out and see if they can make the comeback happen. Going to be 7 more goals from here. Now just need to push for more. Puffy taking it in towards the bottom. Not going to be able to find the barrier, and the early KO coming on through. Yet again, Bun Bun Bonanza in an advantage state, taking the aggressive stance, finding both barriers, going in for the flip. Scyther doesn't send it through. You Already Lose going to be able to flip it back, trying to keep the point alive. Liari aggressing from the top side, and Scyther sends it through with one more lock and load. A set win to Bun Bun Bonanza, 3-0.
This Lizard is proving to be a little bit of a problem all of the sudden. The Deadeye pick, maybe it was a little bit more dangerous than Sad Boys anticipated, and looks like it's going to be an ad rush pickup getting hovered here by Scyther 12. Definitely kind of scary there. That move speed going to be coming in big when he is able to find those KOs. Rapid Fire also falling down to Liari here. You Already Lose opting for the hot shots instead. Stinger going over to Puffy is going to be just some more damage to work with, but Monumentalist on that Finny is really scary on this map in particular. You can just take up so much space on that barrier with your ultimate, and Unstoppable going over to Bells here for a bit more survivability, but I mean, Bun Bun, they got some really nice stuff there. I'm a little bit surprised that they managed to get everything that they did.
Yeah, just getting stronger and stronger here off of their first set win, and able to replicate some of what we saw last round. The aggression is starting to pay off a whole lot better. They're able to get a lot more done on offense, and they're able to keep You Already Lose on the defensive, preventing them from getting outside of the goal arc and being able to get into those sorts of assist scoring positions, and it's helped them out a whole bunch. But losing a member certainly going to slow things down for now. Bells able to find the opportunity to get aggressive with Puffy once again. There's going to be the Thunderstruck, but You Already Lose can't get back to the core in time, and Bun Bun Bonanza down a member, find a chance to punish.
That was pretty unfortunate for Sad Boys there, but they did get the stacks off of Lily Bun, so that is something to like. Also, the energy is reset as well on the goalie, which is a little bit of an advantage to work with here. But, I mean, like you said, when Bun Bun push Sad Boys back into their box like this, it becomes kind of tough. That Twin Drive pickup on You Already Lose becomes so much less valuable when you have to use it on your own barriers instead of when you want to like push up and apply damage and actually move up and stuff. Massive KO with the flip from Scyther 12. Took out Puffy, who had, or not Puffy, Bells, who had a flip up and ready. We'll see if they're able to capitalize on it here.
For a little bit more, but this is a good scoring opportunity for the Sad Boys. One of the best they've had in a while with both barriers already down. You already lose, pushing up forward, trying to get it into Puffy's hands. Bell's already waiting. Puffy gets taken out, and it's a power play for Bun Bun Bonanza yet again. Scyther taking it back at midfield, going to get sent past by Bells, waiting on the respawn here are the rest of the Sad Boys. Scyther looking for the shot with the lock-in load, and Liari comes in with the swipe. It's 2-0 Bun Bun Bonanza, 5 goals in a row.
Making a big comeback right now, to be sure. And once they're able to find a KO, it seems like whichever team can kind of start that power play, obviously it's going to get like a huge momentum swing. And with the goalies being like these ranged goalies and don't really have any like anti-stuff or any way of mitigating damage, I mean, it just becomes an absolute bloodbath right now as Scyther finds another one, a double KO here, and the double barrier now, and Bun Bun probably just going to be able to score this one in any moment now, and there's the ace! Whoa!
What a triple take out of Lilybun. Manages to connect it onto everybody, and the burst damage between Scyther and Liari is just too much to handle. Every member of the Sad Boys drops. Bun Bun Bonanza take their 6th in a row, their 2nd perfect set in a row, and we're going to set number 5.
Scyther has gotten absolutely out of hand. Explosive entrance pickup is even... Reptile Remedy is on the board, by the way, but they're just opting for even more damage and speed, which is crazy. Happy Star does go over to a You Already Lose, which is really nice, but it will be Reptile over on Lilybun, who at this point is going to be kind of hard to kill. Prize Fighter here on Bells does mean more power, and then just like Reverb for more Stagger on Liari and Stagger on Puffy. Normal stuff there, but that explosive entrance pick is a statement from Scyther. That's him saying, hey, I'm not afraid of dying because I'm just going to kill all of you guys first, and I need more damage and more speed when I do that.
Yeah, the damage output has been absolutely crazy here, and just wants to make sure that they can up that impact damage and get that extra movement speed when they are stealthed in the Xeno Cloak. Going to be able to find an early KO here once again. Scyther low, like you were saying, but he is speedy on the Lizard. Going to be able to push for the 2nd barrier. There's Lilybun able to receive it. Coming in at midfield. Big finish in position. And Scyther pushes it through for the goal credit. 7 down, 2 more to go. Bun Bun Bonanza looking for the full reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's really looking like it here. They have scaled monumentally at this point. Sad Boys just aren't able to find the momentum that they were finding in those early sets. Scyther is too fast and does too much knockback. And Liari, of course, as well, has that double stagger. And Catalyst plus Reptile and Lilybun, they're just not killable either. Their only real target is Scyther, who just goes invisible and runs away. Bells will be able to catch him out there. But the core is still stuck over in Liari's side of the field right now. They're going to be able to stall out for at least a bit of time. Actually, they will be able to get it there.
Nicely done by Bells, able to rush through, find the strike, and push it in. Puffy going to be able to get in there with the piercing shot to finish the job. And it will be tied up 1-1. That was Sad Boys' first point in 3 sets. And now going to be looking to see if they can find 2 more to actually take this game number 1 that felt like it was done and dusted coming into set number 3. Has not been the case whatsoever. Lilybun guiding the core around, sets up with the big finish, gets it onto the barrier. Now the 2nd one going to be under pressure. Good damage coming on across. Lilybun, the goalie, in the enemy goal arc, finding KOs off the flip, but not going to be able to find the 2nd barrier. Going to be able to keep the defense up on their own. There's the flip coming through from Bells, blocked away by the triple take. Liari layering down that sentry turret. Still can't find it, though. The defense out of the Sad Boys has been tight. There's the flip coming out of Liari. Still not going to be enough. Puppy getting thrown around on the left side. Pushing in for the 2nd barrier. Bell's not going to be able to find his way onto the core. The KO going to come through for Bun Bun Bonanza. And a chance for Sad Boys here to try to keep up that defense, but they cannot actually push forward. Bells does get onto the barrier. Nearly goes in, but Lilybun able to get in a position to save it. The respawn comes on across for Puffy. Scyther takes a bounce shot off the Molten Bolt, but it's going to be taken back by Bells into the goal. And this is game point for the Sad Boys.
Yeah, they know the mission now. They have to kill Scyther. And then it starts to fall apart for Bun Bun Bonanza in the power play quite a lot. Lilybun on the Finny just cannot hold round barriers like that against this much pressure without some kind of place to clear it to, and without a forward that becomes incredibly difficult to do. And we're seeing a lot of pressure coming out right now from the Sad Boys, but not a lot of damage getting put onto Bun Bun. They're managing to stay pretty healthy, and now they're the ones with the momentum going in their favor. They're just looking to bring down the second one.
Doing such a good job of being able to keep the core moving around the barrier rather than into it, but there is still one tick left for the Sad Boys here. Lilybun coming in out of the goal arc once again. Scyther regenning back. They are going to be able to open up the goal. They want to take this one the full distance. Big Finish going to send it back in the wrong direction. Scyther going to be able to keep up the defense. Puffy taken very low on Stagger. The flip comes out at Liari. And we are going to set 5.5 for game number 1.
I mean, they're keeping it real close here. This kickoff is going to be really important. Sad Boys have the bit of an energy advantage as well. Bells and You Already Lose going to be having those flips to work with. And to start off with one barrier is pretty nice here, but Scyther is taking a lot of damage now. A flip out of Bells, looking for the shot to the top. Core flip from Lilybun is to be able to clear it out, but Scyther is not looking healthy at all. They will be able to secure one barrier here, but it's Bells who's worked his way back up the field. Core flip here from You Already Lose, blocked away. Now both sides opened up, and this could be anyone's game depending on how these sound waves want to go. Stray shot could end it all. We've seen it happen a couple of times already.
Great mix-ups out of both brawlers so far to be able to try to get through, but neither one has connected thus far. Bell's going to be the next one to take a shot. Comes in with the slashing strike. Not going to be able to push it in towards the barrier. You Already Lose. Holding down the defense. Liaria comes in with the Sarver swipe, but not going to be able to push it past the Supernova. Bell's taking it back with a slice and dice, pushing forward with that rush. Still going to be sent back in by Lilybun. The defense out of You Already Lose still being held on to. The flip coming out of Liari. Going to get blocked away by Bells. An opportunity to score here for Scyther, but still in control of by You Already Lose. Sends it back up to Puffy, trying to get it back to midfield. Scyther stunned back away, not going to be able to catch that pass, but it gets rocketed through by Lilybun. Right between the uprights, 3-2. Bun Bun Bonanza take game number 1.
An incredible comeback from Bun Bun Bonanza. They performed the full reverse sweep, and I think that Deadeye pickup on Scyther was actually massive there. You Already Lose opted for the twin drive over the Deadeye, saying, I think we have enough damage on our team and just apply more aggression. But the problem was Bun Bun got the damage on their team that they needed, that they were looking for. I mean, Scyther, we saw the ace, the double KOs coming out. 11 KOs on Drakkar, 23,000 damage coming out is kind of scary. More KOs on Scyther than the entirety of Sad Boys combined, and I mean, we saw them getting a power play almost every round in that first couple of sets. So I mean, the story kind of tells itself right here. Once Bun Bun were able to scale their characters, get the stagger on Lilybun and Liari to be able to stay alive, and then just put all the damage on Scyther, they were able to kind of exploit the weaknesses of Sad Boys, which was not really taking any survivability themselves.
Yeah, the Season 3 Rookie of the Season coming up big time here in game at number 1, and a massive part of them being able to push through for the win there. Scyther 12, really still seeing such great things out of this guy, and what a statement out of Bun Bun Bonanza in this hunt for top 4 seeding that we've been talking about. They really want to be able to come up with their 5th win today, and that'll make them a great case for being able to be in those higher playoff standings, especially coming in up against Last Call as their last match next week.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I mean, we were saying it before, both these teams have been relatively unstoppable in the last couple of weeks, but yeah, winning this would be really, really big for them. And starting off game 1 like that as well is really big, because that just, I think we were kind of expecting it to go in Sad Boys' favor going into it, and then in the first sets, of course, they were winning it pretty decisively. But taking an early lead like this over Sad Boys is pretty nice. And I don't know what our second game map is going to be yet. It hasn't
Clarion.
Oh, yeah. Okay, there it is. My stream is delayed because it's funny. But yeah, but going over to Clarion, Demon Days is a much more volatile map. It is a much more volatile map, and we saw it. The momentum of those matches was going back and forth for a while, but Clarion a little bit more vanilla. You don't have to necessarily play to that damage. If you don't want to, you can play more core control. And a lot more stuff will work on it. It's more viable on it. So I'm curious going into it if things kind of stay the same. I imagine the Rasmus is still getting banned out, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Lizard again. But I'm curious as well if Sad Boys continue to kind of go for more of the damage, or if we see a bit of the switch up. The Imi went over to Bun Bun Bonanza in game 1, but I don't know if it were to go over to Sad Boys. I know You Already Lose usually likes it on AtLab, but I don't know. It could be a bit of an interesting dynamic if both teams continue to kind of do the same thing that we saw and just go for the damage. I don't know. It'd be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing to keep in mind, right, is that first map, Demon Days, was Sad Boy's pick. Bun Bun Bonanza opting for Clarion Test Chamber in the draft here, now going over to the map of their choice, will certainly be an interesting one to see how they adapt once they get into the draft, what the starting awakenings are going to be, and how that affects what we do end up seeing in the game itself. Hopefully going to be able to get that one underway soon. I think Puffy did a good job coming in as substitute this time. They were able to win with Puffy earlier in this season as well, but going to be interesting to see how they're going to be able to try to come back from that loss in game number 1.
Yeah, it's definitely tough having a substitute. But also speaking of that, a fun fact that we learned before the stream is that apparently Liari has never played against the full Sad Boys roster in Nassel regular season before. Which, if that is true, I don't know. I think that's kind of funny that we're here once again. But yeah, no, Puffy played pretty well, all things considered. The double orbs was really nice, but the problem was, he ended up getting KO'd a bunch, and those got reset. I feel like I was pressing tab a lot, and I saw those stacks getting reset to 0 quite a bit, which is unfortunate. When the picks were made for those, Scyther hadn't really come online yet. There wasn't that much damage on Bun Bun. But yeah, it sort of fell apart once that happened. But we're seeing the 1-2 punch Chrono now coming out, the X ban and the Now bans as well. And already this draft looking kind of similar. We see boys pick the Estelle and the Finny and Imi going back over to Bun Bun Bonanza. So it could be pretty similar to what we just saw in game 1, honestly.
It could very well be the run back. The Rasmus is up this time around, but the question is if it'll be as high of priority here. They are going to be getting that extra power on the mobility. They are going to be getting the 1-2 punch. Looking at the Kai right now is going to be the Sad Boys. So making a bit of a substitution here in the draft for what they're going to prioritize and see what they want to finish off with. I would expect some kind of scorer here to be looking to actually finish off some of these points. We'll find out what the pick is going to be for Big Bells.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's just like a Juliet or Zentaro. Oh, actually, there's the Zentaro, actually. So, yeah, I mean, you got the 1-2 punch start. You also have the option for the Dash Awakening, but I imagine it's just going to be a 1-2. Wait, yeah, whoa, Luna coming out for Bun Bun Bonanza. Who's playing that? Wait a minute. This is a very weird team.
I've got to assume it's Scyther, right? Like, I mean,
I guess, yeah.
Lilybun's gonna play. I mean, I'd be shocked to see anybody but Lilybun playing the Finny. I'd be shocked to see anybody but Liari playing the Imi. So, by process of elimination, I've got to assume this is Scyther's Luna.
This is the Threezy Breezy Scyther 12 Brawler Luna coming out, which is, I mean, on paper, this is a crazy team comp. Like, you don't have a traditional brawler, you don't have any melee characters whatsoever, and you're just rocking 1-2 punch with these ranged characters, hoping to hit hard and hit far. I mean, the KO potential is like definitely there. We will see a rocket dash punch come out of Scyther at some point in this game. It's almost guaranteed. I imagine he's gonna find the Rose Warp on Estelle, right? And just see where that's showing up and just set up right there to look for the KOs on Puffy. Just wait for him to kind of overcommit to an edge or something, as well as like the dash on Bells. Like, there's opportunities for big KOs to come out of this Luna, this match. So I'm interested to see where it goes. A lot of the variations on this map do block off some of her flight paths. But we'll see. I mean, I have no idea what to expect out of this.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll see how correct our guesses are about who's playing what and where, but definitely going to be a little bit of another new look coming out here for Bun Bun Bonanza as they look to close out a 2-0. They have a little bit of space to play with here, going to try to keep the Sad Boys off their game. It is Scyther 12 on the Luna as expected. Let's see how Bun Bun Bonanza can look as they seek to upset the best team in Omega Strikers history.
Yeah, I mean, the massive upset it would be as well, especially with something we've never seen before like this in Game 2. I mean, they do have that extra, game leeway that if it doesn't work out, they can go back to what works in Game 3. But it'd be crazy if it does, right? They are able to get kind of the first barrier here, but Bells with a nice double is going to be able to kind of even up the playing field. And a nice shot to the top, actually. It's going to be Sad Boys who are going to be first on the board here. I'm not quite able to get too much going after that first barrier.
Yeah, nicely done by Bells there. Good double barrier to start things off and able to push it in for the point. Has been playing really solidly, especially in the early sets of both Game 1 and now Game 2. Really able to, when everybody's lower on resources, has really been able to find those edges, find those good mix-ups, but not quite enough here. I did want to even highlight in the very last point of the last game, Bells had a crazy mix-up with the slice and dice, forcing it to miss, coming in for the strike after, nearly found the point, nearly found the game, and then we're having a whole different conversation. So this is definitely the guy who can come through and make big plays for the Sad Boys, even in the absence of Vaughn, and find them the win.
Yeah, absolutely. And you already lose going with this range goalie here. This Kai is actually pretty well in their favor since I mean, with Aimee and Luna, you're kind of standing back anyway, and Kai wants to keep the core away from him, so it doesn't have to deal with a brawler just standing on top of him at all. So it makes the defense of these single barriers a lot kind of easier than it otherwise would with if it was an X or a Juliet standing on top of him. For this time, this being said, it is a nice red core in overtime from Scyther to bring it down, and we'll see if they're able to find the score here, dribbling pretty hard right now.
Yeah, really nice stuff. Oh, but Bell's able to sneak it past. Nice snag by Lily, but it's still just that unenhanced big finish. You can't hold it for long. Still will be able to come in and find the point, though. Scyther waiting in position on the bottom. Gets it in past You Already Lose and ties us up at 1-1.
Yeah, and energy as well coming online for You Already Lose. Should have a valiant defense going into this bounce house round. It's going to be a little bit more advantageous here for Scyther and Liari to play a bit more with their range, a bit more with their dashes, but this core speed can definitely mess some stuff up. Wow, You Already Lose got bounced a mile away there. Luckily, he's able to get back in time to save that barrier, but takes huge damage from that Crater Maker here. This could actually be a KO. With the core flip, it will be. That's You Already Lose, take it off the board.
Really nice stuff, and they're going to be able to close out the point off of that, too. Lilybun going to be the one with the goal credit, and Bun Bun Bonanza taking a second one here, doing a great job on map number 2 of still being able to find these KOs, being able to convert them into points off the power plays. A really quick double barrier out of Scyther. Just finds it there with the whammy, and now set up for potentially the whole first set.
Yeah, it's looking pretty nice, and Lilybun with the flip up as well is going to be able to move that core pretty quickly out of tough situations if she desires. There's a Crater Maker coming in. Scyther with the boost, able to get right past Puffy, wins the strike war while in midair, and then runs into the wall to stop to get another strike war against y'all at the bottom. Some really nice stuff coming out of that Luna right there. So we go into draft 1 in perfect form. Twin Drive, a lot of team player as well. Some nice stuff showing up in the core control department.
Absolutely. We'll see what they want. Perfect form. Going to end up coming on through here for Lilybun. They will take the Stinger to get that extra bit of damage onto the Luna. Won't be too hard to apply that one, you would hope. And Twin Drive coming through for the Aimee to keep those cyber swipe angles alive.
Yeah, it's a lot more control coming out. Bells is going to be able to pick up a Dash Awakening round 1, which is pretty nice. And Aerials, it's not explosive entrance, but it's still pretty decent. It does get a little more range to the passive here as well. But Scyther got that Stinger, and Luna applies Stinger pretty nicely. He's already gotten some KOs, but we'll see if he's able to really utilize it a lot. Bells has gone big mode off of the middle orb here, and both barriers are down, so this might just be a Sad Boys point, though, to start us off.
Yeah, a nice big double barrier yet again from Bells. Has been locking those down in this game number 2, despite losing that first set. Still not going to be able to push it through for the point, though. Scyther going to be able to find his first barrier of the round. Liari pushing in with the help of Lilybun using that double take. Still not going to be able to find much more. There's going to be the dash in. Bells calls out the top side clear from Lily and will send it through for the goal.
This is the massive advantage of having that dash range on Zentaro. You can be far back and just kind of play to your strengths, call out stuff like that, like we see right there. But energy coming up for everyone pretty much across the board right now as we go to the most volatile core speed variant on the map. We see Sad Boys get another great double bear. You already lose running up there with that chrono boost to make things happen. And Puffy having that team player as well, it's going to make this map a bit of a challenge for Bun Bun to deal with.
Yeah, and I mean, they've done such a good job of being able to set up for Bells to be able to finish off these points. It's basically a 50-50 every time Lily has to guard, as she either clears up or down, and Bells is going to call out one of them with the rush because he's not the one that has to make that initial shot. It's been very, very good setups here from the Sad Boys so far. If they can keep that up, they will be able to score points more often than not. Now here's going to be Scyther looking for the shot at the bottom. The bounce! Puffy going to be able to get the kill credit there, and Lilybun will not be able to keep the defense.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was a little bit of an own goal. Liari hit it with the cyber swipes, expecting to be able to get the strike backwards, but I think was either a little bit too far away or just slightly too slow off of the bumper to actually redirect it mid-dash, so it ended up going in. But some nice offense coming out. Some great defense from You Already Lose. Defended it against that firewall sentry and kept the barrier alive now. Puffy going to be the one to try and burn the core flip and get out of there, but y'all already in a tough situation again. But Scyther could be going down here. And that's this Luna off the table. And with that gone, it's just Lilybun in a risky situation, pushed way up into midfield, trying to apply pressure. Currently winning the 1v3 against the Strike Force, though, and just buying time for Scyther to come back online. The defense for both teams right now is holding.
Absolutely is for the time being. Lily, race positioning on the triple take, won't be able to save the barrier, though. It's open goal set up yet again for the Sad Boys as they look for a 3-0 set to get them back in the conversation for this game number 2. The flip coming on through from Liari, baits out the flip from You Already Lose. Won't be able to get much done off of that one. There's going to be a flip coming in off of Bells, takes it in with the slashing strike, and it will be the 3-0 set for the Sad Boys as we get into set number 3.
Some nice stuff coming out there from Sad Boys. You Already Lose, putting in a lot of defensive work. That peak performance plus the chrono boost. This Kai just moves really, really quick. And with, I mean, Orb Dancer, Stacks, and Quick Strikes are all here as well for the taking. Though once again, looks like it's going to pass up the first pick, ensure that Bells gets something good, potentially. Maybe even wait for Puffy. Everyone kind of waiting around here to see what happens. It will be heavy impacts on Bells. Orb Dancer on You Already Lose. Ponderer going over to the Lilybun here. Quick Strikes on Scyther and Stacks on Puffy. Ad Rush, all that's really left here for Liari to take, but a huge draft for Sad Boys. They got like everything they wanted here. Heavy impacts, 1-2 punch, aerial Zentaro. This guy was already a menace and is looking like even more of a menace. And with the fact that like Scyther 12 hasn't really been able to deal that much damage that we've wanted to see, the ball is really just in Sad Boys' court, and they're the ones who get to control it.
Yeah, both barriers, or both brawlers rather, staggered here, but Bells wins out in the one-on-one, able to find him with the Oni's blade to take him down. There's going to be the power play available here for Bun Bun Bonanza. Liari, though, doing a good job of dribbling on the bottom, going to be able to buy some of the extra time that they need for Scyther to respawn. Big finish comes through. Scyther is right there with the boost and takes the point for Bun Bun Bonanza.
Nice off the respawn there from Scyther. You Already Lose, was not expecting that one. But still, definitely a scary game to deal with. However, Bun Bun are going to have a couple core flips to work with, and they are on the Atlas variant of this, the Expanse variant, however you want to say it. Nice slashing strike, though, from Bells, is able to sneak it past Lilybun, results in a double barrier here, as, once again, a really dangerous situation. Core flip shot from You Already Lose off the center, forces Lilybun to burn the flip here, try and get it back down to Scyther. Boost up, looking to redirect it. Not able to find it, though. Rosethorn's coming out from Puffy to try and force it back. Pass down, You Already Lose. Trying to get over to Bells, who is dangerously staggered. There's a slash in, but Lilybun able to clear that one out and defend it against Puffy as well. They try to reset here and get the second barrier, but, I mean, they have struggled to get the second barrier all game. It will be there, though, with the glitch pop, and we'll see if they'll be able to confirm a point off of this.
Yeah, tough to close, though. Some of those aggressive tools. I mean, Scyther had to use that crater defensively to try to help out with the clear, so doesn't have it for the offense now. Should be coming back off cooldown here before too long. Does have access to the flip. Try to send it through. Triple take, really getting into a great position there. And you already lose faced with an impossible decision. Cannot keep up the defense. Scyther will be able to send it home. 2-0. Bun Bun Bonanza, and these squads just keep sweeping each other.
It's kind of crazy. Like, they'll come up with one team will implement a strategy, and then the other team will find a solution, and then the other team just finds a solution to that, and it's just been back and forth. It's like set for set across this entire series, it feels like. And I mean, right now it's Bun Bun who are finding the weaknesses in Sad Boys right now. They're getting the core up to Scyther's, able to win these strike wars against You Already Lose, and there's the Firewall Sentry able to stick it in. This time is Bun Bun who get the quick double barrier and take the set.
And that's the map on your side right there. I mean, it comes off the bumper on the bottom, gets picked up perfectly by the sentry turret there. You could not have drawn it up any better, and will be a clean third point for Bun Bun Bonanza as they look to see if they can take a 2-0 here. They've got one more set to do it.
Now the rapid fire here going over to Liari. It's going to be a lot of cooldowns available on this cat. More stagger over You Already Lose. Going to be stacking up with those stagger awakenings. That peak performance going to be moving pretty quick. Scyther 12 picking up that much needed survivability though. The damage problem should hopefully be solved a little bit. Happy Star going over to Bells is nice for more control and damage. Hot shots on the Finny, and Unstoppable on the Estelle will help out here a little bit. But we'll just have to see. Nothing like massively game changing on that draft, I don't think. But Scyther was still taking a lot of damage when the core is not near him. I mean, we see already staggered just off of Bells. You Already Lose, and there's the KO.
Very early KO coming on through there for the Sad Boys, and at the cost of one of their own barriers. Not too big of an investment. They now look to push for their own open goal. There's going to try to shut it down for Puffy, but will not be able to get it in towards that barrier. There's going to be the second one opened on up. You Already Lose. Able to guide it up towards the top. Bells dashes through the center, trying to get in position, forced to evade to get away from the crater. The second barrier does fall. 3 members strong for both sides. Oni's Blade in a good position, does get it cleared back on out. Scyther able to find it up towards the top side, goes in with the boost, finds the strike, and takes it in. Scyther turns the play around and finds another point for Bun Bun.
Yeah, when Scyther's alive and not like staggered and able to do something, he's making these big plays. The problem is that a lot of times he's either not available or dead. And that's why I think there's like not as much of an impact as we've been expecting. We also haven't seen too many KOs despite the stinger and 1-2 punch on the Luna. But when he is able to find a good dash, things happen. Barriers will fall, goals will be scored as we've seen, and coming off of respawn as well when Sad Boys are kind of least expecting it. You know, sometimes you don't pay attention to the death timers. That's when he's been able to find the boosts and do a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, nice bait there by Bells, getting that flip out of Lilybun, who was expecting it to maybe come through a little bit faster. Will be the open goal available for Sad Boys as they need to try to find their footing in this game number 2 to try to make this a more competitive series and not just get shut out. Here comes Oni's Blade coming out across. Bell's going to get sent back in towards center field. Scyther waiting on the bottom, does have access to the flip, getting it guided in by the sentry. Still not going to be enough. Lily coming in back with that misdirection, but Liari can't hold on to it, and Bells will be able to send it home 1-1 in set number 4.
Bells knew the pass was coming from Lilybun to Liari. It is a very common play from Bun Bun Bonanza that they like to pass between each other on the defense like that. So it was just kind of like waiting there with the primary ready to hit it like right before Liari was able to really get control of it and sink it in. It's that kind of awareness that Bells has kind of been showing this whole series, right? Just calling out a lot of these clears. Because they don't really have any stuffing power over on Bun Bun. They have to rely on good clears to open space where Scyther 12 can like get a hold of it.
Yeah, and they've been able to do that for most of this game so far. Oh, Puffy and Bells just in position there. Going to be able to send it on in. Can block one shot, but the follow-up strike from Bells is enough. And now one more point for the Sad Boys will take us to set number 5 for the second time.
Yeah, just back and forth once again. A nice secondary, though, from Lilybun. We'll see the barriers stay up for now. There's Bells coming out, though, with the old core flip from Scyther. Is not going to find too much either. As You Already Lose has gone big mode off of the center there. Bells going to have a flip up. Going to get one barrier here and flip from Lilybun as well. Let's just right back to Bells right now. As You Already Lose is playing really aggressive right now. A lot of speed to work with his Corona boost. Scyther is able to get one barrier here. Gets the flip as well. Now Liari with the glitch prop looking for something here, but barriers will stay standing up right now. both teams gonna have to play around the center quite a lot. Not a lot of room for Scyther to fly, unfortunately, on this variant. They're relying on these top and bottom lanes to get it through, and I mean, You Already Lose is just running up to get the core before it can get past that point.
Yeah, and again, that's another flip blown defensively out of Liari here. They keep finding opportunities where they can just make such a good offensive play on the Sad Boys that it drains away the resources from Bun Bun Bonanza and makes it tougher for them to score. It is going to make this a hard point for them, but it's one that they need to avoid just going to set number 5 and getting back to 0-0 with just one set to determine the whole game. Cyber Swipe from Liari! Bounces it off the top, gets it past You Already Lose, and we are going to point number 5.
Nice stuff there. And now we're on the damage, the Gates of the Obscura variant, where we've seen this is kind of where both sides have been able to find like a few KOs that they've been able to find, and Scyther already just like kind of eating up a lot of damage. Bells as well. The Brawlers not looking particularly healthy. There's gonna be a lot of pressure here on Liari and Puffy to just kind of keep the core up when their Brawlers are not able to walk towards it for fear of getting KO, right? And now both barriers down, though. Once again, Sad Boys able to get that open net first. But Scyther with the flip. Be a nice save, though, from You Already Lose. They try and reconvert here. But Liari and Scyther keeping it up in this corner quite well.
Really good stuff so far. Lily dribbling it back. Going to be able to get it into Scyther's hands to push it in for the second barrier. And a chance to end it right here. Scyther going to take it. Coming back on up and taking the 2-0 for Bun Bun Bonanza. What a statement from this team looking to cement themselves in top 4. A 2-0 win over Sad Boys on the week.
Really crazy stuff there. We were not expecting the Luna pick to come out for anyone on that team, especially Scyther. I mean, this guy plays melee brawlers, Rasmus, Kazan, stuff like that. So this was a crazy pick, but this was not Luna Brawler, right? This was Luna Scorer. Only 1 KO, but 7 goal participations. And 40 shots is pretty nice. Basically, they were just kind of flying around and just cutting off the passes really that were going into open space, right? As Luna does. So there was less of that kind of rocket dash punch that I was initially kind of thinking that we might see, and just more of this catch them when they're lacking. They're not expecting me to actually just fly in out of nowhere and score this here, which Scyther ended up playing really well. Because, I mean, this is not what you expect when you're playing up against Bun Bun Bonanza. It's not what you practice for. A forward Luna. It was a very aggressive comp, and it ended up working out well in the end when they started focusing, on the core control. And of course, the defense from Liari and Lilybun was coming in really big that game. They held down a lot of crazy pushes. Bells was keeping the pressure on the entire time. But yeah, I mean, it's a really weird pocket pick, but it worked out, and I'm curious to see if we're ever going to see that again.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree there. That is really impressive stuff. A very big change in style for Scyther, but really showed up very, very effectively on it. Had a lot of cool mix-ups in there, using the abilities for stuns and such, even if they can't use them for damage, or if they're not very effective for damage, and still being able to get scores past You Already Lose, win out on engagements and strike wars in midfield with it. Really great stuff out of him. And they will come on up with the dub on the day, moving up to 5-3. Sad Boys will drop to 6-2.
Yeah, huge W for Bun Bun, as we were saying. Their last game's gonna be against Last Call as well, who they more than likely have a really good chance of beating. So they've pretty much sealed their playoff berth. It's looking really good for them, and with the versatility and the way they've been playing, and now adding this new crazy thing to the roster, this new way of like playing and kind of looking at the game. They're a scary team. They're a very, very scary team. And, I mean, this was Sad Boys with a sub, but it's still Sad Boys. It's still You Already Lose, still Bells, and they still played really well. They kept it really close. Both those games looked like they were going to win the first one. But I mean, it does leave the question, like, would this have looked different if Vaughn was in the game? And it's like, maybe, but also, like, I want to think that the scorer Luna would still have worked. I want to believe in that.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully a matchup we'll get to see in playoffs or something to maybe get a firm, definitive answer. But with that, we're going to throw it to a quick break here before we get into our second match of the day. Bozo Bunch going to be taking on the Last Call. That'll come up here in just a couple of minutes, so do not go anywhere while we take a full break. Welcome back, everybody, to Week 8 of the North American Strikers League, where we have got ourselves our second match of the day. Do have Bozo Bunch taking on Last Call in what is sure to be a very important match for the Bozo Bunch particularly. They're sitting here at 3-4. They're kind of on the outside looking in at the playoffs picture, especially now watching Bun Bun go up to 5-3. Going to really need to be able to win out these last couple of weeks to be able to get themselves into playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Really important. If they lose here to Last Call can't make it to playoffs at this point, by the way. So they're out. They're really just playing to try and mess up the rest, yeah, I mean, pour one out, but they're really just kind of playing to see if they can destroy the dreams of anyone else. In this case, Bozo Bunch are one of those teams. They have to win this. They can still make it to playoffs if they lose, but it is not a good situation. It's pretty much out of their control, and relies on a lot of very obscure things happening. So they're really looking to take the W here. They've been playing pretty well all season, though. When they've performed, they've really performed. And Last Call have been, unfortunately, in a bit of a slump. So they're hoping to take this one pretty decisively, if they can. That being said, Last Call has been known to beat Bozo Bunch before. I don't know about the new roster, if that's going to matter at all, or what the record is like that. But I mean, either way, that's pretty much our word cut out for us. Bozo Bunch need to win this game. Bozo Bunch should win this game, by all rights.
Yeah, absolutely. So it should be pretty much, I mean, it's at the very least completely out of their control. Last Call, trying to win whatever matches they can at the very least to try to gear up and get this roster working the way they would like for potential relegation tournament upcoming. But now we're underway for draft already. They're going to snag themselves the Vice early on. Zentaro X coming through for the Bozo Bunch, really looking at these brawlers for them.
Yeah, a lot of damage on Last Call. We see the Finny as well. I assume it's fresh on the Finny goalie here. And the Drek forward here for 3Z. Borg's been playing this Vice quite a lot, but
wow.
Oh my gosh, this is a Bozo Bunch draft. I mean, Zentaro X Rasmus goalie with a rapid fire perfect form start. They're probably all going perfect form unless maybe the Rasmus takes rapid fire, but that's a lot of damage. That's incredibly scary and can get out of control really quick.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a bit wild. This is going to get a little bit spicy out of the Bozo Bunch. They're really leaning in on on the brawlers for this first round. So we'll see how it pays off for them, because that is going to also then mean that Last Call are coming in with a little bit more traditional of a draft. It is interesting that we see both the Vice and the Finny come on through, and that Drakkar just rising up the tier list. A lot more folks being willing to pick that one on this patch.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be a more popular pick. The buffs helping out a fair bit as well. There's also a lot of awakenings that this guy likes in the pool. Things have been buffed. Catslast was buffed like a little bit, and honestly, it's pretty good. But having perfect form, heavy impacts, rapid fire, yada yada, that kind of stuff, just all in there at once, is really nice for Drakkar. We saw it in the game 1 of last series. This guy can deal a lot of damage if you let him. His knockback is nothing to scoff at when you're on the edge or on like Imizap or something. He's in a way Juliet light, I guess. Lower cooldowns, less knockback, but can sort of do the same thing if you let him, but also has some like ranged options. So it's interesting to see it kind of be more popularized. But Clarion Test Lab, Test Chamber, whatever you want to call it, Clarion Corp.
We're back.
mean, we're back at it, I guess. I don't know what else to say there. We got the damage maps to play around. Both these sides have damage. Bozo Bunch especially is really going to be looking for those KOs to make things happen. Both Borg and 3Z, I mean, literally everyone on the team is honestly looking like a prime target right now. So it's going to be a matter of, can Last Call survive long enough that they win the late game and like manage to snipe away the good awakenings from X and Zentaro, like while also not letting X and Zentaro scale. It's going to be tough nonetheless.
Yep. And it's going to be Bozo Bunch's selection here for the map. So interesting to see how they're going to be able to execute on this choice of that Clarion test chamber. You know, historically, I feel like it's been a map that they've been really willing to take up on the last call side, but this time around it's the Bozo Bunch that seem to think that's what's going to give them the best chance. So hopefully players are all able to get themselves in order here. Looks like they have been able to do so. We will be kicking things off here in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, and we've seen the Obscure Breads Rasmus goalie a few times now this season. Rasmus goalie, personally, huge fan of that, and Obscure Breads plays it really well. And it is, I've said it before, but Clarion is probably the best map for it. You got a lot of angles that you like to work with. Rasmus likes those nice verticals. You can play with the hook and stuff, and there's not like a lot of obstacles kind of in your way, like vertically. But you also have like some nice straight lanes on the top and the bottom that like Pendulum Swing and Whiplash work really well to just take up a lot of space there. And whatnot. Of course, having the ranged characters like Vice and Drek kind of helps out Last Call a little bit in this matchup, as Rasmus goalie can be pretty good into like brawlers like X. You just kind of whack them and they lose the core. But with Borg kind of going to be able to, you know, drop a Thunderstruck, move around a lot, get control of the core when it's further away, and Fresh as well as on the Finny. He'll be able to apply a bit more pressure from midfield to keep it up. That's going to kind of be Last Call's way of winning this. Of course, the obvious thing is the damage that they're going to have to deal with, not just from the forwards, but also from Pauldron's Rasmus, who will be hitting very hard and very frequently with these starting awakenings.
Absolutely here, and I see we are now in queue, so we should be able to get this game started in just a moment or two. Looking like this is going to be a fun matchup as well. Obscure Breads and 3Z Breezy playing against each other after their time together on Sundubu Strikers. That's going to be a fun little grudge match to check on out from these former teammates as they play each other in regular season for the first time.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen a few Sundubu matchups happen, and they're always quite interesting. But this one definitely going to be a tough one for 3Z, I think, just having to deal with all the damage getting thrown his way. But we'll find out. Borg they do have the ability to deal some damage themselves, and as it's been commonly said, the way you deal with X is you kill him. So we'll see if they're able to find the KOs that they need onto Dropletto, maybe find some way of containing I, but it's a rapid fire start for Last Call, and 2 diamonds and 1 popcorn for the sides of Bozo Bunch here to get us going.
Yeah, definitely going to be the option here, so it does look like they will be taking that Rasmus into the goal arc. Shouldn't be too big of a surprise there for Obscure Breads as he gets aggressive onto 3Z Breezy to kick things off. And speaking of trying to kill the X, Dropletto already going to be staggered, gets thrown into 3Z. Doesn't have the lock and load quite yet. Double stagger coming on through for 3Z there. Already getting off to the front foot for Last Call, who are going to be able to take that first barrier and will be able to threaten for a little bit more. Big Supernova comes out of Borg, not quite going to be able to find the KOs that he's looking for, but going to be able to bounce them around while they are still staggered. 3Z hunts one down and is able to finish off for the KO, and now Dropletto going to find himself staggered very quickly thereafter. Borg looking for the pass down towards 3Z. Gets it in, just continues to send forward onto that top corner. 3Z stuck inside the goal arc, has to blow the energy burst, but Borg arrives and sends it on home for the goal.
That was kind of a funny way to score the goal. Dropletto got knocked way back, and the power cord like hit Dropletto, but the arc lightning ended up hitting the core and sinking it in. But I think that the tone of the match has already been set. Huge damage has already been dished out by both teams to kind of all members all around. If Last Call was able to pick up the double KO, it would have been really big. They did get the point regardless, but we see 3Z. I mean, it's just targeting down I. You have the Cypher, you have the pummelers, you have the rapid fire. There is no chance for the target to regen if you have a Drek just kind of standing on top of them. And that's really what we're seeing here, and they're playing into it really well. This is what they have to do if they're going to win. They have to outdamage them. But Fresh is gone, which could be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, you definitely want Fresh to be around if you're going to be looking to take the second goal here. Got 3 seconds to go or they will be able to rejoin. 3Z getting bullied on the bottom. Fresh has respawned and is actually taking it into an aggressive angle themselves. Obscure Bread's going to be able to fall back and find the defense. Comes in with the death touch. There's going to be a KO found on the bottom side. X off the map now. Last call with an opportunity to strike. Bouncing back and forth, they do find that top barrier. Now sending it into the goal. 2-0 last call.
It's looking pretty nice in these early sets. Of course, X not really online just yet, but if you can keep him low level, you can make things work. Keep Dropletto low in the draft. Don't let him get staggered from just scaling up on levels either, and you'll be in a pretty good place. You have a lot of damage to work with here on this team comp. Of course, that being said, Fresh is going to be eating quite a bit of abilities right there, and in dangerous KO range, it's actually who's able to find the hit, which bounces him far away, and the barrier won't be falling down just yet, but Fresh is going to need just a moment to recover as Dropletto is still hovering that kill.
Nice use of the bounce house there by 3Z Breezy, able to get it right in line for their own lock and load. Able to take that one in for the second barrier. Dropletto going to be able to find the bounce into the barrier for themselves, and it's open goals now for both sides, but 3Z finds the strike as I is dashing in, will be able to get the third goal. That's a 3-0 set for last call.
Yeah, I mean, looking pretty good, of course. Can be scary. Dropletto is back of the pack here on this draft, and we do see the Might of the Colossus show up, which will most likely get taken away by someone. Explosive entrance pickup here for 3Z Breezy seems to be a pretty popular pick on the Drakkar today, or Banster going to go over to Breads for a bit more of that speed. There's the Happy Star on Borg. Absolutely massive on Vice. Those Supernovas are going to come out a lot, and they're going to hurt bad. There's the Might Deny. Has to come out from Rightfully Fresh. Unfortunately, it means the Twin Drive is not going to be picked up on the Finny, but you have to deny that away from Dropletto no matter what. I's going to get some dash range from Dropletto. Just opting for that Castellas. Going to get a couple extra punches in there. So starting to scale a little bit here, but last call picking some stuff with really immediate good reward.
Absolutely is. There's going to be a Supernova channel by Borg, not going to be able to find its way on towards the core. Dropletto trying to take an angle on towards the bottom barrier, not able to push it past. Gratefully Fresh get things back into the hands of 3Z Breezy, and they will be able to take their first barrier there. Dropletto trying to get control at midfield, going to get interrupted out of the bull rush, and taking a bit of damage, not really quite able to get in a position to actually threaten much of anybody. Now cooking down to the Molten Bolt. Will pop the Maximus just for the extra health to avoid getting staggered, but going to get staggered by the misdirection anyway. Turns it back around for a KO. Nice bell ringer there from Dropletto. Will be able to find themselves the power play, but can they turn it into something aggressive here with this multi-brawler composition? Surely this is what you're waiting for all the time, but not able to get control over the core. Finally, a cross-map pendulum swing from Obscure Breads will open up the goal, and now I will get a reset and find some aggression for themselves. It gets snuck back away by 3Z Breezy, who opens up the goal on the other side. Rightfully Fresh passing it through to midfield. Borg looking for the shot, but it's Obscure Breads again with the redirect from midfield on that pendulum swing, taking it into the goal.
Yeah, that was just a bit of an unfortunate one for Fresh. It barely didn't hit that corner, but a nice shot from Bread's got a good angle on that pendulum swing. When it goes fast like that, it's just not a lot you can do about it. But 3Z is putting in a fair bit of work with this shotgun right now, just sneaking it past the midfield. Every time Breads is like pushed up, you think you're safe because you have the hook and you can get the core if it goes behind you, but 3Z is just going to snipe it away. And we saw at least one barrier go down that set due to it, but looks like now the brawling has started once again, and Breads is just taken out of the game right now, and Borg looking for this point.
And Borg's going to find it. Nice response there to the attempted clear out of I. Then they will be able to take it 1-1. Last call, I think, doing a really good job of punishing this triple brawler composition that Bozo Bunch have effectively ended up with. They just don't have a lot of great ways to control the core without putting themselves in harm's way. They're taking a lot of abuse for it. There's just a little bit more mobility and range to control available to the last call composition, although right now Dropletto has just got 3 people into a tight space and it's just absolutely pummeling them. Going to be able to keep all those health bars low, not quite able to close out for the point. Rightfully Fresh going to be able to snag it with a big finish, though. 3Z waiting on the other side, not quite going to be able to find the barrier. Will be able to take it in towards the top. Now pushing for a second, while Obscure Breads is elusive. Will be able to finish it off, and the Whiplash sends it back up into the retreating barrier and gets another point to last call.
Bit unfortunate there, but 3Z holding that core up. Just in for a really, really long time there as Fresh went down. That would have put them on a massive timer, but now it's I who goes down, and the brawling just continuing on as Last Call just kind of continuing their rampage, looking to get more barriers, going to find one off of the Finny getting popped there, and also get Dropletto's core flip out as now Threezy just looking to work his way back up the field. Has to be a little bit careful to not go down here. Oni's Blade might do it, but actually will remain alive for the time being as Fresh trying to work the core up. Finally, Obscure Bread's going to be able to find the Death Touch, make the power play here for the side of Bozo Bunch. Oregon Fresh, both a couple of flips, burns it here, but Eye is right there to block it. They're looking to stall out for Threezy to come back online. Dropletto has the X-Ax miss. Core flip from Fresh to get it over to Borg, bouncing it around. Not a favorable angle, but gets it on the rebound, and there's the point and the KO just for fun. Last Call get another set.
Yeah, that's the mix-up once again from Borg, just sending it up top, finding the second win. And Last Call up 2-0 here. Again, doing a really good job of finding the punishes here. And Threezy Breezy looking very comfortable on this Drakkar. Had some really nice plays there. Definitely looking thankful that that one's making its way into the meta.
Yeah, prize fighter pickup here from Fresh. More of a deny than anything. But quick strikes and ad rush going over to Breads and Eye. Definitely just kind of scaring more KO items. But still, Dropletto locked out from a lot of the big X pickups here. You're going to have to settle for the Unstoppable just to try and stay alive a bit more. But this X has not really scaled as much as, you know, Bozo Bunch would have liked it to. And Last Call have done a really good job of just keeping Dropletto out of the game to not get XP and not get good draft picks, which is really helping them out a lot. And there's the KO. Once again, they're just focusing him down. And that's giving him a huge advantage in this game.
Yeah, good use of the Xeno Cloak, just sneaking up on him, finishing him off. And now there's going to be... No, the barrier doesn't fall. The bounce off of the wall doesn't quite favor him. And now Borg in the midst of everybody, evading the damage where possible, picking up the orb, good enough to pass it down towards Threezy. Threezy going to receive it, dribbles it off the bottom, looking for the shot on goal, able to receive it, sends it through the Molten Bolt. Perfect positioning for the Supernova. And Last Call will close out another point.
Last Call just on an absolute roll right now. Dropletto is stuck at level 4. Borg and Threezy are level 7. Putting in so much work. And these Supernovas just coming out so often. Eye is staggered and just gets taken off the map right here. Borg is just throwing out so much damage with the it's rapid fire prime time extra special Vice. This guy can literally just press buttons whenever he wants and an ability will happen. It's kind of crazy. And now with energy coming up for Last Call and none to be seen really for the side of Bozo Bunch, they're just looking to bring down these barriers as quickly as possible and just hold on to what they got. Another KO from Threezy.
The damage output between Borg and Threezy is absolutely crazy. Obscure Bread's looking to be the next victim. Threezy keeping the aggression going. There's the double KO coming on through. Threezy waiting there. Gets the flip, sends it into the goal. Getting down to business. He's even got the business suit on.
Ding, ding. It's your Last Call. Last Call taking absolute names in this match right now. One more point to secure game 1 and bring us over to the Atlas Lab for game 2. But Fresh take it off the board now once again. Dropletto will find the KO there. And now they're looking to make potentially some kind of push. But another shotgun from Threezy just yoinks it slightly away from Breads. These have been so devastating as another barrier gets lost. Bozo Bunch don't get too much off of that power play. And now it's a KO for Last Call.
And the chance for Threezy Breezy to be able to close it out here. He will be KO'd by the Death Touch, but Borg finds the double KO. It's a 2 versus 1 as Obscure Bread's trying to hold on to the defense and avoid getting swept. Sent backwards by Borg. Fresh was not quite there in position. They're going to stun it on up. There's one more attempt. Not going to be able to find it. It will be held on for now, but Threezy Breezy has rejoined, sending through the Molten Bolt. Not going to be able to push it into the goal. And immediately KO'd again. The Bozo Bunch holding on for dear life here towards the end. Borg going to get the big size. Not going to be able to find any damage off of that Supernova. And he's going to be KO'd as well, just as the respawn comes through for Threezy. Threezy now going to have to take it in a 2 versus 1, trying to fight at midfield. Going to try to get control of it, but it gets snuck past. Rightfully Fresh can't hold on to the barrier. Ricochet nearly sends it through the flip, and the round-the-map shot. Dropletto going to be the one who finishes it off and takes a point for the Bozo Bunch.
My hands are up right now. It is cinema. That round was crazy. The 2v1 hold from Breads was pretty insane. it was an interesting back pass there from Borg. I think he had a shot, but opted to try and go to Fresh, which was really unfortunate because it kind of messed up the rest of that point. Then when Bozo's forwards came back online, they found the KOs, totally reversed the situation, and then got a power play going of their own. And, you know, if your last call, you're 1 point away, you got a lot of leeway to work with, but you just want to move on to the next game as quickly as possible. You don't want to be making silly mistakes like that when you're right on the cusp of taking the game. So we'll see if they'll be able to close it out here. There's not a lot of damage going around just yet. They are starting to stack some on Dropletto, and they got some flips to work with. It's going to be up to 3Z. Actually has to burn that one just to survive. And we'll see if they're able to find another power play going in here.
Yeah, sneaks on in, is going to be able to find the barrier. Dropletto staggered up towards the top. Borg passing it on over. He's got access to the flip for himself. 3Z able to finish off the KO. Drops the E-boat, waiting in the enemy goal arc. Not going to be able to get the pass from Borg. Coming out of the goal arc is Frightfully Fresh. The barrier won't be found. And Borg going to be able to fall back on towards the bottom side, trying to wait aside in the steam fence. Supernova doesn't connect onto anything. 3Z finds another KO onto a full HP target, using that knockback power, but will they be able to close out this time? Another shot back away. Obscure Bread's doing a great job of clearing these, finds another pendulum swing, buying time for Dropletto, who is able to rejoin on the play. The pass on down, flip out of Obscure Bread's going to be able to save it. Eye coming in for the aggressive stance. Looking to be able to take it into the goal. 3Z waiting on the side. It's the bounce shot from Borg that sends it home, and Last Call will take a 3-0 win in game number 1.
That was an absolutely crazy game, no matter how you look at it. At Last Call, taking the W, though, is pretty nice. That was a very decisive win from them, and now we got to look at these damage numbers. This was, by the way, this was a 14-minute game. Borg had 32,000 damage, 8 KOs there on 3Z Breezy. Most in the lobby on Drakkar, which is crazy because you have all these other like high damage brawler characters. But it's Drakkar who is finding the confirms and sinking them in right there. But an absolutely massive game from Last Call. We were going into it a little bit afraid. We were like, yeah, these characters, they can deal damage, but they're a little bit squishy. And you got X, Rasmus, Zentaro on the other team. And don't get me wrong, Bozo Bunch's damage output was nothing to scoff at. They were keeping it pretty close this whole time, but really 3Z was like confirming the KOs and confirming the barriers as well, tripping up Obscure Breads a lot with how much that shotgun was off cooldown, putting in a lot of legwork that way. And I mean, Last Call just played it really well. They focused their damage on the X, they kept Dropletto locked out of all the drafts, and they made it a quick game. There was no time for anyone on Bozo Bunch to scale at all. And it just results in a really great kind of anti-counter KO comp win for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely some fair criticism to be had over the Bozo Bunch compositional choices in game number 1. Definitely didn't feel like it ended up working out for them as they were able to find some of those KOs towards set number 3. You could kind of see what was going on, but it definitely didn't seem like the kind of replicatable strategy that you're going to need to be able to win 3 sets of Omega Strikers at this level of play. So now going to be looking to see how Last Call on Atlas's Lab, their map choice, are going to be able to do to try to take this one 2-0. A chance to come back for the Bozo Bunch, but this is a favorite map of Last Call's, and it has been left up.
Yeah, and this is also a map where just about every one of the greatest games of Omega Strikers happens. Like, this is the cinema map, and Last Call, they are the cinema team. So we'll see if they'll be able to pull out a crazy win here. If they manage to get this win over Bozo Bunch this week, like, this game is so important for Bozo Bunch, and if they manage to pull it off in this fashion, that would be crazy. But we'll see. Bozo Bunch, they were red team last time. We'll see if they end up switching or not. But curious thing. So Borg got the Vice last time, and I opted for the Zentaro. But I plays a really, really mean Vice, like a really scary Vice. And I'm thinking that like that was kind of the missing piece to what Bozo Bunch were really trying to do. They only had melee. They didn't have any kind of ranged, like, big damage. And we're seeing the Deadeye start come out already with the Luna now bans. This could be, and Bozo have first pick. This could very well just be a Vice first pick that we see come out.
Absolutely could be an option here for the Bozo Bunch if they want to snag that. Like you said, in a different composition, it could be piloted by I. Instead, they're looking at that Finny. Like it's something they want to snatch up, and it will be going on over to them. So very likely going to be coming into the goal arc for Bozo Bunch as they look to start their comeback on to Atlas's lab.
Yeah, definitely interesting pick. Does deny it away from Fresh. It's going to be, once again, it's looking like a damaged game. There's the Vice coming out, though, from last call. And the Zentaro. We got the 3Z Zentaro, the Borg Vice. They've been running this kind of forward duo a fair bit. And when it works out, it definitely works out quite a bit. They're going to have a lot of damage to deal out, of course. It's already looking like it's going to be a repeat of last game, except this time it's on Lab. I'm curious what these forward picks are going to be coming out from Bozo Bunch. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the X again, but there's the Imi, makes sense, and there's the Rasmus as well. So actually, I'm thinking this is actually Finny midfield. I think this is I playing Finny.
Yeah, I could definitely see that one coming on through from the all brawler comp to the as few brawlers as possible comp for the Bozo Bunch. You know, the Rasmus counts. We'll count him, but definitely going to be looking at a little bit of a different angle. It's the Vice Zentaro for last call, looking powerful. Let's see what they want to round things out with, but that was a great duo for them last time. Oh, looking like it might be the Vice in the goal arc, though, as this Estelle is going to get snatched on up. Presumably that one's going into Borg's hands.
Yeah, more than likely. We've seen him on that pick quite a fair bit. And Estelle does damage. Like, I think at this point, it's been confirmed. Estelle is not like a classic like Vice like type brawler, but she does a fair bit of damage, especially with a Deadeye start here. This is all cards have been put on the table from both teams. This is no melee characters other than like Zentaro, Rasmus, right? But they're kind of more long range, mid range type brawlers, and they're looking to kill. Both these sides want to kill. They want to utilize that Deadeye best they can. Probably be a reverb on like 3Z and Breads. Breads might even go Deadeye on goalie Rasmus. Honestly, if you get big enough, Pendulum Swing does proc Deadeye. It's kind of crazy, but this is just going to be a repeat of last game with a few picks switched around because, I mean, now it's Bozo Bunch who are playing a little bit more range-based, and we'll see how it goes. They're going to be really careful around the ledge with that Deadeye Imi walking around.
Absolutely here. That is going to be a dangerous position to find yourself in. And yeah, I definitely think there's going to be a lot of Deadeye selections across the board here. Surprised the Estelle ends up slinking its way that far down, but high priority on the Zentaro clearly from last call to be able to pick it this early. Clearly their favorite brawler of choice currently. And going to be giving that one on over for 3Z to see if they're going to be able to find their way into a 2-0 win to kind of, get a little bit of pride back, keep all those real thin edge cases for being able to make playoffs alive in case all the other results end up falling the way that they hope. And if not, at the very least, gaining that confidence and gearing up for what their next round of play is going to look like.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Last Call's thing ends up being Bozo Bunch, like anti-Bozo Bunch, the other KO team, I mean, that could end up working out pretty well. Seems like they've been on rocky footing for kind of most of the season, like trying to just find their identity and find how they play with each other. But when you see a game like that, when everyone's kind of on the same page, it gives you some kind of picture of what this team could maybe look like going forward should they return better and stronger, which would be pretty epic. But yeah, like you said, this is going to be a more or less just all Deadeyes going around. I think kind of the character that we need to look at the most is going to be Fresh's Vice, because you're up against, honestly, like, I know I said I think it's Finny midfield, but I honestly don't know. It could be either way. This could just be Dropletto, Rasmus, or something. This is a weird team comp, but no matter what you're up against, you're Vice. You do a lot of damage. You have a lot of offense, but you're gonna fold like a paper paper towel the moment too much pressure comes up in your face, and that's sort of what we're looking at here. Is Last Call, they need to keep this thing on Bozo Bunch's side of the field all the time. They have to get KOs to get power plays to make this work. If they don't do that, they're gonna end up kind of just losing the core control here, I think.
Yeah, completely feel that here. Going to be their chance, though, to try to turn things back around. Lock-ins will come out across. It does look like it is going to be the Finny in the goal for Obscure Breads, and it is going to be Muncher piloting the Imi based on the lock-ins we're seeing here. So, bit of a change-up from what we might have expected coming on in.
Yeah, it's like Rasmus and the Zentaro, of course, both taking that reverb, everyone else going Deadeye. A lot of Siphoning one picks up. Even Borg opted for the Siphoning one to Stell here. So they're just all in on damage right now over on the side of Last Call. They do not really care all that much, but I mean, that's what they're playing for, right? They want to get the power play. They want to keep things going, keep pressure on Obscure Breads' Finny, and keep the core up in that goal arc as much as possible, where they can just continue to apply pressure against a relatively weak kind of close-range defense from Bozo Bunch.
There's going to be the open goal found by Last Call. Already has been achieved for Bozo Bunch, and Frightfully Fresh is just trying to chase down a core that he can't catch up to. It's going to be the Bozo Bunch walking away with the first score of the game. Getting off onto the right foot here, dropping some of those emotes, and going to be looking at this second kickoff to see if Last Call are going to be able to find their footing a little bit more. Nice move by Frightfully Fresh, coming out of the goal arc immediately with that teleport and going to be able to get them the first goal barrier done already.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we like to see out of Vice goalie, big offensive plays, pushing up like that. And now Coreflip's getting burnt here from Breads. There's a lot of damage coming out here as well. Threezy just focusing him down, trying to keep this Finny. And look, standing on the barrier to keep Breads away from the barrier, saying, hey, if you come over here, I'm going to KO you. So you got to stay away from that. Unfortunately, the core wasn't quite able to get there in time. Last Call will be able to convert it back over, though, to bring it down here. And there's the KO.
Really nice stuff there. They will be able to get the power play. Ooh, nice save coming through from Muncher, but will it end up being enough? Is the power play still going strong? Borg tries to pass it down to Threezy, not going to be able to find it with the rush. Cleared back out by Muncher, and a good hold from Bozo Bunch to be able to hold on to this point. Still, though, not out of the woods just yet, as they are just back onto even footing. Greasy going to get staggered, sent on down towards the bottom, going to be able to return some damage back over towards Muncher. Borg trying to finish the job, goes in with the Rose Warp, not going to be able to find the piercing shot. Here's Frightfully Fresh channeling the Supernova, not going to be able to force that through out of the goal either. Borg passing it back over at midfield, Breezy waiting for the receipt with the triple take, going to be able to interrupt it and disrupt any aggression coming through from Last Call. Bozo Bunch finding it back in there with the strike shot, still not going to be able to get it quite through. There's the flip coming through from Borg, and just sends it on past two. A score for Last Call.
Keeping up really nice. Some nice passing plays coming out from Fresh and Borg. Keep it on the defense. Rasmus is still a little bit too small. Doesn't have any size to really take up that much space with like the whiplash and stuff to cut those off properly without the assistance of I. And when I is off doing other things, there's a lot of good clears that Fresh and Borg can kind of be able to make, which is good because they don't really have any way of stopping Dropletto from just walking up and blowing abilities given the chance, right? But they do have a power play working with them right now. Dropletto is also looking really low, but a nice pendulum swing actually sees Bozo Bunch open up Last Call's side of the board first.
Yeah, very nicely done by the Bozo Bunch as they look to try to find another scoring opportunity for them, but Dropletto is staggered and forced back away. Threezy finding some nice damage onto Obscure Breads as well. They need to be able to join forces to be able to use this damage composition to its fullest potential. So far, have kind of been on separate pages for this point at the very least. Threezy taken very low here, getting hit by all ticks of the triple take, sent back away by the glitch pop, and nearly going to be taken out. Will be able to steal away an orb during that time. Nice piercing shot from Borg. Going to be able to send it right where they need it, into that goal barrier, and equalize the open goals for both teams. Coming in off the center, Borg setting up for a passing play over towards Threezy, but it's just a Muncher coming in on the bottom, sneaking it around Frightfully Fresh and finding the goal for the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, some nice positioning there from Bozo Bunch, from I. And, I mean, there's a big kind of midfield thing going on right here with the Stell and Imi, both very classic midfielders who do similar things, right? And, almost actually found the score off of that. But big pressure now coming out from the side of Bozo Bunch. Actually sees them take the set, but yeah, they do similar things, but I a little bit more experienced in the role than Borg, right? And so when we see a bit more of these kind of advanced kind of positioning things of just like knowing where to be, a lot of midfield is not theory. It's more just like based on the feel of it. I is going to come up in a better position a lot more often, I think, than Borg in some of those just guessing games.
Yeah, some nice moves from I there to be able to get it into the right spot and find the goals that Bozo Bunch needed. So now we get on into the draft here, and some interesting selections coming across. It will be the Unstoppable going over to the Vice, the prize fighter here. So they are still focused on these KOs.
Oh, absolutely. Good deny there from Borg as well, picking up that Reptile Remedy. Going to help to stay alive quite a lot as well, dealing with the Finny cards and the glitch pops. And look at damage onto I right now. They just dumped abilities onto him, and now he's got to stay so far back to just like not die. Left kind of drop Leto over there alone to try and get this offense going, but I guess coming back at the right time here as Drop Leto was able to get the barriers and the point going over to Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, they're getting the good initial damage, but they're not quite able to finish off the job, and in the absence of that, they are not able to do much in the way of core control or being able to actually stop their barriers and the goals from coming on through. Frightfully Fresh, not the most mobile of goalies, and once those cooldowns are out, going to have a lot of difficulty actually being able to keep up the defense. First barrier will fall for each side. Or going to have to dodge away from that big finish. Frightfully Fresh going to try to clear it back on out, but a flip out of Muncher going to be able to find their way on towards the barrier. Drop Leto pushing for a second shot, a third even. Won't be able to get it past, though. Supernova channeled inside the goal arc. There's going to be another shot, another save, and Muncher still going for more, using that sentry to its fullest. Frightfully Fresh doing a good job of holding for the time being, but needs to be able to find an effective clear. Needs 3Z Breezy and Borg to be able to take control for a little while and give an opportunity, but the aggression is just unrelenting, and finally, Drop Leto will be able to send it into the goal.
Yeah, a bit of a tough spot here for last call. I think some of the things we were saying at the beginning, where when the pressure is on, once there's no cooldowns on that Vice, it becomes very difficult to defend. I mean, a little bit overcommitment there from Fresh, gets taken out by the core flip and the double barrier just to boot. This might just be the set going over to Bozo Bunch here. The flip from I is going to first, oh yeah, and Drop Leto.
Wow, what a stuff there from Drop
Really
Leto.
close,
I mean,
man.
that was dominance from the Bozo Bunch in set number 2, especially on that last point. Just everything that could go wrong does go wrong. And they come into the draft in an advantage state yet again. Going to need a reverse sweep on a last call on their home map to be able to come up with the win now.
Yeah, this is looking really tough. Some nice awakenings here as well. It's going to be a team player just going over to Bread saying, we're just going to clear this out really quick. Borg having to go for some stagger. Once again, just trying to deny it away. And also denies the size away from Drop Leto, which is pretty big. Heavy impacts on the Vice is nice, but will still make its way to Drop Leto. Perfect form on I as well. Not a lot for 3Z. Opts to go for the Twin Drive over the dash range here. Doesn't actually have any, so a bit of an interesting pickup there for Zentaro, but we'll see how it pans out. It's a pretty nice draft from Bozo Bunch, and last call feeling a little bit lost right now. They're not able to get the KOs that I think that they were hoping to, and they're really just kind of losing a lot to core control, and unfortunately a bit of our fears at the beginning where once they get too close, Fresh doesn't have the cooldowns. I mean, you have Supernova, that's really your only like anti-stuffing tool. Thunderstruck and Power Chord are not good at close range. Things just kind of fall apart for last call.
Yeah, 3Z Breezy did get a KO there, so starting to stack on up that prize fighter. Maybe hoping for a little bit more snowballing opportunities here. Muncher coming into position, nearly finding the shot, and the follow-up will be able to do it. Solo goal to Muncher. Drop Leto coming in for the emotional support, but all of it's done by the IME there.
Yeah, I mean, I was just putting in a lot of work, and with Catalyst perfect form as well, there's a lot of flexibility on this IME. A glitch pop to get double barriers as well is a pretty nice way to start off the set. Of course, Sport will be able to trade up one here as 3Z just looking to dump damage on I. Try and keep him out of the game as long as possible. Core flip into the ultimate will find the KO here as well. As last call maybe have a chance. They do burn the core flip off of Breads. If they can capitalize on this power play here, they might be able to get something, but we'll see if they're able to get. So far, the stalling has been really well from Bozo Bunch.
Yep, that is Thrall prize fighter stacks onto 3Z off that KO as well, so a little bit of something to hope for again, but really has been difficult for Last Call to be able to close on out these KOs. Borg taking control out of the bottom, trying to keep this aggression going. Won't be able to do so. Dropletto looking for a shot. And frightfully, Fresh cannot get into position in time. It is 2-0 Bozo Bunch, and they are 1 goal away from forcing us to a game number 3.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like that angle. Bozo Bunch, I'm just performing really dominantly here, just not really even trying to do the KO thing that they were doing last time, just playing around the fact that Last Call have damage and just taking barriers and keeping up the offense regardless here. As they've gotten 1 barrier and a lot of damage onto I, though. We'll have to stay alive. There's the Thunderstruck coming out from Fresh and the ult from Threezy to hold him in place. There's a power play here once again from Last Call, but they haven't been able to do too much on those power plays, unfortunately. Dropletto and Bread's just been stalling it out so long. And look, I mean, Dropletto's just holding it up on Last Call's side of the field during that.
Yeah, it's open goal, it's power play, and you've got a barrier left. You've got to be able to close out the points in these kinds of advantage scenarios, and Last Call have not been able to do that in this game number 2 so far. Now Threezy finding himself staggered, just trying to keep the damage onto Obscure Breads. There's KO, double KO found for Bozo Bunch, and frightfully Fresh is in a 1 versus 3 situation, trying to hold out of the game. The ace for Dropletto, and Bozo Bunch will close it out. Game number 3 coming right up.
Well, I know I just said that Bozo Bunch wasn't really trying to play around damage, but that isn't to say that they didn't have it. Because I mean, when they felt like dumping abilities, they quite literally just dumped all their abilities and got an ace. I mean, what a way to end game 2. After getting 3-0'd in game 1 to 3-0 in return and end with an ace is a power statement from Bozo Bunch. They said, we can do what you can do, and we can do it better. But we'll see. It is going over to a game 3. Bit of a scary situation, though, for Last Call to be kind of put in this scenario. Their plan did not work out the way that they wanted to. They got 1 goal that entire game, which is really unfortunate, and only 5 KOs.
Yeah.
Which is not what you want to see. And a Fresh to 10,000 damage on Vice. That's the lowest in the lobby. That's crazy.
Yeah. Averaging fewer than 2 KOs a set on the damage comp. Not what you're going to be hoping for at all. And yeah, Last Call definitely not able to put the pieces together here on a map that we were really hyped for them on. So we will be going to the Decider. We will be going to Tycho Temple to find out who's going to take the win here. Bozo Bunch really in a need-to-win position still. You know, we've been talking a lot about Last Call and them trying to redeem themselves from what's been a pretty down season overall, but the Bozo Bunch are not out of playoffs contention. They're not even close to out of playoffs contention. They're tied for 6th with Showtime and with Ares Kitten Club right now. They need these wins. They need to be able to take games in Week 8 and Week 9 to be able to move themselves up in the standings and lock in that top 6 position.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. And they were definitely hoping that game 1 was going to go differently on their map pick, but they did redeem it here in game 2. So going over to Tycho Temple, this is another like volatile, potentially kill map. The drums do a lot. Rasmus is something to keep in mind because the center will act like kind of a KO, almost Imy's app center. If you're staggered, it'll just bounce you right off. So this is another map where we could just see someone go for the KOs, but we see that Bozo Bunch in that last game. They didn't really need that. They didn't rely on that at all, and they ended up just winning by playing better. So I think the angle here is Last Call have been needing the KOs to do a lot of anything, and Bozo Bunch don't. So if Last Call run another KO comp here, and they can't get the KOs, they might be donezo. I'm curious to see what the picks will end up being. The Starting Awakenings, of course. This Vice has been contested all series. But you have the Now, you have the Luna. Those kind of things that will take priority. I imagine it's just be another Now ban from Last Call. You can't let I have that. But we'll see if the Vice ends up switching around or coming through. We haven't seen Fresh's Asher all series, and it's another perfect form rapid fire start as well, which is crazy. So I'm wondering if this is where the Asher comes out.
Could be. They're going to ban away the Now to start things off and see what Bozo Bunch want to respond with. The Mako pretty much completely off people's radars, it seems like, but See if we might end up seeing a visit from that old favorite. Now that they're dropping off the ban list. And they might be hearing you, Lego Mage. They're going to look to ban away the Asher.
Yeah, I mean, Asher is very strong on this map in both the forward and goalie roles. And after seeing kind of how that last game went down, if your last call, I think you just want a melee goalie on this map. Like, you just want a lockdown Atlas, Asher, something like that. Just hold the defense, because the Vice did not work in a situation where it probably should have. But we're going to see the Finny come out once again, which is not what I was expecting at all. Because that's a goalie Finny. That's fresh on goalie Finny. They're trying the same thing again.
Yeah, I mean, they've clearly have some confidence in it from how it's gone in scrims and stuff, and feel like they want to double down on it here. You do respect that to some degree. You don't want to throw out whatever you've practiced and whatever you've prepped just because a game goes wrong, especially when you were able to take game number 1 off that exact same prep. But definitely going to need to see a little bit of a mental reset here after what definitely looked like a tilting game number 2. It definitely felt like a little bit of panic set in. Things were not going the way that they were supposed to, and perhaps some confidence lost towards the very end. So definitely want to see that reset out of last call here in game number 3 and get ourselves a competitive round 3.
Yeah, this Asher ban's actually like really good. This has kind of messed up last call's drafting a lot, because they wanted the Finny. It's been contested this whole series, but the Vice now is on I, which is terrifying, because I is terrifying. And the Drakkar pickup here, once again, Drakkar, a very popular lizard, it seems. Finny, like Drakkar, Rasmus, Zen, and Vice have been like favorites for these two teams this round. This does mean last call get the 3Z Zentaro with the perfect form, which is a really nice pickup. And there's Borg on the IME. So this is Bite Breakers lore, but it once again, a damage team, a perfect form rapid fire team, where they're looking to find the KOs. They need to kill the Vice. They need to kill the Drakkar. Is this Vice goalie? No, it's Drakkar goalie. Yeah, it's Drakkar goalie. Bread's Drakkar goalie, and Dropletto on X. This is a massive throwback. This is crazy. This is going to be game 1 again. Someone is going to sweep this game. I don't know who, but someone's sweeping this game.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a very old throwback in the Drakkar goalie, and it's a very short throwback in back to game number 1. Yeah. We've got the exact same awakenings. So this is going to be an exciting one to check on out. I mean, the X coming out across definitely means it's going to be a high damage composition for the Bozo Bunch, something that did not suit them well in game number 1. So we'll have to see how last call are going to be able to do. Like you said, feels like their draft got a little thrown off here. They did snap up the Finny. Now with that Zentaro and Aimi, see if they're going to be able to make the most out of it and be able to utilize that ranged goalie, utilize the flexibility it offers, and get something good with this Zentaro-Aimi duo to be able to make their offense kind of click a little bit better than it did in game number 2, where it really seemed like all they could do was dump all their abilities on a target and hope that they got KO'd, and the majority of the time they did not.
Yeah, I think a big thing to note here is so game 1, the last call 1, their game plan was kill X, and it worked very well. But they had Vice Drakkar that time. This time they don't. Bozo Bunch have that. Now you have Zentaro Aimi. Vice and Drakkar, you can very easily, especially with the awakenings they had, Borg had a crazy build with the cooldown Vice. You can literally just kind of primary in the general direction and secondary in the general direction with Vice of X, and more than likely you'll deal damage. Zentaro and Aimi are kind of harder to land their hits. It's a little bit more precise where you have to be. Things like Glitch Pop do not move as fast as Power Chord. It's not as reliable for just dealing damage, and you want it more for core control and stuff anyway. So just being able to throw damage onto the X might be a little bit more difficult than they found it to be in game 1. And now, I mean, I is going to be able to kind of throw that damage right back.
See how they're going to be able to play it here. Pressure forward on towards the barriers. The first one going to end up falling down. There's going to be Dropletto able to return fire, find one for themselves. Obscure Bread's coming out of the goal arc to be able to help on out with the lock-in loads wherever appropriate. Nearly a triple stun out of Muncher, going to force the triple elusive. And you know what? I'll say that that's victory in and of itself. Great use of the Thunderstruck already to kick things off. Dropletto going to find himself staggered. Borg already in that state. Another use of a quick supernova, just going to keep folks low. Dropletto sent up towards the top corner. Hit by the triple take, now just trying to turn it back around on a Frightfully Fresh. We'll be able to take him down. And that's going to be a 3 versus 2 power play. Open goals for both sides, but a big chance for Bozo Bunch to close out game. We're getting real far ahead of ourselves. Close out the first goal of game number 3.
Yeah, I think we're already seeing it. Dropletto was staggered up in Last Call's goal arc for a good while there, and then ended up getting the reverse KO onto Fresh. And Borg landed a glitch pop, but the angle that he threw it at was not favorable and ended up just knocking Dropletto at the wall instead of at the goal. And it's like, these are the kind of things, right? If Borg was on Vice, he probably would have gotten the KO there. If 3Z was on Drek, you just walk up and shotgun him. You don't have to get this like goofy angle with like the glitch pop and stuff. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult to find the confirmed kills, and it's definitely like hurting them a little bit.
Now, speaking of some easy execution, Dropletto just punches into 2 barriers right after the other, rebounds off himself, gets the second. Nice double barrier there for Dropletto. The Bozo Bunch looking to take a second here in an advantage state. There's going to be a KO out of Dropletto, though. Nicely done by 3Z Breezy to lock him down and take him out. Obscurebread's holding on at midfield, keeping out of the goal arc, trying to prevent the core from even crossing that center field line. Muncher helping on out in the goal as well, as Dropletto does come back with the respawn. Good save from Obscurebread, catching it with the energy burst and sent back on up. Rightfully Fresh still holding down the defense, though, and the clear has not been effective enough to actually give a chance for the offense to make any kind of play. Dropletto still just getting bullied on this X, doing his best to fight back. Goes into the Maximus, brawling with 3Z Breezy here, but coming out on the losing side. Muncher going to be able to help on out, but 3Z Breezy able to get the job done either way. It's a power play now for Last Call as they find their second barrier. Look to tie things up. Muncher able to clear things back on out using the Thunderstruck, but Obscurebreads still clearing away 3Z Breezy, waiting for the pass on through. The Sentry Turret helps out, but still not able to convert into the goal. Borg waiting in, goes in for the energy burst, doesn't find the core, but does stun back away multiple members. Rightfully Fresh sending it back on through to midfield, but Obscurebread's going to be able to clear it back up, back towards I.
Yeah, now Borg taken off the map here. It's the power play for the Bozo Bunch, which is the last thing you want to see as Last Call right now. A nice strike from Dropletto, able to yoink it away from 3Z Breezy, but all that pressure that Last Call had on Bozo's side of the field, but Breads was reading Borg like a book. Borg went for the pass to the top, and the plan was to cyber swipes up and then catch it with the core on the rebound. But Dropletto, like, the cyber swipes didn't go quite as far, I think, as he expected, and Breads saw the flip up and just passed the core down in like such a way that it was out of range of the flip, just to like bait it out, and then it cleared it out of there. So it's like really nice awareness from Breads that is kind of just keeping this whole mix-up thing from happening. Of course, it doesn't work when Breads gets knocked a mile away, but regardless, Last Call on the board.
Yeah, Last Call finding themselves an opportunity there and maybe showing a little bit about what they need to do. They do need to be able to take somebody out of the play, be able to get it back into their favor. Good damage coming out across from that Supernova to try to clear things back on out. And there's going to be 3Z Breezy already stunned up, already staggered. They only get 1 barrier to show for it. Molten Bolt comes out, going to be slowing up Borg for a little while as Dropletto looking around for these bell ringers, trying to scale into the game and get the chance to be able to do a little bit more. Holding out of this barrier has been very good for Obscurebreads on the Lizard. And Dropletto dribbling it down towards the bottom. KO found onto his teammate in the meanwhile. Flip comes on across, somehow still finding a barrier thanks to those drums, but not going to be enough to be able to find the goal. Coming in for the second one, not going to be able to get it there either. 3Z Breezy going on the aggressive on the other side. Dropletto pops the Maximus, trying to clear out on the other team. Will be able to come in for the aggression now. There's going to be a big finish trying to push it back away, but Muncher already waiting to receive. Obscurebread sends it down towards the bottom, trying to use the Molten Bolt to help out the team. KO, though, found by 3Z, and it's another power play available for Last Call, trying to close out the point yet again.
See, they're able to capitalize on this one. They got the Firewall Sentry out, and Fresh up in the midfield, trying to apply some pressure. There's the secondary core flip from 3Z, dash in. Gets a double KO from Borg. Dropletto, though, able to find a kill in return. It's a 1v2, and the barrier is still up. It survived the flip. It will go down here, though. And now it's up to Fresh and Borg to try and find the point. There's a glitch pop. Dropletto thought it was going to the bottom side, but a nice mix-up from Borg. We'll see Last Call tie it up. Both teams on set point. This is a very important first set. I mean, how many characters in this game, like, desperately want heavy impacts, you know?
Quite a few, and I mean, you could take the man off the brawler, but you can't take the brawler out of the man. Borg coming up there with the double KO into the scoring. Really nicely done by him. And now trying to come back into it are the Bozo Bunch. A quick double barrier found for them. Dropletto just falls on back, trying to get back some health, get back some cooldowns, and get ready to reset for it yet again. Nice pass, rather, coming on through from Obscure Breads, getting into Dropletto's hands. The pass on forward, and Dropletto finds a KO and a score all in one. Nice pass coming through from Muncher. The setup for that one. Bozo Bunch take the first set.
Really nice X Maximus there, and Dropletto is the last person you want to see on top of this board right now. There are some big awakenings right now. Rampage is immediately, my eye is drawn there. Catalyst is here as well, though. And there's a heavy impact we mentioned earlier. If one of Borg or Fresh is probably going to take that, or it could be a bit scary. It will be Catalyst going over to Dropletto, though, which is just a really big pickup in general. Prime time here on the Finny. Explosive Entrance going to be denied away from Threezy, who will settle for the heavy impacts instead. No complaints there. Peak performance pickup here from Borg to stay alive a bit, and Twin Drive going over to I. Some pretty nice pickups here from both sides. There was a lot of stuff on that board, a pretty stacked draft. But that Catalyst on Dropletto is going to be pretty big. I mean, he's been getting hit a lot. Look how much energy he's already gained just from getting hit. He's already almost got a core flip just because Last Call been beating him up. The Bouncer's going to send him around the world, though. So all that energy will be wasted here as Last Call, though. Their goal is open. You're going to have to find a way to solve this puzzle during the power play here.
Yeah, the whole while, I mean, Muncher was just walking around, taking barriers, getting nice ricochets off the drums, and getting business done. Going to be able to come on up with the open goal here, but will they be able to convert now that both teams are back at full strength? There's going to be the stagger found on towards Muncher. He's going to have to fall back now as Threezy Breezy waiting right in his face with the slice of dice, blinks right over him, sent back over towards the defensive side. And now going to be a chance to come on through. Dropletto just waiting there. And it's going to be another power chord from Muncher to close on out the point.
Yeah, Bozo Bunch staying on the roll right here. I mean, Dropletto died, lost all the energy, and already almost has a core flip back as well. Like, there it is. It becomes very difficult to execute the plan of kill Dropletto when Dropletto gets rewarded for trying to be killed, right? And we're seeing it still. Muncher's just taking down these barriers, like, systematically almost. Another open goal for the side of Last Call, and they're just taking a lot of damage. Those stagger bars are getting burnt down, and Borg had to burn the flip just to, like, clear it out of there right now, but they're looking to maybe get some kind of reward, but so far, the defenses from Bozo, they're just holding strong.
Yeah, Obscure Bread's missing a strike there. Lets one get on through, but otherwise has been pretty clean across the board, preventing any of these from going into the wrong hands and from taking down any of these barriers. Supernova comes out of Muncher, not going to be able to find its way on towards the targets, and Dropletto and Threezy exchanging blows. Frightfully Fresh finishes the job and will secure a power play for Last Call, and now without having to deal with the X constantly in their face, will they be able to find anything? They're going to have to snag that shot from Obscure Breads out of the air, but with a FIP available for Threezy Breezy, this is their chance to close things out. They dash forward, they find the KO and the score, and Threezy Breezy will tie things up here in set number 2.
A nice overlay of abilities going on there. The cyber swipes on top of the core flip, and then the dash from Threezy to confirm it. It's what you want to get out of a power play like that where you can. And Last Call, that's what they need. And a lot of damage onto I right now. Big KO from Borg. Immediately recognized what was happening and found that. And with the offense already going, they no longer have that problem of getting the power play with the cores on their side of the field, so they might be able to make something happen there. There's a double KO from Threezy, taking Breads off the map. It could be Dropletto going next as flips are up for Last Call, and the pressure is on right now. Firewall's entry coming out, the second barrier going down now, and Threezy is hunting for this kill, and there it is.
Nicely done. Another power play secured for Last Call. See if they can cycle this one back and take the lead, and they can! The bounce off the drum. Nice pass set up there by Frightfully Fresh, and Threezy Breezy will be able to send it home. 2-1 now, Last Call, as they look to get themselves into position to tie this up at one set apiece. We wanted a close game number 3. We're on good pace to get one.
Yeah, almost a combination of the first 2 games kind of come together. Both teams have reached the pinnacle of their evolution right now, and Dropletto and Threezy both taking a lot of damage here. Bread's able to find the shotgun to confirm the KOs as Bozo Bunch's power play to work with. The Molten Bolt securing 1 goal here. Ida Dropletto into the mini Supernova, finding another one as well, and a nice strike war from Dropletto. Fresh not quite able to save that one with the Finny ult, and will be Bozo Bunch tying it up now on set point.
That was clean from Muncher. The quick tap of the Supernova, getting the core right where it needs to go, and taking us to point number 5. Will we be able to find it for a close best of 3 going forwards, or will it be already match point for the Bozo Bunch? Plenty left to play for. 3Z Breezy going to be able to find one of those barriers, helped out by Borg's Sentry Turret. Cyber Swipe with the big damage there. Some assistance out of Frightfully Fresh as well. Flip comes on across. What a stuff there. But the KO's already been found by 3Z, and the health bars aren't looking too good across the rest of the board. 3Z Breezy in his dream state right now, able to find plenty of damage, 1 KO, and soon to be the goal. Last call, tie things up 1-1.
Big set for last call. Now they're going to be getting these first picks. 3Z Breezy, the MVP here. Zentaro is already off to a really great start with Heavy Impact's perfect form. Unfortunately, there's no Dash Awakening to help out. There's not really like a lot of Zentaro stuff here other than maybe Stinger, Reptile Remedy. Could also be a really nice pickup just to stay alive. It looks like it might be a waiting angle here. Happy Star will go over to Obscure Breads, forced to deny that against the IME. Do not want to see that extra special IME turret coming out all the time. Big Fish and Reptile will go over to last call, which are huge pickups for their survivability. They're going to get the Stinger on Fresh as well, which is really big. Deadeye will make its way down to I, though, which is kind of scary. This Vice able to dish out a lot of damage, but a lot more survivability with those Stagger Awakenings for last call. So they're hoping to just kind of continue playing what they're playing, but while getting killed less.
It's going to be the hope. There's going to be barriers taken on down, and Dropletto looking for a little extra here. Not going to be able to pursue too much more. 3Z Breezy holding on, but to get forced back away. Muncher coming in for the top side. There's going to be the Supernova, or rather the Thunderstruck. Not going to be able to set up for the goal quite yet. Another shot taken on down towards the bottom. Bounce off the drum. Dropletto takes one more shot. Can't find it there. And Big Finish going to clear it out and take a barrier while it's at it. Borg going to be able to come on forward. There's going to be the Thunderstruck catching it out of Muncher. Muncher trying to make this play 1 versus 2. Takes another shot. Borg going to be able to clear it out, but Muncher on the rebound. Dropletto passing it back up, and it will be a goal for the Bozo Bunch.
And Bozo Bunch still just looking good, but energy's coming up all around. It's almost dead even here, so we're going to have some flips to work with. Immediate Molten Molt off of kickoff just to slow down 3Z, try and get something going here, but the damage already coming out. Core flip from Dropletto. He's going to find the KO. Borg looking to find one in return potentially, but Dropletto will be able to run away, kind of recover here, but they got to weather this power play right now. Fresh and Borg just looking to hold it down right now, buy as much time as possible. As 3Z will be back online, but Dropletto is now on the menu. 3Z Breezy is looking hungry right now. Core flip coming out from I. Dropletto goes down, and the barrier will stand up, but now Fresh got to be able to clear this one out. And now the power play can start for last call.
Yeah, last call going to try to equalize here, keep this game close while the X is still down, but going to be up in 2 seconds. They've only been able to find one barrier, and Muncher and Obscure Breads able to hold on. Muncher going to be very low on stagger, though. Might as well be a 3 versus 2 for the time being until those cooldowns come back on up. 3Z Breezy going to get sent back away and taken down. Unlucky on the bounces off the drums. Will be out for 10 seconds. Let's see what they can do with this one. The blink forward from Muncher channels the Supernova, not able to send the core where they need it to go. Dropletto waiting on the other side. Getting those bell ringers on across. Obscure Bread's able to keep up the defense onto the barrier, but I spoke too soon. Will bounce right on back and end up falling down. Goal is now open. Borg setting up with the Sentry Turret. Pushes it through the goal and ties things up at 1-1.
Nice sentry there from Borg. That's why they didn't want extra special to show up. Those sentries can be pretty devastating, but I mean, still, when last call is able to have the power play, they're able to do a lot more now, it seems. And Dropletto is just taking so much damage. The Stinger from Fresh, every time that secondary comes out, that's an 8-second cooldown, by the way, not accounting for perfect form. It comes out pretty often, and it's going to be just doing constant damage to this X. And now it's actually I who's pretty low looking without a midfielder. It could be really rough here for Bozo Bunches. 3Z looking for the KO. There it is. Now Borg looking to set this one up to bring down this final barrier.
Very nicely done. They're going to be able to take the second barrier as well. Borg is pushing for more and will be able to find the goal. 2-1 here. Borg on set point now. A chance to put last call back in the lead after a disappointing showing in game number 2. Looking like they still have what it takes to potentially take this series.
Yeah, it'd be a pretty crazy loss for Bozo Bunch right now if they were to lose here, but they still got plenty of fight left in them, and they have a chance to take this set back as well. Both barriers down here. Core flip from Dropletto. Shot to the top. It's going to be good. Through all three, plus the glitch pop. Just not quite enough hitboxes coming out from last call, but that's a really tough one to save that close up. You can see Bozo Bunch tying it up now. 1-1, 2-2, as this game is just going to be neck and neck. And once again, these drafts are going to be really volatile. There's still some really great stuff left in the draft pool. And Dropletto hasn't even scaled like that much yet, and that's with Perfect Form plus Catalyst. This X has so much potential to get scary.
And it's a game of inches with so much on the line here for the Bozo Bunch. Recall, they are at 3-4. They are in a three-way tie right now towards the bottom of the playoffs berth. They need to get these wins. They need to move up in the standings to keep control over their future and their lives in the North American Strikers League. So far, they are struggling in this game at number 3, neck and neck yet again. Last call looking back to game number 1 form. Will they be able to hold on? Dropletto sent across the entire map, KO'd into the goal, and a power play available for last call as they look to take the lead in game number 3. The sentry turret from Borg pushing for more into the goal. 3Z Breezy waiting onto the bottom side. Obscure Breads trying to clear things back out, does have access to that core flip. Flip comes through from Borg, sent on in, and Obscure Breads can't save it. 3Z Breezy pushes it forward. And it is 3-2 win for last call. They are going to take the set advantage.
Big crazy point there, and here are some really crazy awakenings as well. You got Might of the Colossus, you got 1-2 Punch, you got Prize Fighter, Bulk Up, all these big name things, but 1-2 Punch and Might, Dropletto has his pick. Actually going to go for the Ad Rush though, which it's both a deny and just a good pick in general. 1-2 Punch will manage to fall to I, which is actually very terrifying. Bulk Up here on Borg. Missile Prop on the Finny, and Prize Fighter on the Zentaro. Arrows on the Trek. Almost everyone getting something really good. Kind of surprised that Big Guy didn't get taken. But Dropletto opted for the Ad Rush instead, saying, hey, if we ever get a power play, we're going to score on that power play. Making it kind of dangerous for, last call. They've been trying to focus a little bit more on surviving. But if they ever falter in that quest, it will be rough. That being said, they have a lot more damage to work with now.
And I think that was the Sudobu Strikers emote I just saw out of Obscure Breads, giving a little heads up to his former teammate 3Z Breezy there in a close game number 3 situation where he needs to come out on top. Muncher going to be able to find the first of the barriers there. Obscure Breads taken incredibly low as 3Z Breezy looking to say hi in a little bit more personal of a way, trying to take him out. Still hanging on for the time being. They will lose a barrier in the exchange. Borg pushing for more towards this second barrier. Cyber Swipe sends Obscure Breads away. The KO's found by Frightfully Fresh, and a chance to score not going to be able to be found. Dropletto able to clear things back away for now, but they're not out of the woods yet. 3Z Breezy on the inside in the power play. Borg takes it home, and 1 of 3 down for Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, Breads going down is obviously a massive deal for Bozo Bunch here. Not having a goalie like that, especially against, Ivy and Zentaro, who are able to kind of move the core around a fair bit, is incredibly difficult. Not a lot that Dropletto can do to help on the defense there. So it's really on them to kind of just not get into that situation. The best way to do that is to keep the core on last call's side of the field, where you're not getting hit by incidental abilities, kind of like that. Losing a core flip as well on I is really bad for the side of Bozo Bunch. His last call look to capitalize on this power play.
Chances starting to crumble here for the Bozo Bunch. They have the open goal, but they are losing their barriers and down a member. Trying to return damage on a 3Z Breezy, but he is just tanking through it all. Core flip blocked away by Obscure Breads. Back at full strength now. They do have their X in the middle of enemy territory. He's going to get staggered. Taken back away. 3Z Breezy with the core flip available. Muncher trying to take the fate into his own hands and move it back over towards the other side. Molten Bolt going to get into position. Obscure Breads fighting for it at midfield. Gets it into Muncher's hands. Muncher with the self-pass. Still not quite able to send it home, but not out of it yet. Obscure Breads going to be able to try to find a clear back out. It goes into Dropletto. Bellringer nearly sends it through, but Frightfully Fresh going to be able to keep up the defense. Coming through the drums, and Dropletto doesn't even need to touch it. It's Muncher off the ricochet, finding the point.
Some big work coming in from Muncher there. They also went for the they sent it to the top side of that goal there because there was actually a Vice like secondary thing there, and since they have Twin Drive, they did it twice, right? But the second one disappeared like right before they could teleport back to it, so they kind of sent it at fresh, hoping to teleport up and strike for it, but it disappeared at unfortunately the wrong moment. It got done in the end though, which is what matters. But just some interesting things to point out. There's a lot you can do with the kind of the Twin Drive Vice.
Oh, nice save there by Frightfully Fresh. Going to be able to stop that second barrier from falling on down. KO found on a bunch of obscure breads. Can't get back to it. And Last Call take themselves to game and match point up against the Bozo Bunch. A chance to claim themselves their second win in Nassel Season 4.
Yeah, they're storming the keep right now with this Bite Breakers team. Not something I would have expected to work as well as it is in this situation, but they are keeping it up. They are keeping the pressure on Dropletto and just not letting this guy touch the core as much as possible. And now, with both barriers down once again, Borg at 3Z are looking to set something up. Fresh is also pushing up here. A nice dribble from Borg at 3Z, just trying to stay alive, and a bounce off the top, the glitch pop. It's good. Last Call take the series.
Whiplash hitting Bozo Bunch there at the very end, as bounces back and forth between the drums into the glitch pop, leaves him dizzy, and Last Call will come on up with the win, 2-1 over Bozo Bunch.
That's an absolutely crazy victory from a crazy series coming out from Last Call. 42,000 damage and 5 KOs on Dropletto, but 3Z had 11 KOs that game. 99 saves on Fresh as well, and it's 20 KOs in total from the side of Last Call. Lots of redirects all around, but the Bite Breakers is real. Bite Breakers on perfect form start is definitely a real thing, I guess. But we saw them dominate game 1 with the Finny goalie. We saw them struggle in game 2 when they weren't able to kind of commit to this KO comp, kill comp thing that they were doing. But then game 3, they got it together. They got the pick that they wanted. They put the pressure on Dropletto that they needed to. They did not allow the X to scale as much as possible. They dealt with the Vice by literally just picking up Stagger Awakenings and surviving. And then they managed to get enough damage to consistently get KOs. And it all worked out for them in the end.
Yeah, really great showing here for a team that is very close to down and out, but showing that they still have some fight left in them here. Will move themselves definitely out of last place territory with that win. And, you know, if some crazy stuff happens, if some exactly perfect results hit, still a chance to see Last Call in playoffs as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's very unlikely, but it is possible. But this leaves the unfortunate situation for Bozo Bunch. Their playoff situation was a little bit shaky to begin with, and losing this game, it's also not particularly great. It may be a little bit out of their control. They definitely need to win their next series. But even then, it might not. It's still kind of up in the air whether they're going to make it or not. It depends a lot on how other teams pan out. So definitely left in a bit of a difficult situation here. But a really big upset from Last Call to kind of make this happen. Really shaking things up.
Yeah, absolutely here. I mean, Bozo Bunch definitely got to be Cosmic Calamities fans now, or sorry, Bang Bang fans now, as they need Cosmic Calamities to lose there, and then they can beat them in week 9 to try to move up over them. And then definitely just got to root up against Showtime and Era's Kitten Club as much as you can as well. Maybe hope that Lob City gets some upsets in there to try to give them a chance to be able to move up the standings as well. Don't get it twisted. Bozo Bunch still a much better chance of making playoffs than Last Call here. But, definitely was a lose and certainly mathematically eliminated situation for Last Call today. And definitely not a game you wanted to lose, not a match you wanted to lose as Bozo Bunch. It really lowers your chances of being able to make it by a whole lot. There's quite a few teams above you now, 7 of them to be precise. And you're going to hope at least 2 of them slip on down for you to be able to move up and get into that crucial playoff slot.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit rough for Last Call, but I believe that is all from us right now.
Oh yeah.
we've got some other series coming up, though. EKC versus Lob City and Bang Bang versus Cosmic Calamities. Things you're not going to want to miss, as the outcomes of those may, all three of those, EKC, Bang Bang, and not Lob City, Cosmic Calamities, all teams that their results can be important for the playoffs as well here, however these shake up. So you definitely want to stick around from that, but that's going to be all from us. So we'll be cutting it to a bit of a break. You got anything else to say, Gordo?
No, fun couple of series we got here, Lego Mage. Always happy to join you, and I'll see you guys next week. But everybody stay tuned, as there's plenty more high-stakes matches coming up your way.
See you.
Hello, Strikers, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League. I am Brickbat, joined by the illustrious Dendar today, as we're going to be casting Lob City versus EKC. I think two important things to say before going into the series. One of them is that this is Ayla debut in Lob versus EKC. Ayla have been kind of hanging around in the NASA levels for quite a while, and I believe this is her first time being called up to the North American Strikers League. So interesting to see and watch her for her debut against that. And then second of all, EKC here. This is a must-win for them. EKC's playoffs runs are looking very live right now. They're looking very good. But the world in which EKC loses to Lob City is the one world where they just are out. They are out without, I believe, any chance of a tiebreaker, unless I'm incorrect. But so this is a must-win for EKC here, and of course, Lob City not the greatest record right now in the North American Strikers League. So it's definitely a possibility that EKC can come out and beat them today. But there is going to be a little bit of pressure on them coming to this game here.
Yeah, Lob City definitely has the potential to cause a lot of chaos in this playoff race, but first they got to get past this game where we're already getting into it. It's on Night Market with Castellast and Orb Dancer, so a lot of movement shenanigans there, and with this era pickup, that's going to be a lot of speed as well to contest those speed gates and those Orb Dancer starts. But that said, well, it is Ayla first appearance. They're a player who I know can perform at a level that is acceptable for this, so I have no doubts that they will be able to perform just as they need to on this team. However, that said, it's a bit of a rough start as both barriers are down, but it is just the first round. We'll have to see how the rest plays out.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, we see an open net for the side of Lob City as Soren right now using the Finny abilities proactively to make sure that Leon doesn't get that dash punch going, as the defense right now is looking very, very good for EKC, and missed Whiplash means that Cardbox now has the opportunity to march the core forward, but a good strike or win by Kilius, and Leon will keep the offensive play going right now. Big Finish doesn't find anything right as well, and the Flame Flurry unfortunately doesn't find any offensive pressure as well. NXCD looks for a kill, not able to find it, but does get some important stagger on Leon. The flip from NXCD though, it's going to finish out the point on the other side of the map before any KOs could be found. First point for EKC.
Yeah, the point blank flip in the net is always a bit difficult to deal with regardless of the character, unless you're someone like Atlas who can just put up a huge wall and say no. But that said, both barriers are down once more, but I feel like we've been seeing a lot of Finny today, as well as a lot of Drakkar, but with this Finny on the screen, there's a lot of damage coming out, so much that the goalie dies and the point goes in. These are some quick points, but I don't think this is necessarily due to Ayla's skill. I think this is just more so that this team is playing so well together and causing so much pressure and havoc in the enemy half that it's just not giving them any time to breathe and adjust, so they've really got to pick up the pace here. And hopefully they'll be able to do just that.
Yeah, I agree. And another substitute that is in this game is Cardbox subbing in for Katsuna. I believe they have had an Astle game before. So this isn't their debut per se, but also generally a fresh face to the league, as right now they are looking very, very good here on the IME, playing this Bite-Breakers comp that we just saw last call pull out versus Boza Bunch to get them their win. So definitely something that's very, very strong right now. And you mentioned it earlier, but this Finny pick is looking incredibly strong, able to provide basically everything a goalie needs, both defense, offense, and even that damage pressure in a lot of situations, despite that being nerfed a little bit in kind of the big buff that recently hit Finny. Just right now, though, it looks like NXCD is going to be on the receiving end of damage, but it's going to be Kilius sniped away by the cyber swipe from Cardbox. Cardbox now looking for a 1v2 offensive play here. Isn't able to find it against the core flip of Ayla. Soren now looking to get a core flip in, but Leon's going to respond with one of his own, able to get a reverse power play. Barrier here. NXC, though, with the special, able to snipe away that final barrier with the help of Soren here. It's Kilius now looking to dribble, but unfortunately it's going to be sniped away by Cardbox. The glitch pop, sending the red core right into the net. Ayla not able to react, and that's going to be a quick first set here for EKC now coming in. Cardbox earning his MVP, and now has a little bit of a choice here. The Catalyst, Rapid Fire, Stinger, all very good picks on this IME here.
Definitely big potential within this draft. That Catalyst can be picked up pretty quickly, very strong awakening even after the changes. But this bulk up, I think, is going to allow the Juliet to really just get along with what they want to do, because on this map there's sort of the joke that they just sit on the speed gate till they can get a dash punch kill or dash punch goal. But realistically, between the Orb Dancer giving them the extra speed as well, that extra power is going to give them the little bit of push that they need to secure some of these kills with those pummelers, as well as get that power play going for their team. But that said, we see the Monumentalist come out for the Finny, and we saw previously how strong that Awakening can be on that character. Granted, that was on Demon Deus, a little bit of a different setup for the Finny goalie, but even here, still able to walk up Soren is causing so much pressure, just not really giving any space for the enemy team. They clear it out, but it's right back in. That's it, Leon's going to have to make something happen here, but they're just picking up some orbs, getting back into the mix with that speed, using that speed gate to get things going. But I think this draft overall wasn't particularly game-breaking. It's not like we saw something like a Monumentalist now get picked up, but at the same time, there's definitely still some good pickups here. Islalyra getting that team player to help get the core out just like that, giving that extra speed, getting it out of their half a little bit easier. Not quite a hot shot on the Rasmus, but still quite good. And then we still have some stagger going to NXZD, allowing them to survive just a little bit longer when you have to play against this Rasmus goalie. There's a lot of times where they just want to clear it through you, and you take a good bit of chip damage just trying to get it out. But here, with this flip available, it looks like they're going to be taking no damage, just a barrier.
Yeah, right now, open net now for the side of Lob City. Islalyra has a lot of dodge to work with, so not too worried about the damage pressure at the foot from Leo. Leon's unfortunately not going to find anything right here. NXCD now marching core at field. Cardbox, an unfortunate whiff, now gives up that offensive play, but NXCD is not going to be the one finding it in the red core coming out from Islalyra, and Leo Leon is able to steal away that point pretty much instantly. Unfortunately, a little bit of an offensive blunder here from EKC allow Lob City to grab the first point of the set here, and I do want to talk about that draft a little bit more. I think a really interesting choice that Kilius made was picking up the Rapid Fire over the Monumentalist. Monumentalist, like you mentioned, of course, not now levels of game breaking, but incredibly strong on the Finny goalie, even though we aren't on Demon Dies. But Rapid Fire, of course, kind of one of the king awakenings on the era, of course, for being so strong in so many situations, where just getting more of it allows you to do so much in a lot of different situations. But right now, Kilius is going to need all the cooldowns he can get in order to defend here against this offensive play of Lob City. Power play now for NXCD and Cardbox. The beam is going to help assist a little bit versus the offensive NXCD, but we see the Monumentalist Finny here so hard to defend against, but it is going to be done by Islalyra and Kilius. Now the pull comes out to get a nice clear away from Cardbox and NXCD. See a NATO charging up, almost able to snipe away Cardbox, but nothing found so far. Leo Leon with a dash punch, not able to find it, and now the offensive play for Lob City is likely going to die with that missed dash punch. Now Cardbox with the flip, an unfortunate glitch pop gives away possession. Monumentalist Finny is going to be down, nothing found just quite yet. Islalyra with a clear up topside towards Kilius. Kilius now trying to march the core upfield, able to win against Cardbox. And a dash punch comes out from Leo Leon now. We're in a power play situation. Leo Leon just needs to win the interaction, but Soren does have core flip, but it's not even needed. NXCD winning the midfield interaction against Kilius, but it's going to be stopped by Leo Leon, instantly taking away the core flip from Soren. Not going to be enough in that situation. Lob City now find themselves up 2-0 here on the set after a first set loss.
Yeah, a bit of a new rendition on the Soren angle there, but regardless, we're on to the next point, and there we see some on this offense and the defense. We see the back passes from Kilius there. I like that. I know you're a big fan of the back passes yourself, but one thing is these barriers just are not being held up, and there's so much pressure in the net between the Monumentalist, the Firewall Sentry, and NXZD just being the brawler that gets it done. But with them having low energy, maybe it's time to start targeting them with a dash punch kill, especially with that flip available. That's going to be a lot of extra knockback that you have as a tool for yourself to use. There, we see a good chunk of damage go out, and even with the flip a little bit more, but it's still not quite enough. Oh. This time, though, they've kept their barriers, but they've lost their goalie. Not quite the exchange that you want, as one tends to follow suit of the other. But Leo Leon has to be careful here on the defense because they are low.
Yeah, open net again for Lob City here. The dash punch not going to find the KO against NXCD, but right now Islalyra is back, able to get the core past Cardbox one more time, able to do it again against the turret. The Centauro special, not able to find anything just quite. Leo Leon here with the speed, not able to get the core past Soren right now. Is Cardbox now assisting in the clear, trying to win a strike war against Kilius, but nothing's going to be found right now. The Monumentalist Finny, though, is back. The flip is there, but unfortunately, I think the ultimate is actually going to hurt a little bit, removing some of that core speed that was needed to get that clear going. Dash punch not able to find anything so far, as Islalyra walking a little bit forward to help the offensive pressure here. Leo Leon not able to provide too much as he is staggered, and there he goes. Now another 10 seconds in the penalty box. Cardbox able to win the interaction against Islalyra. No pull to save the core that time. Now we see reverse sweep on the set coming out from Lob City here. Or sorry, from EKC.
And I believe this is the second time today we've actually seen the Bite Breakers comp all together. I know it doesn't really say too much about the gameplay, but it is just a funny thing to point out. But that's it. These barriers are certainly holding up a little bit longer this time, so that should be a good sign of adaptation. But NXZD can't seem to hold on to their health as they're holding on to this core flip to make a play happen. But with so much pressure coming out to them, it's going to be really tough for them to use it in sort of a meaningful way on the offense. It feels like they're going to have to use it to help on the defense here just to keep things alive. But even with that being the case, Cardbox is a player who, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Even though they are the midfielder, they can certainly score and take barriers when they need to. But that said, Kiliast almost gets scored as a kill, but they do manage to stick alive here as this barrier goes down.
Yeah, right there. The final redirect from the Imi turret was enough to open up the net here for Lob City. Kiliast looking staggered. Might have to play for his life very, very soon, but an excellent dash punch from Leo Leon now is going to give a power play for Lob City here in point number 5 of the set. The Flame Flurry comes out to get the final barrier. Ayla receiving a pass. Soren with a flip is there. It needs to be defended. It is, but the flip, oh, the hook almost scores an own goal, but we still have the core in play. Glitch Pop not going to find anything. The core is just desperately trying to get to Leo Leon here. NXCD with the slice, not able to find the goal. Now the beam is there. Leo Leon's big, but he's low on health. Ayla Lyra needs to hold this in the situation that she does. Leo Leon with one more opportunity to take the shot, but it's going to be whiffed. Wins a strike war against Cardbox, but again, it's not going to be enough. The big finish there does clear the core out, and now it's going to be defense for Lob City. Yet again, Kiliast now gone in this power play. NXCD wins the strike war, and that's going to be Lob City fulfilling the reverse sweep here on this set, unfortunately. Or sorry, it's going to be EKC filling out the final reverse sweep here. NXCD earning a well-earned MVP for his performance, and he has a few picks from this draft to look at.
NXZD, I've been a big fan of them since that one Juliet performance they had earlier in NASL, but here they're getting the 1-2 punch, denying it from said Juliet. Going to get that Orb Ponder here, double Orb stacks. I like that that's going to give them a lot of pressure. And this Glass Cannon is going to be rough, though, because Soren, already a character that does a lot of damage and can play from very far away and has the speed to get where they need to go. So that's going to give them a ton of pressure, especially onto someone like Leo Leon, who, once they have those Orb stacks, you need to get rid of them ASAP. But Ayla getting some Pendulum Swing action, good for the defense. And Kiliast picking up quick strikes here, a good pickup for the midfield, especially one that has to take a ton of strike wars like Era. But there we see a kill come out, I believe, to the Maelstrom. Gonna have to be wary of those, as now they don't have the Monumentalists. Like you mentioned earlier, they picked up that Rapid Fire, and it's been doing good work for them. But with kills like that coming out regardless, perhaps they just didn't need it. The only other thing I really want to bring a big note to here is Cardbox has had some amazing glitch pop snipes, and now with that missile propulsion, they're going to be even better, and you have to be even more careful about them regardless of where they are on the screen. That said, Ayla here looking a little bit low, and there's that glitch pop we were just talking about that could have been deadly, but the only thing dead is this barrier to that Firewall Sentry.
Yeah, and now NXCD able to get that. Not much effort left, actually, to get that goal. Cardbox with a good snipe into the top side. NXCD with that damage support. I think if that would have been cleared, we would have saw a death from Lob City and just another goal. So well played from EKC, even without Katsuna. Still staying true to their brand here as we get into kickoff for this next game right now. Leo Leon has a flip. That's going to be looking really good, especially if he could open up these barriers. But right now, it looks like it's evading him.
Definitely a little bit difficult here as Kiliast now. Kiliast has been on low health for it feels like a good portion of this game, but that is sort of the nature of this Bite Breakers comp where you have the damage amp from Finny, you have Imi just able to influence the map from everywhere, and Zentaro just being Zentaro, a brawler that can definitely pump out a ton of damage and has a lot of ways to keep you staggered. That said, though, the barriers are not falling down for either side here as that dash punch attempt goes out, but a good Oni's Blade from NXZD saves them from potential death there. But Kiliast playing real close to the sidelines. We've seen them die a couple times off the side, but they're still confident in their ability to stay exactly where they need to. But that tornado was almost the exact opposite of where it needed to be as it almost owned gold, but the net is now open to a couple of strike wars, and Cardbox has this flip available.
Yeah, and Ayla Lyra needs to survive here. Not only does she have the goal to defend, she has her orb count to defend as well. But that's not going to happen. The flip from Cardbox is just going to send her right in after getting a quick KO with a cyber swipe. Such an unfortunate position now for Lob City to be in. EKC now looking so good. NXCD with Orbs of Zone. The only thing that could probably save Lob City right now is the 5 orb, double orb count here from Leo Leon, but with a missed dash punch, things are going to be looking really grim, especially if Lob City cannot hold for the next few seconds, as again, unfortunately, a pass to Alalira is going to be an unfortunate own barrier here.
Definitely difficult, but even with that dash punch not getting a confirmed kill, it is going to put damage and force NXZD out of the play for just a little bit there. So hopefully that's going to give them the time now that they are back to find a new answer to this defense. Leo Leon almost finding another kill there, but then again, just a bit short of that 1-2 punch deny, showing why it was so good to take there. But it's also giving a ton of damages. Now, the era is down. Leo Leon is next. Alalira has to buy themselves against a flip. It's tough, Brickbat.
Yeah, and it's just looking so doomed for Lob City right now. Leo Leon with his orbs gone, even if he did get the respawn, even if the miraculous save was made, the win condition was lost, and that's just going to be done and dusted. Game 1 going to EKC, the Bite Breakers comp, looking to take a tear through the North American Strikers League today, and I think that felt like a very quick win for the side of EKC, bringing their A game for a must-win series, of course. So we're going to load into these stats here very soon. It looked like EKC played a very clean game, even without their Katsuna, even without their, Katsuna, their KO midfielder. Cardbox played the role admirably, 6 KOs to his name, and especially on an orb start where those KOs mean a lot more, it just felt like that EKC was able to get the pace going and keep it going throughout the entire game, which led them to that 15-minute night market victory. So if that happens, it's going to be a quick 2-0 here on the day. But there were signs of life, I believe. 5 KOs from Leo Leon, some good defensive plays from both Kilius and Alalira. It felt like they had some semblance of defense going on in these games. So if they're able to kind of, continue their warm-up and go into game 2 strong, we could see them taking a game off of EKC, but it's going to be an uphill battle for sure.
Certainly going to be difficult, but these players are here for a reason. It is not a battle that they cannot win. That said, though, I feel like part of that may have been that Juliet is a character that requires a lot of goalie and midfield coordination to get the ball to them, and that coordination just wasn't quite there yet. And with there being a sub, that's somewhat reasonable, but at the same time, now that they've had a game to warm up, they're a bit more familiar with where each other want to stand, how they want to play. They understand these are our goals going into the next game, and on the next map of Demon Deus, that's a lot of damage that's going to be potentially there. EKC already showing that they know how to play damage quite well, especially with those picks like Finny. So we're going to have to see what gets picked up here to sort of contest that damage that we're seeing just so much of. But another thing we've seen a lot of today is Drakkar, so we might have to see if that gets picked up here. But for now, we just got to wait for the Awakening and the character draft. But that said, certainly an uphill battle for Lob City, but not one I don't think they can't do.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely in agreement there. I think we've just seen a really interesting day of composition so far in the North American Strikers League, and I'm really wondering if NXCD and Leo Leon have that same adaptation to just kind of pick the Drakkar and see what they could do with it. I'm not quite sure. I believe that Cardbox does have actually Drakkar themselves. So if they want to play it, that's potentially possible. NXCD, kind of known as one of the brawlers that could fall back and play that IME if needed. So definitely something that they could pull out. Not entirely sure though. We do have to see that draft eventually do come out here. And honestly, I just kind of want to talk about this Bite Breakers composition a little bit. Zentaro pretty much universally strong, especially we saw across the pond in USL. I don't know if they still have that 100% Zentaro presence, but it's still pretty up there if that's not the case. A little less coveted here, but not by much in the North American Strikers League, has been pretty much a staple pick, a must-know for any single brawler that wants to play at this level. On top of that, Finny, I believe Finny is like 6-0 today in terms of game count. It's insane. It's a really strong pick. Especially, I think, now that I think about it a little bit, against the midfielder like Era, because in order to midfield against a Finny, you have to have something that hits the core multiple times in order to get it out of the big finish. Otherwise, there's very little counterplay a midfielder actually can have of having a big finish just placed right on top of them. Especially Era, who has literally no tools to knock out the core from that big finish. The beam's not going to be enough. The speed does nothing. The speed doesn't hit the core. And then Tornado, if anything, would be the only thing. But that's incredibly difficult. You're going to have to build that up over time and like predict that the big finish is going to come out. So in that situation, there were so many cases where Kilius, especially with a Juliet, was forced to play on his own to get it upfield, but you just can't do that. You're not allowed to do that against Soren, and that just made it. I think that's what gave us the stats of that previous game. Just rereading it, Leo Leon with 76 redirects compared to the second lowest of the game, Cardbox, with 116. So literally the second lowest in the game still at 50% more redirects than Leo Leon, and I just think that goes to show the matchup looks really bad for Era. It looks really bad for Era. So I think going into the next game, if you have to play around this Finny pick, you have to think of ways to counteract it, or you got to pick it yourself. It feels like this is a character that I said it, I called it a couple weeks ago. What's going to become a defining pick in the North American Strikers League? It felt like a pick that every goalie had to learn if they wanted to remain competitive in the league, and I feel like the future is happening right now. I feel like the future is definitely coming out, but. Again, we're going to go into game. The Striker Draft has come out. Finny has been banned, taken away. Zentaro is going to be that first pickup, a very strong pick on the Catalyst start, but it's been answered by Eilers Rasmus and a Vice, especially on this prizefighter star. I'm not sure it'll be opted into by Kilius, but it's going to be very strong here, especially on Demon Dice.
Yeah, I like
Demon
Actually,
Deus.
I'm a bit confused
I'm going to get
here.
yelled at. I'm being yelled at by two people. I'm so sorry.
I see EKC has picked up another double brawler comp. We have the Zentaro and the Juliet on the same team comp with the Aimi. My guess would have to be we're seeing another flavor of that Zentaro midfield that we saw earlier today and did not quite find the success they were looking for. Perhaps they will find it here today. That said, a bit of comfort pick here on the side of Lob City. We've got Eilera on that Rasmus, a pretty good goalie on this map, especially with how you have to play around the barrier sometimes, as once it gets caught behind there, it can be pretty tough. So having a way to clear through players before it can get to that is really good. And then the Kazan pickup here. Is this the first time we've seen Kazan today? We heard about them in one of our poems earlier today. But as far as actually on the pitch, I believe this is the first one we have seen. And that character can be quite difficult to play against, especially when once you get behind the lock, now you have to deal with both them having the enlarged stab for their strike, and then also you have to deal with the hook and the top. There's just a lot of things that you have to deal with that once it gets caught back there, it is just so tough. But that said, we'll have to see if they can manage to make those things happen or whether this double brawler comp is just going to put out a ton of damage. But with a Catalyst start, a lot of energy as well to combat the damage that's going to be dealt to them. And while Prizefighter is the other option, I feel like unless you are just hard steamrolling the enemy team, the extra energy from Catalyst is just going to be miles above whatever the little bit of power that the Prizefighter is going to give you. So I think we're going to see a 6 Catalyst lobby here, and I think that's why we saw that X get banned, is because he's just one of the best Catalyst users in the game. But that said, we'll have to see if this energy gets used for core flips to take barriers, or if they're going to need it just to stay alive against that Vice, which that character got nerfed. Still does a lot of damage, turns out. So we'll have to see if they can survive here, but that said, we're just kind of waiting to get into the game, and they have queued it up. So here we go. Demon Deus, not Demon Dice, as we get into this game.
Demon Deus. We are loading in to Demon Deus as I saw NXCD in chat saying the voices are my goalie. I'm like a little curious about what he means. I'm a little scared here seeing Julia and Zentaro picked up. I'm wondering who's going to be on what. I don't know if Cardbox is known for that Zentaro midfield. The only Zentaro midfield I could ever really think about, two actually now. I think one is Borg, and then the other one is way back in like season 2 or like the first season of NASA, which was Cows on the Zentaro midfield for PLX. But
the voice is one.
Okay, I see what NXCD was talking about now. It looks like we do have a Juliet goalie here on the day. That's going to be Julia goalie locked in by Soren with Powerhouse, Pauldrons, and Catalyst. I believe this is a Nassel first in a must-win series for EKC. Soren has now done this pick infamously, a quite literally like a joke pick, a pick you take when you think you are way better than the enemy team. So as someone who's going to be running the post show, I'm very interested as to what Soren has to say about this, as already we see both goalie locks open. A slow roller is going to be the one taking that. NXCD, the Era energy emo into death combo means it's going to be an easy goal here for Lob City, and it looks like the Juliet goalie experiment has officially started.
It is nothing if not disturbing. But as for the more normal sides of this game, we see an interesting pickup of the Vambraces on the Zentaro here with this 6 Catalyst lobby that's going to let them preserve that energy to go for more offensive plays and potentially damage KOs as well. But that said, we see Kiliast on the Siphoning Wand device. I think that's going to go quite well with the damage the team already has. But the one that's damaged is Leo Leon here, as they are dead and out, but so are the enemy barriers. And with 2 core flips available, now Cardbox and NXZD have to make this power play come to life before that player comes back and before NXZD dies.
Yeah, and we saw there Soren able to use his 18-second cooldown to get a pass over to his ally, but unfortunately NXZD, not long for this world, now finds himself sitting in the penalty box at 2v2 in this situation. Isla Lyra and Leo Leon. Ooh, a good pendulum swing from Isla Lyra to save that while still playing offensively, but the power play is now over. The flip dash comes out from Soren, able to snipe away that last barrier. The Supernova is here to get the core downfield. Leo Leon, though, not going to find the scoring opportunity that he would like to see. The Cyber Swipe now gets the core upfield. Pass goes to Leo Leon, but nothing found so far. NXCD making a nice little shot there, but it's going to be the glitch pop that takes away the goal here for EKC. Now 1-1, a dead even game here on set 1.
Cardbox, we mentioned it earlier, making great use of those glitch pops. We saw them take the first barrier with it, and now with that point, they put themselves back into that 1-1, like you said, and they preserved their flip in the process, so that's a lot of resources that they have left to their name. But that said, Kiliast looking quite low yet again. It seems like they've been getting targeted quite a bit the last few games, but they're managing to heal themselves up. But Juliet, not exactly a character who has the strongest defense. You've got that dash punch, much in the way you would score a goal. You can also save one by pushing them and the core out of the way. But once you use that, you're up the river without a paddle, and now this net is open.
Yeah, and Leo Leon, a lot of tools here in this Kazan to win those interactions, but right now it's going to be Ayla Lyra marching the core outfield. Leo Leon with an opportunity to score, not going to find it though, as the Chain Lightning does keep the offensive play going by getting it out of NXCD's hands, but it is eventually going to be deposited here into the back of the net. Kiliast not able to win that strike where Ayla Lyra not able to win it as well. Dash comes out, the punch comes out, the flip comes out, goes right to NXCD, not going to find the scoring opportunity there with the Oni's Blade. Kiliast now able to get the core upfield, blocking out a clear route with the Supernova. Leo Leon now with the flip and a dash. It's going to be enough to score that goal. The pass from Cardbox to Soren going to be intercepted. Now Lob City is going to find themselves up 2-1 here on set number 1.
Yep, great strike and a pop up there to score that point. But let's take a look at the energy for a second. Soren with next to none. Cardbox has yet another flip, and then NXZD working on one of their own. But Aolira is about to have one for the defense, but the rest of the red side is looking quite low on energy and starting to look low on health. But Cardbox is going to have to find a way to stay alive here. Leo Leon trying to find some answers to get onto this barrier with that dash into the hook, but just not quite able to find it. But we are able to find a kill here onto the Vice. Good looks by NXZD, but it looks like Cardbox or Soren might be next. I mean, you have Pauldrons if you're Soren, but if they keep putting out damage like that, you might not be able to live regardless. We'll have to see how they adjust to that. But that said, Leo Leon, even though they have an evade in their kit and the evade button with all that energy from Catalyst, they're still taking a ton of damage. That just goes to show how closed this match can be on this map, when there's just so many things you have to get through as a forward and so few resources when you're just one character.
Yeah. Right now, Soren, not too many resources out right now, but it's going to be NXZD, the one to bail his goalie out of that situation. 2 core flips now defended for the side of EKC. Things are looking really, really good right now, but Kiliast is going to end the comeback before it even begins, stealing away the goal after almost a potentially disastrous offensive play for the side of Lob. Able to finish out the set. Now Lob City's going to find themselves on the board. Leo Leon getting the MVP for that set.
And as we get into this draft, we see Quick Strikes is available, but at the same time, there's a heavy impact that could be going to the Juliet, or apparently the Aimi here, as we see the Primetime picked up by Kazan. A good awakening for them, getting those extra hooks and the top spins. It's going to be the Quick Strike that ends up going to the Juliet here. But Stinger and Rapid Fire, that is both a lot of damage on the Vice, a lot of damage on the Rasmus, and also the clear potential with the extra pendulum swings, but we see Team Player as the 6th pickup here for NXZD. Now, if there was a forward that would want to take Team Player, my guess would be a Kazan, but here we see it on the Zentaro. We'll have to see how they make use of that. I'm curious to see how that interacts with the passive that overwrites their strike with that projectile, but the net is open here for Lob City. Perhaps there's actually some truth behind these picks.
Yeah, and right now, unfortunately, the truth of the matter is that it's going to be a power play here for Lob City. Achilles now trying to get possession of the ball. NXCD not able to stop the offensive play, but is able to win a strike war, and those are the type of goals you hate to see. Just a little bit of a sound wave play, getting a slow roller goal in, and that's got to be a bit crushing if you are Lob City, but it's not totally doomed for them. They still have a little bit of an energy advantage here, and if they keep that up, and if NXAD bites the bullet here, things are still going to be looking good for them here in the set.
Mistakes, accidents, they definitely happen on the Core Strike field, and when you're against a pick like Juliet goalie, perhaps you get a few more than you were expecting, but with how low Leo Leon is here, they're not going to get to make any mistakes if they want to keep that core flip, and they don't get to keep it, but they do keep their life as 2 flips come out to score this point. That's a lot of energy down. You build up a lot of energy in these rounds with that Catalyst, but losing both is a bit tough here, especially with how much damage a character like Vice, if you can't avoid that secondary or the ultimate, can do. They're really going to have to play their lives here, but some good positioning by Cardbox is going to avoid a good bit of the damage from that primary, but they're still so low and looking like they're on their way out. Even just trying to get a single orb is a Sisyphean task for them as they go down, and now it is once again a power play for Lob City. We'll have to see what they make of it.
Yeah, flip comes out here from Soren, but it's not going to be enough to defend that barrier, but we'll see if it ends up being a double. It is a double for Lob City. The flip comes out from Leo Leon, but he's going to be knocked away before it's the opportunity to send it into the enemy net. Now, Kilius trying to win the strike war, but it's going to be a Lilira finding to clear at the end of the day. Now, Glitch Pop not finding anything just quite yet. Thunderstruck is going to be there, and Leo Leon with a hit stun against Soren is going to allow the core to roll right past them. Lob City finally on the board this set, but they've got a long way to go before they take it. The energy game is looking even right now, so it's not terrible, but they're definitely not out of the woods yet.
I think one thing you need to see here, if you're the side of EKC with this Juliet pick, is you need to keep the core on the enemy half so that Soren could walk up, use that Powerhouse Pauldron, the extra power, to try to fish for these dash punch KOs when the enemies are trying to go for the offense. But Leo Leon, once again, quite low here. The life of a brawler, I suppose. That said, a lot of resources getting burned here, but Leo Leon still managing to find impact even at 1 HP, as now Soren goes down.
Yeah, that's a double power play here, and notably a flip gone from the goalie. They've reset the entirety energy bars here. Cardbox, the only survivor of the point, and that means that things are actually incredibly winnable here. Only a minor energy advantage. If they get past the core flip of Cardbox here in this point, it's going to look really, really good for them. Leo Leon just needs to survive the oncoming damage, which notably is an easier said task than done, as he is going to be in the penalty box for a little bit. So is an uphill battle yet again for Lob City, but definitely not unwinnable as the core is currently deposited. The strike core win from NXCT, though, is going to mean that potentially Barry is going to be taken here. But no, it's going to be saved here by Ayla Lyra. The flip comes out from Cardbox, going to be whiffed. It's still yet again saved. Ayla Lyra, unfortunately, they're forced to burn flips. Soren not able to save 1 goalie barrier, but can he save 2? The dash is going to be there. The core flip doesn't find the KO. Good evade from Leo Leon. Keeps him in play. Now Ayla Lyra, the pull comes up. The glitch pop is there to defend the final barrier, but it's going to be taken by Ayla Lyra here on the aggressive play. Kilius now going back to his GOATS esports days, playing a little bit of goalie, enough so that now it is an open net here for EKC. Ayla Lyra trying to get the core down to Kilius, loses 1 goalie barrier in the process, and now it's going to be Leo Leon gone, done and dusted. Ayla Lyra trying to find any play here, but it's going to be cleared away. NXCD now getting the final barrier. Kilius uses the chain lightning to find anything. The flip not going to find the goal that Cardbox wanted. No goal found from NXCD either, and now it's up to this Juliet goalie on the open net to defend. Kilius has flip. If it gets to it, maybe curtains for EKC's set chances. The flip still there for Kilius, but the damage potentially might threaten that out. Now the flip is finally here. It goes up to Leo Leon. The flip from Soren's going to be there. Not going to go to Ayla Lyra's goal, but Now Cardbox and NXCD looking to find it. The flip is going to be intercepted by Cardbox now. The cyber, or the turret's going to be put down. Leo Leon finding the clear now. Flip comes up for him. No resources here for Soren, and that's going to be it. The dash not going to be long enough to catch that core. Now 2-0 up for Lob City. Alalira earning MVP.
I believe that's the second time we've seen that Vice secondary come down and just halt the play, and then you realize, oh, it's Juliet in the net in a 1v1. That's not the position you want to be in, and just not having the range. So we'll have to see what the pickup is here. And normally you would think, oh, Juliet on this map, you have to deny the 1-2 punch. Well, it's the goalie, so you don't really need to here. You can potentially leave that.
I'm not entirely sure about this glass cannon pick when 1-2 punch was there. I also think Dendar might have been taken away. Oh, wait, maybe it's my audio. I'm not entirely sure, but... Okay, yeah, so it looks like...
I'm right here, hello?
Oh, Dendar might be back. He might not be the one KO'd, but... Speaking of KOs, NXCD is going to be the one taken out here. One goalie barrier is going to go down for Lob City, but they get a 3v1 power play in return. The dash from Soren is actually going to snipe away a reverse power play here, but the flip is going to even up the score, and the flip is going to be denied by Killiest. A quick first point here, 30 seconds in, 2 flips down for the side of Lob City, but they're going to find it, and they're going to be 2 points away from taking this game.
Down 0-2 in sets, down 0-1 in the current round. It's definitely a tough battle here, but with the Awakenings picked up, perhaps it's going to give them an extra chance, but instead all that's going to happen is NXCD is going to die here, as you have to work so much harder on the defense, but when you just have someone like Leon finding every angle they need to score the points that they do, this is looking like we're going to be going to the next game quite soon, unless something really drastically changes here. And I don't know what that something could be at this point, but we'll have to see.
Oh, that something might have to be Juliet goalie, unfortunately, as right now Leo Leon's going to be the one actually taking a lot of stagger. NXCD not able to find the kill, and right now the flip from Alalira unfortunately is going to whiff. That's going to cost her 2 goalie barriers, unfortunately. As the sound waves are now up, Killius trying to get some damage down to Soren is able to do that, but probably going to wait until the core flip is done. Alalira not able to get the save. Thinks that NXCD is going to shoot down, but unfortunately the no mix-up strikes yet again, and EKC find themselves on the board here in a crucial set.
Yep, down but not out. But I think one thing we might even need to see here to clinch up this game is maybe have Soren take on almost like a midfield Juliet role on their half, using those pauldrons to look for KO punches, and then going on the offense to be another forward, and just hoping that Cardbox or maybe NXCD can hold it down in the net when time comes. But that said, the net is wide open for Lob City here. Perhaps they have found a new answer around these players, especially with the picks that they have. But that said, their net is now open. Leon's on the hunt. Can he make it happen? Good save by Cardbox. It's a little bit of back and forth here, but eventually with a Juliet goalie, something's going to crack.
Yeah, and Cardbox has this flip here, the saving grace of EKC, as he does end up using it to clear Alalira now, trying to get it cleared, but NXCD is going to win the interaction here. Has an opportunity to score, but the hook is there to clear Alalira. Good prediction here on what play was about to go down. Killius pass up to Leo Leon. It does get there. The flip is there, but no! NXCD snipes it away with his Zentaro passive. Killius and Alalira not ready for that, and unfortunately that's going to be a slow roll goal, and once again we find ourselves here 1 point away from both teams taking the set. Dendar, I think we've been here before.
We've been here before many a time, but that said, there is chaos brewing in the net as so many abilities just came out, but only one barrier was taken. It's actually 2 of Lob Cities that go down here, as if EKC can truly mount this comeback, that would be quite telling of the matchup. But that said, NXCD has scored the point with that flip. If this comeback happens, I really truly just would have no words.
Yeah, hey, all good. Lock in, Lob City. You've got a battle ahead of you. The explosive entrance now down for NXCD. The 25% damage boost on all abilities for Zentaro is now here on top of the Dash Awakening. So right now, there is a few picks that Leo Leon does elect on the side. It's going to be very, very useful in the Kazan into Juliet matchup. As right now the bulk up also going to Kiliist. I think Stagger going to be incredibly good as all members of Lob City are now just outright tankier. Definitely counteracting, and with no siphoning wand on the side of EKC, it actually might be the case where Lob City just outright win the Stagger battle in a lot of situations. So we'll see if that ends up being the case, though. One goalie barrier going to be down for both teams now. The Chain Lightning keeping the core in play for Lob City. No KO found by the top spin of Leo Leon. And look at that, already the Big Fish coming into play, saving his life a little bit more. I guess it burned a core flip. NXCD now looking to get the offensive play. Soren here playing Juliet forward. Probably the intended, designed Odyssey Interactive improved position of Juliet here, but it's going to be cleared away by Kiliist here. Now the Chain Lightning coming into play. Leo Leon not able to snipe away that final goal barrier. Now Cardbox with the flip can elect to use it should he deem it appropriate. Now the flip going to be denied away from NXCD, but it's going to be eventually core flipped away, and Alilira not able to save it, does not have the cooldowns, does not have the resources. EKC able to snipe away that point. 1-0 EKC.
I want to talk about something. I need this Soren fella to go into chat and press Control-V so we can see if the PayPal link is the last thing cut and pasted. Because I don't know what's going on with that Monumentalist pick up there when there were other options.
Wait a second.
I don't know if you didn't face that or you're just trying to hide the facts, but I think we might have some PayPal allegations here.
Wait, what?
We have an open net for Lob City on a more serious note. And Cardbox looking a little dead here. Leo Leon might be on the way out soon, but that said, I don't really know what's going on with these drafts, but I know that these players are at least trying their hearts out, other than perhaps the one picking Monumentalist Julie.
Soren, what the fuck, dude? I have no words. I have no words for that. I mean, EKC is mounting the comeback right now. I mean, what did he pass up? I'm sure he passed up, so he probably passed up like a, I don't know, anything.
Peak Performance, I think, was another option on the table.
I mean, depressing.
It is what it is. Even something like the Chrono Boost pickup, I would have been down for just to get the extra length on those dashes where they needed it. But right now, we might need an investigation. But until then, we've got Kiliist with a flip looking to take this barrier, manages to find it. That's energy burned. Leo Leon on the hunt. Brickbet, it's looking close.
It is looking close as right now. Soren does have a flip to work with defensively. Probably the only defensive tool that Julia has in this situation. Cardbox and NX with flips of their own very, very soon. But that might not mean anything if Leo Leon is able to put it in. Now NXCD getting his Catalyst off with a Supernova hit, getting his flip off the Supernova hit, and that's going to be a goalie barrier down and an open net for Lob City. The pull comes out before the flip comes into play. Now Cardbox using that core speed to score the goal. A little bit of the no mix-up happening yet again, and that's going to be a set taken away for EKC. NXCD with another MVP coming in this draft.
Brickbat, somebody open up the Book of Revelation because this is
God.
a disaster. This is just a disaster. NXCD gets explosive entrance and now perfect form. How has this allowed to be happening? But there's hope, I suppose, with Alilira getting this hot shot, but the Deadeye is going to be quite a bit more damage. Some Stagger picked up here. The size of Might of the Colossus is going to be nice with those pauldrons, but I'll have to see what the Kazan pick is here. It's going to be the Orb Dancer. Not a terribly huge fan of orbs on this map personally, as the two in the goalie net are just so far out of the play, and the one in the Speed Wave is just not really where you want to be most of the time. So I don't know. This draft looks quite EKC favored with that perfect form pickup, but I just don't think this game should have gotten this far in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, Lob City was literally 1 point away from taking away the game. This is, I mean, it's still winnable, guys. Lock in. Comp doesn't matter, I think, because right now it is an offensive play here. NXCD forced to blow his flip defensively, but he's able to get a goalie barrier for his trouble. Not able to get two, though. Alilira is going to be ready for that. Leo Leon and Kiliist here assisting Alilira on the clear. Flip there is there for Kiliist. Should the core get to him, but it might not be needed. Leo Leon, unfortunately, not able to get the goal. Kiliist, unfortunately, also whiffing his flip, which means that things are now looking very, very bad for Lob City on at this point. 3 whiff flips now for the side of Lob City. Supernova is going to be there. Soren with a flip of his own. No energy for the side of anyone right now. Is Cardbox the only one with any modicum of dodge now? NXCD trying to find the score of his own. Not going to be found in a demon angle. Almost takes it away. But Soren's going to be ready for that. The glitch pop, not enough to clear it. Leo Leon has the opportunity yet again. Cardbox again trying to get it cleared, but the core speed from Leo Leon's going to be enough. The 1-2 punch mattering. And Soren and Cardbox not able to react in that situation. Lob City find themselves one up here on this final set.
Finding a good angle to get between the two defenders there, something that I feel like we see more often where we have the two defenders in the net, but the core manages to find its way through them, just as Ivy here has found their way into the blast zone. Going to be a power play for Lob City here, but Soren holding it down somehow on this Juliet. But that said, they do lose one barrier, and Cardbox is back, so that's going to be potentially a way to reverse this around, but hopefully Lob City can just take 2 more points before disaster strikes. We'll just have to see if they're able to. And yet another power play comes out. This time the Zentaro going down. NXZD taking a small break. Soren's going to have to find a way to defend and manages to do so. Actually playing their heart out on this pick that is a bit unconventional.
Yeah, a bit unconventional is the way to describe it, as right now it is an open net. Juliet goalie's likely a weak point, as Leo Leon definitely taking advantage of that. Finds Lob City up 2-0. There is energy and hope here on the side of EKC, but Ayla Lyra about to get a flip of her own here. If she's able to hold it down for just a little bit longer, like you said earlier, that Juliet goalie is going to eventually crack, and those 2 earlier KOs from Lob City in which they took out 2 core flips is really coming out here now. An open net for Lob City, but they find themselves in a reverse power play. The flip comes out from Ayla Lyra, not enough to save it, and this might be disastrous. NXCD not able to find the goal, but he's able to get it eventually with the primary. The power play now going into the favor of EKC. They find themselves getting that point, and now Lob City once again find themselves in a familiar situation. Up in point count, but it's not secure until it's in.
If we see yet another 0.5, we will truly be able to say that we have been here before. That said, the net's almost open for Lob City, so it is potentially there. NXZD opening it up. The brawler who surely gets it done. We've said it a couple times today, but I mean, they just show every single time that they just manage to score no matter what the case, if given the opportunity. One thing I'm concerned about here is they do have this passive available. If the kickoff's on their side, that's going to be a lot less control that they have on this kickoff. But thankfully, it is on the side of the midfielder, which is going to allow NXZD to really get into the play and find a way to make something happen, as we are on this 0.5, where with that flip burned, NXZD might be taking a bit of a nap.
Yeah, right now it's going to be Soren, unfortunately, finding that final thing. The flip comes out. Can he make it through? No, it's going to be defended away by Leo Leon and Achilles. A flip here for Leo Leon does come out, though. Not able to get one goalie barrier. His Cardbox is there to cover for Soren's aggression. Now things looking good for EKC right now. The Supernova able to grab one. The flip from Kilius potentially able to grab another. No! As it's going to be NXCD sinking it, and Leo Leon unfortunately not there to participate. EKC complete the reverse sweep, and Juliet's debut in the North American Strikers League as a goalie is a victory. Soren able to win, but NXCD earning definitely a well-earned MVP that game.
We just cut to break.
Yeah.
I have no words for what has happened. This is just a disaster. NXZD playing quite well. Cardbox playing well. Soren, I have many a word for you, but I will stay positive in my words today.
Hey,
as this
both
game is not
redirects.
over. But
Both redirects of the game, actually.
honestly, how?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, yeah, you know what? Hey, Soren, good work, man. Hey, excellent work there in the box. NXCD pumping out a 9+2, definitely no slouch. More redirects on the midfielder as well. Leo Leon with a 7+1, respectable in its own right, but unfortunately it is going to be EKC winning that I believe set 5.5 here against Lob City, and they're going to take it. They're going to take it on the Demon Days, and they're going to be the ones taking the series. Unfortunately, Lob City not able to play spoiler this week, though they've got one more opportunity in the next week. Definitely close. Definitely a closer game than game one, but hey, someone wanted to bust out an interesting pick. Unfortunately, the Voices won, but the Voices were victorious here. And you know what? If I saw that goal stat or that stat line, unlike any other character. I wouldn't bat an eye, but hey, good job, Soren. You brought it home.
Definitely in the second half, a bit stronger of a performance than the 0-2 deficit they were at. But like you said, Soren, great stats, great performance at the end of the day, even if it is a bit of a mind-boggling one. But that said, I believe our next match of the day is going to be Bang Bang versus Cosmic Calamities. Brickbat, unless you have anything to add, I guess we're going to be taking a break before that.
Yeah, I guess we are going to be going to a break. It's going to be a big series for both. I think with the win, and Bang Bang will secure their playoff chances. And Cosmic Calamities, on the other hand, I believe it's a must-win situation if they want to keep their playoffs contention in their own hands. So definitely an interesting series to watch. But we'll have that coming up in a bit, as we are going to cut again to a break. So if you want to see that, just stay tuned. We'll be right back with some more Omega Strikers. Welcome back, Strikers. We are back for some more North American Strikers League. This series, it's going to be Bang Bang versus Cosmic Calamities. And just starting off, I wanted to kind of correct my previous statement from before. I believe that it's actually not a must-win for either team, but it's still going to be an important win for both teams. As Bang Bang, I believe, secure their playoff spot with a win, and if Cosmic Calamities win this, they are guaranteed at least a tiebreaker series, no matter how the rest of the season goes. So, getting a win will put both of these teams in an incredibly good spot for their playoff contention. So, definitely both teams will be trying their hardest here. And another thing to clarify as well is that we have a bit of a name change here from the Cosmic Calamities midfielder. Killmonk has been joining, previously known as Forgot. But now, under the name of Killmonk, he will be filling in the midfielder role of the Cosmic Calamities as we are getting into game here. And we'll see what both teams have for us coming into the series.
This is certainly going to be a bit confusing for the viewers at home who have been with us for quite some time, as Killmonk, I believe, was originally Kotone's username, and they swapped to Kotone. So now Forgot has swapped to Killmonk, and there's just no Forgot on the table. But for future reference, if we reference Forgot, we are referencing the username in-game Killmonk. So keep that in mind, viewers. That said, we are on Demon Deus, and the draft, quite a damage-favored one, as we see 1-2 Punch and Rampage being the pickups here. Rampage, great size awakening, especially on this map where it's quite easy to pop those barriers. 1-2 Punch in the hands of characters like Zintaro and this Kazan could be quite deadly. But also, we see once again the Drakkar is picked up here on the side of Forgot for the midfield. With that Xenocloak and 1-2 Punch, it's going to be quite easy to get some dash punch kills off the side with the Molten Bolt into Shotgun. That lock and load, you got to lock into this game as we are getting started. As I believe, it looks like 6 copies of 1-2 Punch have been selected. That's going to be quite a lot of damage as well as Core Speed coming out. But one thing to note is we actually have an Era goalie here. I was thinking potentially it would be the Now goalie, but it's actually the Era goalie here on the side of Fudgy Waffles, so we'll have to see how that works out for them. I feel like normally when we see Era goalie, we see it with a double brawler setup, but here we have the Now as the other pick, so I'm interested to see how that will work out. Well, it looks like a quick kill onto Grimella is going to put them out, and it's going to be a power play with Kotone having this flip. That's going to be quite a hard goal to defend.
Yeah, and it looks like Forgot / Killmonk able to sink it in right there. Simple strike shotgun's all it's going to be. And Era, not a character that has access to things that redirect the core on a moment's notice, so just going to be right in. And one thing to keep in mind as well, I think there's kind of 2 schools of Era goalie thought, I feel like, and it's the school of thought that thinks that Era goalie is only good with a double brawler comp on Night Market, and there's the school of thought that thinks that Era goalie is just generally good. Bang Bang fall in that second camp pretty handedly. I was actually talking with Grimella and Fudgy Waffles earlier. They think that right now, Era is actually much better as a goalie rather than a midfield. They feel like that as of right now with this meta, Era doesn't really bring anything to the midfield, so it's a pick that they've wanted to avoid for kind of this stint of the meta. As right now, Drew's able to get a nice little goal, able to sink it in, flip for Fudgy Waffles if it's needed, but yeah, just I think the pick is really, really interesting. Fudgy Waffles is very much used to playing that midfield position. This is his debut season as a goalie. He used to be a midfielder before his time with Bang Bang, so very used to this pick. He knows how to play it very well, and Grimella, by picking up the Now, actually takes away the counter, the kind of tried and true counter to Era in a lot of the situations. So I see the reasoning behind the composition. We'll see, though, if that pulls out, because there is going to be a lot of damage flying their way between this Drakkar and Zintaro. Already, we do see Grimella taking out the map.
Grimella taking out that lock and load with the Xenocloak is going to do a ton of damage, just as this core flip does. But Kotone, getting what seemed like a round-ending flip, doesn't strike the core, manages to get it back around before Grimella can respawn there. But one thing I am curious about, I believe it was back in the day when I first started playing, I did see a bit of Era goalie from a player. I believe they were called Red Mochi. I don't know if they're still around, but if you remember that name, you know the callback I am making. But that said, regardless, they're not on the field. These players are. The Fudgy Waffles has a lot of ground to cover on this Era, especially with them being at a 2-1 deficit right now. They're going to have to be careful here as Era. I think one thing to note is that Grimella is going to be contesting Fudgy Waffles for a lot of the awakenings that they are going to want. Things like Monumentalist, you definitely want to give to that Now. even things like the Chrono Boost, I feel like can be quite good on the Now to give that extra speed to the forward and the midfield when they're going for those plays. So with those two contesting each other's awakenings quite heavily, that's going to leave a lot of things for these brawlers left wide open, like the Drakkar and the Zentaro. A lot of damage could just go their way. We'll have to see, but now also pretty good with heavy impact should it come to them. That could be the deny for Kotone that they are looking for. We will just have to see how that shapes up, but right now, this round is shaped up quite interesting as the first barrier has gone down, but the other one looking quite low.
Yeah, the flip coming from Kotone. He took the sinker right in without too much trouble. So right now, Cosmic Calamities now away the first set. It feels like they're the kind of team in control right now. It feels like Bang Bang haven't really woken up just quite yet. As Kotone with MVP here has quite a few options here. Reptile Remedy, Quick Strikes, and Big Fish all on the table, looking really good on the Zentaro.
Zentaro definitely can make use of a ton of awakenings. They're actually going to go for the Reptile Remedy, deny that healing, and also build up some stagger for themselves. Missile Propulsion, great on Drakkar. Quick Strike is going to be typically better on the midfield era, but on the goalie, it's certainly going to help get it out. But Big Fish Kazan, that size, quite powerful on that character, and that is another stagger pickup that could lead to draft implications later on in the game. We see stacks on stacks for Grimella. Pretty easy to stack those up when you start putting those mines on the field. And then finally, we do see the glass cannon from Natty. I actually like that pickup here, as without a goalie that would do something like an eject button vice to help deny those glass cannon stacks, it's actually going to be quite easy for them to start getting that piled up and start getting the damage down. But even with the damage on the side of the red team getting that kill earlier onto Kotone, they are back into the fray. And almost dying again to that top spin. A good Oni's Blade is going to save them. But that said, with how much damage is available, I feel like the health bars are actually quite high here this round, as this round has just started. But with Grimella picking up that now, that is a ton of healing that they have in their favor. So we'll just have to see what that means. But so far, both teams on the defense have been doing a great job of holding it down, even in the face of these Drakkar shotguns and Fudgy Waffles playing a character that doesn't have traditionally the best defensive potential. It's looking good for both teams, but that means something's going to crack very soon, and with that kill, I think we're starting to see it.
Yeah, and right now, good defense from Natty is going to make Drew's core flip non-existent. Now a strike bar win for Kotone means that it's going to be an open net here for the side of Bang Bang. Natty getting a nice, easy clear against Drew in that situation. Killmonk not winning the strike war, though, so that's going to be one barrier down for the side of the Cosmic Calamities now. Grimella and Killmonk now trying to fight for a little bit of midfield dominance, as right now the defensive play from Grimella is going to make it so that Tony's going to have a bit of a problem trying to grab the core, but that Pendulum Swing is going to give him the core speed he needs to finally get his hands on it. Scoring potential now is going to be here, and he's going to find it. Wins the strike war against Fudgy Waffles, afraid to clear it against that Missile Prop Drakkar, and that means Kotone could just pinch him and get that goal now. Big lead now coming out for the side of Cosmic Calamities.
I like how Kotone was playing that corner there, recognizing that they don't have to overcommit, because with that 1-2 punch, eventually they're just going to have the core speed to get it past that era, which without that speed from the secondary or a beam, it's going to be quite tough for them to catch cores that go to the other side of the net. Really going to need Grimella there to help them out, just as they're helping out on this defense, but the net is wide open. I didn't even realize, and Natty is getting scored on by Drew here. A point for Bang Bang, perhaps a bit of a turnabout here in the set where they are down one set.
Yeah, definitely good clutch up from Drew in order to do it. And one thing as well is that I think out of all the people who took 1-2, the biggest beneficiary is going to be Drew. Between that pull strike combo, he's going to send that core at a blistering pace. Even before overtime hits, already we see it in play. It's actually going to be Grimella, the one sinking it in. And I just remembered a point that I wanted to speak. You mentioned that now get stacks really easily. I meant to look at it. I saw Grimella strike once, lay down the mine, and then get 22 stacks off of one strike and one ability, which was actually insane. I didn't even think about that until you mentioned it, but that makes that stacks picks all the more better on that now in this situation. But right now we're going to be looking at Kotone almost taken out of the map by the Air Tornado, but not going to be found. Flip going to be here for Fudgy Waffles. Natty as well with a flip of his own. Might not get a chance to use it if he gets KO'd here by Drew, but it's going to be Killmonk, the one saving the core in that final goalie barrier. So right now we see Natty getting a clear against Drew. The Air Tornado not catching the core in the way that Fudgy Waffles would have liked, is Now a power play, not a power play, but a reverse kind of core flip, able to nab one goalie barrier away from Bang Bang. Fudgy Waffles with a good strike core keeps the core away from his barriers. Grimella now trying to march it downfield, trying to find any sort of purchase here against Killmonk and Natty. Odie's Blade comes out to win the interaction in the midfield versus Fudgy Waffles. Killmonk now dribbling the core down. Grimella with a flip, doesn't need to get this final goalie barrier and has the opportunity to score here, but it's going to be blocked away, I believe, by Kotone. Now Fudgy Waffles, though, able to get the core upfield. Drew winning the strike board, but Natty is able to react to it. Drew trying to find any sort of play here, but he's just going to be sent off the map instead. So right now, the NATO is going to stall a little bit of time here. A good beam as well keeps the core away from Killmonk in that final goal barrier. Good clear again from Fudgy Waffles here to end that power play. Drew is now back and ready to go. Size is there, the pull is there, the 1-2 punch is there, but it's going to be defended away by Killmonk. It's Kotone able to get that final goalie barrier. Drew, though, is in a 1v1 in the situation. He can take it right now, but it's not going to be found by Drew just quite yet, but the hook is able to get the core and send it right in. After a stressful point, Bang Bang is able to close out the set and find themselves 1-1 here on this game.
I feel like Natty's looking a little nervous here. Some choices that, well, not necessarily bad, they don't seem like they're done with the confidence and intent that you need when you are against players of this caliber, regardless of the comps and the picks. But we do see bulk up picked here for Drew with that 1-2 punch and also the size and stagger from Big Fish. That's going to be a lot of stats going their way and a lot more kill pressure on their side. But here we actually see an interesting pickup in the middle of this draft. We see Grimella taking peak performance, which going to give them some stagger and going to help them keep those stacks on stacks, but it's going to give away the heavy impact to Kotone. Heavy impact, we talked about how stacks were pretty good on Grimella. We see the damage coming out, absolutely. Well, we talked about how stacks was good on Grimella because they have a good way to stack up those hits, but heavy impact also notably quite good on now, giving with them putting a mine typically hitting both the core themselves and an enemy is a lot of free damage, and also the cooldown reduction is quite nice. But it seems like this point is running a bit rampant here, as actually the Sun Bang Bang that's going to take the first point in this now even set count. But you got to be careful as Grimella has gone down.
Yeah, and right now we are going to find ourselves in a power play situation. 2 goalie barriers now down instantly for the side of Bang Bang. Fudgy Waffles with a clear up top side. Almost scored on by the pendulum swing of Natty, but it's not going to be found as a good top spin from Drew is going to send Killmonk right into the penalty boxes. Right now, Grimella almost pays for that play with his life, but it's going to be saved by that Era Tornado, forcing Killmonk to retreat. Killmonk now, or Kotone to retreat. Killmonk now back up. Unfortunately, they are going to lose one goalie barrier. The Molten Bolt not able to score the goal, but sets Kotone up for a good shot. Sends it right in, and Fudgy Waffles not able to make it there in time, and that's going to be Cosmic Calamities evening up the set.
Definitely looking quite even here. Both sides having a flip, one for defense, one for offense, and the energy being quite middling on the rest of the cast. That said, we see Grimella getting taken down by that offensive flip, as now it is a power play on the offense, but they've got to be careful because it's caught between their barrier and the wall, so they really got to get it out here, as Forgot helping Kotone start the pressure up. Fudgy Waffles looking quite low. Drew also quite low. Kazan, a quite low base stagger character. I'm saying quite low, quite a lot. But with that in mind, Forgot unable to get that Molten Bolt through, and it's actually Drew who's just going to find his way through the defense, just cutting a path for their team, setting them up 2-1 in this set. You got to be careful here if you're the side of Cosmic Calamities, because this is a big game for you to win. You can't let little opportunities pass you by.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be Bang Bang taking the lead in this game generally after a bit of a rough first set. Right now, it's going to be Fudgy Waffles defending successfully against Kotone. Now double barrier taken with the assistance, a good awareness from Grimella there to make sure that he could use his now special in order to put himself in a good position to get that second barrier. Gonna lose the strike war though against Killmonk, because Kotone has another opportunity to get the goalie barrier, which he does convert on. Flip is gonna be up for Killmonk, but he's knocked away before he can do anything with it. Pendulum swing is gonna end up saving the goal. The Aeronado there, the aerial's actually almost getting a kill against Natty right there. Not able to find it. On the other hand though, Killmonk's gonna find himself in the penalty box for another 12 seconds. Drew with a pull, able to force out that core flip from Natty, but an unfortunate angle, it means that Natty's going to be finding himself in a stressful clearing situation right now. Fudgy Waffles marching upfield himself to be the third forward in this situation. The Arenado not able to find the goal and pressure that they would want. The flip comes out, and Fudgy Waffles sinks it straight in. The core speed is a little bit too fast with that 1-2 punch assistance. That's going to be Bang Bang taking the third set of the game.
The core does tend to go at a blistering pace with that 1-2 punch. The core flip counting as the first hit and the strike the second. That's going to send it past all the defenders here and get us into this draft where bit of an interesting
really
pick choice.
This is a really big draft for Bang Bang. You're going to have a Monumentalist deny from the Rasmus, which means he doesn't get Unstoppable. He doesn't get the Orb Dancer. There's just so many options here. It's a really good draft for Bang Bang. The Catalyst getting picked up as well for this era goalie. Things are looking really good for the side of Bang Bang right now.
Am I cutting out once more? Okay, there we go. I might have cut out again there. Sorry about that, folks. But that said, well, just sort of recounting the draft here, we've got that primetime on Cantone with the heavy impact. That's going to be a lot of cooldown reduction. We saw the extra special picked up previously by Killmonk. Now they have the Adrenaline Rush, but they're going to be the ones who go down here as this point is seemingly coming to a close in this 3v1 power play unless Natty really bosses up here.
Yeah, Natty in a 1v3 situation, but can't do anything. The double buffed up size between the Aera Beam, Grimella, and Drew with that big fish is going to be a little bit too much to handle. And one thing I actually really thought was interesting was this aerial picks up from Fudgy Waffles. I generally consider it to be not a super great awakening on the Aera. Forward Aera doesn't really care about projectile range, and the dash awakenings are actually weaker than you'd expect on Aera. But on Aera goalie, you actually use that projectile length quite a bit, because you are sending a lot of those kind of rail cannon ults where you send it far downfield and see if you can't fish for something. So definitely seen a lot of a lot of value come out from that right now. So right now Grimella trying to get that first goal barrier, but it's going to be Drew's flip that ends up getting it instead, able to get himself a nice orb for his trouble as well to get those Orb Dancer stacks. Now on 5 orbs is right now Grimella forced to use that flip defensively, gets a kill for his troubles as well, but no. An unfortunate strike means that goalie barrier is going to still be in play. The second strike happening again, and the strike war win from Natty Cantone means that there will be no open net for the side of Cosmic Calamities. There is eventually Drew there to finish up the job that Grimella cannot, and right now Fudgy Waffles trying to get there in time. The size actually from the beam enough to save that goalie barrier. Again, saves it just barely, but it's going to go down eventually. Now Cantone with some flashy plays, almost able to get the goal, but a whiff flip means that he's going to rely on that board flip. Not going to get it, though. Natty, though, first to burn flip Grimella, and Fudgy Waffles here on the defense against Cantone. 1v2. Cantone finds the goal, and that's going to be an evened up set here for Cosmic Calamities. This is neck and neck.
I like that adaptation from Cantone there, recognizing that the flick didn't work the first time. So the second time they just go for the straightaway, the strike, reset off of the primary, and then strike it again, forcing Grimella into a very difficult strike war, even with that Unstoppable helping them. And they managed to get it through. That said, we are 1-1 here, and Grimella's taking a lot of damage. And I think one thing that could be of note here is this extra special on Killmonk with that, all the damage that they just have. I just feel like there's so much damage that's coming out here. It's just whether or not they can make the most of it, but it feels like a lot of what they have to do where they could be getting damage as this Drakkar is being stuck on the defense, as they have to get it past Drew, a player who is quite difficult to handle once they are in your net. So you just got to be careful here as Cantone seemingly dies just to that 1-2 punch and the bulk up plus the stagger. Quite difficult spot here.
Yeah, right now there is a power play situation here. Bang Bang find themselves in the advantage, but Cantone is going to come back here to help on the defense. Strike Wars keep it in play as Grimella sends it in, but it's going to be the top spin from Drew. Able to lock it out, not able to get a KO for his troubles, but Drew's going to be more than happy with that point, 1 point away from Bang Bang taking game number 1.
Yeah. Another thing to consider is, we were just talking about the aerials earlier, I just double checked it. It's now 80% speed. So that is still quite a lot of movement, especially once you start pairing that with Grimella's speed on the secondaries as well. So that is just a ton of offensive threat for a player like Drew, and they're really showing just how much they can make of it here. That said, Bang Bang taking the first barrier, not quite converting anything else quite yet. The defense is immaculate here, where even though there's so much threatening them, they just manage to find the outs, but they just can't get it from out of their net. They save the barrier one too many times. It goes down finally. It's looking dangerous.
Yeah, and Drew right now finds himself in front of the net with size. It's not a situation that you really want to be. Grimella with a flip, gonna pop it and gonna send it almost in the net, but a good defense from Natty keeps the core in play. Now Killmonk gonna win the strike war against the pull. Kotone now with possession 4, trying to march it up field here. Fudgy Waffles now finds himself with the core, trying to get it cleared. 2 flips here, but one's going to be gone. A KO found from Drew, and things are now looking dire for the side of Cosmic Calamity. A defensive flip from Kotone. It's going to find 1 goalie barrier, going to try to find 2, but no, it's going to be Drew with possession, and it's going to be sent right in by Grimella. Fortunately, good defense from the Cosmic Calamities is just not going to be enough, and Bang Bang find themselves advantaged here in the series, taking game number 1.
I think we've seen quite there just how good 1-2 punch is on Kazan. Topspin triggering it by itself. There's a lot of abilities in this game that don't do that, but his just happens to be one where if you get hit by it, you're getting the full 1-2 punch value once they finally get sent flying. And there we saw just multiple KOs just like that, where even with only few awakenings to give them power, just that one ability was enough to send them off the sides. Quite dangerous to deal with and quite difficult as well. That said, though, Bang Bang making good use of this Era goalie, one that we kind of had an eyebrow raised at, but still looked quite good at the end of the day. Taking a look at the stats here, Natty, 183 redirects. That's quite a bit. They did quite good on the defense, but it just was not enough. They pulled their weight, but against these players, it can be just so tough, especially one like Drew. That said, on the other side, just high redirects overall, really just showing that they had control of the core and were able to make the most of it every opportunity they got. But both sides actually very close in KOs as well, 8 KOs versus 9 KOs. And it wasn't a 1 KO difference that led to the end of that game. It just shows that one side had to work a little bit more for what they were given.
Yeah, and it felt like out of those 6 KOs that Drew got, I feel like 4 of them were like in that last set. Even though Drew had 1-2 punch pretty much the entire game, it felt like he wasn't really a huge KO threat, but it really felt like it came all together. The build finally clicked for Drew, and he was finding a lot of those top spin KOs that actually gave so much of an advantage for Bang Bang, taking out Killmonk with his flip. And I think that was what made the difference in there in that final set. Definitely felt like Bang Bang really was in control of the game by the time that game ended. And just overall really well played. I do want to talk about Natty's performance. I think it was phenomenal. He had some amazing saves. He played very well, and overall just I loved watching Natty kind of evolve as a player, really coming into his own. I think really showing that when he came into the league, he was kind of a huge unknown, a huge question mark. But I think even though he lost this game, I feel like just his overall performance this season definitely solidifies him as a top goalie and a goalie to watch in whatever he does in Omega Strikers coming up next. And honestly, probably going to be my vote for Rookie of the Season when we get those votes up and running. So that being said, he's got 2 games in front of him if he wants to take this series, and Grimella and Drew are no slouches when it comes to scoring goals. So we'll see what comes up next from Bang Bang and Cosmic Calamities. As looks like both teams are going to be entering draft pretty soon. But what do you think? What do you think as we go? I believe into Oni Village. What do you think is going to come out from Bang Bang in this situation? I believe that's going to be Cosmic Calamity's pick.
It's tough to say. Grimella, I believe, has pretty good picks for this map. It's very midfielder-centric, and Grimella is a great midfielder. So a lot of Oni Village comes down to how well can the midfielders keep control with the help of their goalie. As the points can go quite long here, so you need that patience and perseverance to survive on a map like this. Whereas Demon Days previously, bit of a mosh pit, lots of things happening all at once, and you've just got to be prepared for all of it. Oni Village, very systematic gameplay, very, I don't want to say solved, because obviously we see new things every day, adaptations every single week. Yeah. But that said, it's definitely, you know what you're getting out of this map. And even in a more coordinated environment like this, where there are greater overall ideas than something in like a solo queue game where you feel like, oh, I rolled Oni Village, it's going to be a 45-minute game. There's still a lot that you have to do on this map in a coordinated setting, and you've just got to be ready for that. So I think it's going to have to be a midfielder that can work well with the goalie on the defense, but the typical picks we see on a map like this are things like the Kai and the Estelle. And well, I know Fudgy Waffles is typically being the Estelle player with him as the goalie here. It's going to be interesting to see what they pick. Perhaps a Mako pickup will be seen here. Yeah. But as far as what we can expect from Bang Bang, I mean, there's just a lot of generically very good picks on this map that in their hands, I'm sure, they can make anything look good, but as far as something specific to look for, I can't say for certain.
Yeah. I think kind of coming out of that game and just looking at the players, I think this Kazan's going to be a really big pick coming to Oni Village. Oni Village, one of those maps where things like the X, things like the Juliet, not really that strong. Most brawlers will default to the Kazan and the Zentaro, and I think that Drew's Zentaro, while very good, I think pales in comparison to his Kazan. I think maybe the same thing could be said about Katone, a very good Kazan in his back pocket as well. So I expect that to be a priority pick, especially because this is the first series today where Finny has just not had a presence in game one. It was neither picked nor banned by either team. Not going to be a dominant pick on this map. And even though Oni Village is actually a game where we've seen Finny brought out during the LAN, we saw You Already Lose play this pick quite a bit to great success as well. The fact that it went through on, I believe, on Demon Deus, meant that neither team is really looking to prioritize this pick. So I'd be surprised if I saw it. And I'm looking to see. I think the Kazan going to be picked up either first pick or in that first rotation. I feel like it's going to be pivotal coming into this game number 2 here, especially again on Oni Village, where the brawler pool is a little bit more clinched than it is used to. So we'll see what comes of it. I think Estelle obviously going to be another big pick. Both Grimella and Killmonk / Forgot are big players of that pick. It's definitely still a very strong pick despite the nerfs on Oni Village. So I think that whichever team ends up prioritizing the Kazan is going to lose the Estelle and probably going to go into that Estelle Rasmus composition that we've seen quite a bit on Oni Village. So definitely interesting. I definitely agree with you. Just from Fudgy Waffles, definitely wanting to just lock it down. Probably gonna just swallow the ego and pick Mako, even though the nerfs were pretty significant on the character. I still think the goalie is overall very viable, and it's gonna be very good on Oni Village, especially. So we'll see. We'll see what they end up picking. I'm not too sure, honestly, what Fudgy Waffles pool is on Oni Village. I feel like on other maps he's picked like Era, and like Juno, but that's just not something that you see a lot on Oni Village. So definitely interesting to see if Fudgy Waffles may have a new pick in his back pocket to deal with this map.
I think one thing that potentially tells a big story here are these two bans. You know, Bang Bang looking for that Rasmus ban, a pick that Kotone has driven to success many a time. Cosmic Calamities recognizing this and recognizing that Bang Bang has the first pick and has a player who can play Kazan quite well, has to ban out their own forward's other pick to then prevent the enemy team from getting it. Like you said, Kazan quite strong on this map as a forward. So I'm very interested to see what they pick up here for the forward role, and Calamities picking up the Zentaro is looking like the next one. Like you said, many brawlers, if at this level, just need to have a Zentaro in their back pocket. But when we look at the rest of the draft here, we see that Kai first pick, not really a surprise here. We see the Asher goalie pickup, I have to assume. Natty, pretty well known for their Asher goalie, though it can be quite difficult on this map once the net opens up. And then we see Juliet Dubu. Juliet, pretty tough to pilot on this map sometimes just because of how fast the core goes and how hard it can be to maneuver yourself. So we're really going to need to see top tier performance there. But with the help of that Orb Dancer, it could potentially be quite good. And then Dubu on the defense, I mean, that's just a brick wall character. Very standard pick here. And this pick 6, Estelle is going to be picked up. Again, another great midfielder. We talked about it earlier when we were talking about this map. We see Kai and Estelle both picked up. We see a Hold It Down goalie picked up. We see Zentaro or Kazan picked up. The arguably most interesting picks here are probably this Juliet and this Asher. So while I don't think they will be picks that particularly turn the tide of the game, I think they will definitely be things to keep note of as we get into this. That said, Fudgy Waffles on this Dubu, we did have an inkling that it would be potentially a Mako pick, but with this Dubu pick, I think that is a solid pick, and with Orb Dancer being available, it's going to allow them to run around, and it is actually 6 Orb Dancers picked up here. So clearly, this Awakening is quite strong compared to something like Twin Drive that could have given some characters a bit of an advantage, maybe if we'd seen something like an Atlas, but instead, we're just seeing full speed, pedal to the metal. We're getting into this game. As now, no barriers have been taken yet. That Asher primary, amazing defense on this map with just how the play gets coordinated. But that said, we're going to need some coordinated defense as this net is now open.
Yeah. And yeah, that Kazan ban from Calamities, I think very smart, as Katone, an amazing redirect coming out of his Zoni's blade, snaps the first point. I think that was a really good choice from Calamities. It turns out that they I feel like they read Bang Bang's intentions. I didn't talk about Gramella's Kai, but he really likes Kai on this map, and it's a really good pick generally. But I think that definitely, I feel like Cosmic Calamities definitely outsmarted Bang Bang here in this draft, because they were able to pick up the Estelle without too much worry. And Katone got Zentara, which is the pick that is not Rasmus and Kazan on this map. And with both of those brawlers banned, I think that Drew is just in a really bad spot. Has to play the Juliet on this map, which is something that I feel like can be dealt with pretty easily. And I think we're coming to see that already. There's just such a big difference in pressure that Katone has versus Drew. I feel like Drew's touched the court twice this entire game, and because of that, you just gonna have a problem scoring on Asher. You know, infamously easy to score on Asher, and that's gonna be a big problem. That's gonna be a huge problem for Bang Bang. So I think huge draft advantage comes here to the Cosmic Calamities, and we're seeing that in action here as Drew is spending more time in the penalty box than he is redirecting the core.
Yeah, it's definitely going to require a lot of effort here from Drew. But, I mean, that is a player who you can expect great things from. That strike shot, though, not quite great, but they do manage to save the barrier regardless with the help of this primary. The flip coming out of Natty. Natty just trying to get the core down the field to make things happen. But these points, like we said earlier, they're going to go a bit long, but they managed to get that barrier just past Natty. Natty strike shot, not able to save it. I can't even keep up with my words at this point. As things are just happening back and forth, it just feels like these points go so long until something really big happens, and it leads to either a barrier or a point. But one thing I want to take note of here is on this kickoff, both teams are opting to let the brawler position stand in the middle and just allow them to adapt to what happens during the kickoff, because should they win, it allows either barrier to be opened up, but should they lose, it allows them to fall back and get into a good position.
Yeah. Definitely good adaptation from both teams here, but right now it's going to be an open net for the side of the side of Cosmic Calamities right now. Gramella losing the midfield interaction here against Katone, but Fudgewolf is going to get an easy enough clear here that Ash Punch not going to find the KO that Drew would have wanted, and KOs are going to be very big on this, considering that we have a 6 Orb Dancer start. But nothing going to be found. It is Oni Village after all, and there is no pummelers on this Juliet, so we are going to come into a little bit of a lull here for some corner play here in Oni Village. Katone almost taking the goalie barrier with that strike whirlwind, but nothing going to be found just quite yet. Drew here trying to find some fancy footworks with the redirect, and right now Katone trying to play a little bit of the brawler midfield while Killmonk hunkers up with his goalie here, which means that it's going to be hard to score on the side of Cosmic Calamities. And finally Natty's able to find the clear, but it's going to be cleared yet again by Fudgy Waffles. Katone though with a good strike, able to nab away that goal. Natty just fast enough to catch that core. Good pass splitter as well to prevent the core flip from Fudgy Waffles from stealing the goal. But now Gramella has the opportunity. Giga Blast not going to find when he needs. Now Killmonk using his secondary to keep the core upfield. Gramella now using his barrage, which means he does not have it for this upcoming defensive play. It should have come to it. Drew trying to find any sort of play here. Nothing's going to be found. The Borg flick is going to send it right into the top side of the net. Fudgy Waffle is just not able to react in that situation. Nothing he could really do, and that's going to be Cosmic Calamities finding themselves up with Killmonk having that flip, and Katone almost getting a flip for himself. So it's going to be really hard to defend here if you are Fudgy Waffles. It's going to be very, very hard.
Definitely difficult, but they've shown a lot through this game, just this game already, that they have the defensive prowess that they need. They're using their tools to the utmost. But one thing to be careful of here is Katone having this flip available. The barrier goes down, and Kotone's in prime position. You don't even need a Borg flick when you have the flip. You just need to press the button and go to town. But Fudgy Waffle still manages to defend it even with that.
Yeah, and right now that means that it's going to be Gramella and Drew finding the opportunity. Drew almost has flip, but he might not get the opportunity to use it. Things are looking really good for the Cosmic Calamities here offensively. The Giga not going to find the KO or the core, just a little bit of damage on a Killmonk, which is easily ignored here. Gramella, a good strike to negate the cooldowns of Killmonk, but the Borg flick once again almost claims another goal and not going to be found, however. Unfortunately, a little bit of a misread from Killmonk. Does not find the strike into Katone's primary, their secondary, but it's not going to matter. Katone finds the goal. Excellent play, finding himself up on levels from his goalie and his midfielder on Oni Village of all maps. And that's going to be a well-earned MVP here.
Big MVP invocations. There's no explosive entrance. That would have been probably an awakening that broke this game wide open for that first pick, but still certainly some good options. And once again, we see when with the starting awakenings, if every player picks the same one, the other awakening does get cycled back into this draft, as we see the twin drive picked up for Fudgy Waffles. We've got stacks on the forward. That's going to give them the extra movement speed that's really going to harm this Juliet's ability to get around. But Adrenaline Rush Juliet, definitely scary should they start getting those dash punch kills. But it can be quite difficult to find those on this map, even with the speed gate and with how fast people are going with this Orb Dancer. It feels like they'll just be able to dance out of any offense you might try to create with that dash punch. But still going to give them the scoring opportunities, as seen here, as one barrier goes down both sides. Other than some stagger picked up on the other sides, it's going to be Grimella with this aerials trying to find the most of that speed and projectile distance. But that said, Kai already quite strong on this map. That little bit of extra power perhaps is going to give their team the extra speed and ability that they need to get around this Asher goalie, who quite hard to score on.
Yeah, absolutely. It just looks really rough for Bang Bang right now. It feels like Drew kind of got a dead awakening. Something that's just not going to be useful. No KOs are really going to be found, and just look at the aggression here from Cosmic Calamities. Look how confident they are playing into this. Both of the forwards getting move speed on their awakening, which means that they're just going to passively win a lot of these interactions unless Grimella burns that blazing pace reactively to kind of deal with that. And it just feels so hard for Bang Bang to find their footing in this game. It's going to be one goalie barrier down 2. Killmonk still has flip. Katone almost has it for his own as well, and if things don't change really quick, or Drew doesn't find like some amazing KOs, it's going to look very, very bad for Bang Bang.
Well, it might start looking bad, but right now it's looking good as the net is open. Fudgy has this flip to defend as well as almost a full kit. Katone has a flip for this offense, but Drew gets theirs slashed away by just a strike.
Yeah, Natty, an excellent strike, just blocks all the offense that Drew can muster, but a good dimer from Grimella is going to give Drew too many options for Natty to cover with that flip. Unfortunately, guesses wrong with the barrier beam, and that's going to be one goal over to the side of Bang Bang, a much needed point here in the set as we go into our third point here.
Oh, but the point is looking quick as Katone...
Yeah.
Just a couple strikes secondary, gets it in there. Big Sad Boys logo popping up. But just as fast as that point started, it seemingly ended. I don't even know. Was that a 9-second point according to the clock, if I saw that right? I'm not even sure.
Point. Yeah, not what you like to see, especially on Oni Village. Just definitely, I feel like, that just goes to show the aggressive difference that the forward duo of Cosmic Calamities have over the side of Bang Bang. It feels like with that passive move speed, they're going to be first to orbs, they're going to be first to any sort of midfield interaction, they're going to be forced to show up in a lot of situations, and because of that, they're just going to find themselves a lot more opportunities, and almost really good defense from Natty, but Drew does end up finding the crack in the armor here. Grimella trying to look for a good opportunity to use his flip. Drew here has the move speed, wins the strike war against Killmonk's Blink, a very good interaction there. Takes the point for the side of Bang Bang, and now they're evening up the set despite their drafting disadvantage.
And that goes to show just how good these players are, where they can take a draft like this where they seem clearly disadvantaged and still keep things even though they are down a set, they are even in points. And this set is the only one that matters until you get to the next one. So with Grimella having this flip available, we'll have to see whether theirs or Kratone's gets burned first, but Drew not really able to find an angle here. They do get this first barrier, but with the dash being out, it's going to be difficult to find another unless Grimella just like that pulls up.
Yeah, and right now a good strike shot from Fudgy Waffles tries to save one barrier, unfortunately not going to be enough. As now it's going to be Killmonk here on the aggressive Katone, trying to find his core, trying to get through Fudgy Waffles, but nothing's going to be found, no purchase found against the goalie of Bang Bang here. But the piercing shot from Killmonk's going to find it now, an open net for both teams here on a critical set here. Katone with the flick, not going to find it though, the passive, not going to be enough to get it past Grimella, and Natty here with a flip, should it be needed. Drew with a punch, going to re-get core possession, the Flame Flurry not going to find its mark. Killmonk now almost having flip. Katone with a Borg flick, going to be read by Fudgy Waffles here as we enter overtime. Giga Blast gets it through Killmonk, gets it through Killmonk. Natty here with a flip, sends it downfield. Katone not able to get it. This is big here for Bang Bang. The strike war is going to be lost by Drew here, but one more opportunity can be found. No, Grimella with the strike win forces the core flip. Fudgy Waffles barely able to get there in time. The Quangle not going to be found. Katone with a flip almost wins and wins the strike war against Fudgy Waffles. And the log, our critical strike war win, steals the set away for the Cosmic Calamities. Now they find themselves up 2-0 here on Oni Village against Bang Bang.
Yeah, that was a huge point to win because going up 2-1 in this set, or 2-0 in sets, is going to make you look really good, especially when you're already down one game. This could be a quick sweep that leads us into a game 3, especially with this Catalyst pickup. It's going to be big on the Zentaro. That's a lot of energy, where it's not quite like Demon Deus, where you're going to get a hit a ton of times, but there's certainly things like that Kai Barrage that are just going to be pelting you, and it's going to give you a lot of opportunities. One thing I was going to make note of, though, before we got to this draft, was that I think the adaptation at this point for Kotone to really seal the deal here is the board flicks have stopped working. They've recognized that they need to defend against those, and especially with that shot, they've done an excellent job. Now they need to start potentially using that even to just set up a dribble for themselves, make them recognize, oh, the primary is out, I need to read the strike shot up or down, and then just set up a dribble. And it looked like they had that idea the previous round, but then it just went through the doo-boo anyways. So I think the adaptation is definitely starting to get there, but you need to be careful because Drew finding purchase and finding a goal for their team, Grimella with the extra projectile range, able to help seal the deal with that primary on that barrier, and then Drew just finds a way in, even when they are playing Juliet on this map, a notoriously harder to pilot character.
Yeah, just, I mean, amazingly well played. It looked like he barely able to get that strike off, but amazing positioning, knows his limits of his character. Able to make sure that he's able to get that goal is, right now, looks like Katone and Killmonk looking to answer that play with their own offensive play. And the first KO of the game finally comes out. The 1-2 punch, Adrenaline Juliet, even on Oni Village, is still a bit of a menace to worry about. Now it's going to be an open net for the side of Cosmic Calamities. A punch, gonna hit stun Natty and the core. Gonna get a nice little goal. That's honestly, that's a 1 minute 2-point advantage for the side of Bang Bang. It looks like after getting that 1-2 punch and the team player from Grimella, Bang Bang is able to wake up and find their win condition here against Cosmic Calamities.
Definitely big pickup on that 1-2 punch onto Drew. However, we do see Killmonk getting 2 Stagger Awakenings. That's going to be big implications later on, especially if this comeback does start happening. That's a lot of scaling that they're still going to have to fight through, even if they get these points and get these rounds. So, big uphill battle here for Bang Bang, but they're making it look good. They're up 2 points in the set, almost getting a kill onto Killmonk. We'll need to see if they can cinch up these kills and guarantee the KOs to get that adrenaline rush pumping to make the offense even stronger than it already is, even though it seems like it would be such a tough job for a player like Drew.
Yeah, right now it's going to be looking really, really good for them still, as Katone is going to have his flip effectively negated here. So right now, the offensive play is still going, but Drew's looking so fast with the Orb Dancer. Still a thing. Still a big advantage that they have, and since Killmonk only has 1 to his name, 1 stack to his name, as right now the overtime does start. Katone does find that last barrier there and a good strike, wins the strike war against Grimella, and just sinks it right in. An amazing play from Katone, basically 2v1ing the defensive duo of Bang Bang, and that's going to be the first point of Cosmic Calamity scored the set.
Felt like a little bit of flailing there by Fudgy once they saw that the strike shot didn't go off, but regardless, great play by Katone to open up everything, getting that barrier, and now getting that point. As we get into this one, Drew trying to find that dash punch, but Grimella not sending it quite their direction. But both barriers are still down. Looks like Bang Bang's really starting to wake up here.
Yeah, and there's just been so many situations where the Cosmic Calamities have been put in a bad situation right off the bat because of an unfortunate double barrier. It feels like if they want to continue on their rampage, they're going to have to make sure that they don't get scored on like that, as a quick set, a 1 minute set or a 1 minute 30-second set goes the way of Bang Bang. I feel like all 3 points basically it started with a double barrier from Bang Bang, and if that just happens, Cosmic Calamities is in for a very quick reverse sweep. As right now the perfect form is going to be taken by the Juliet, a little bit less of an impact than it normally does on more damage heavy maps, but you're still going to be very, very happy with that denying Zentaro and getting on your Juliet.
Definitely a big deny there. The strength of that pick is probably the deny, but that said, still quite good with the ultimate and the dash punch to reset those cooldowns. But hot shot on the Kai, you gotta be careful of those Giga Blasts, and Estelle picking up this missile propulsion is going to be a lot more threat that they have in their arsenal. Fudgy Waffles getting this glass cannon here is actually a good bit of speed, and it's going to allow them to walk up and really set down hazards for the enemy team to have to deal with. We'll have to see how they can manage to get around those, or whether or not Fudgy's going to be stuck on the defense as one barrier is already down. But another thing is Katone having this Rampage now, that's going to be a lot of size in their favor if they can get these barriers, but it's their own that are being lost.
Yeah, and just it feels like we've been here before. Another 30-second goal for the side of Bang Bang after just basically just breaking through Cosmic Calamity's defenses. It feels like they just, Natty and Killmonk just not able to find any sort of bunkering up in the offense of Drew and Grimella, and that's impressive considering, well, one of them's a Juliet. That's incredibly hard to find any sort of offensive play on Oni Village, and so the fact that this is happening is gonna potentially be very problematic for the side of the Cosmic Calamities, as right now this team player is also putting a little bit of work. Grimella almost finding the barrier just off of it, but right now it's going to be Katone trying to find something, not going to find anything here as Katone hovers back just to get his Orb Dancer proc. Drew with the flip, unfortunately going to use it after his Flying Phoenix, so not going to find the play that he likes. May not matter anyways. Is eventually cleared out though by Natty. One barrier down for the side of Bang Bang here. Katone now looking to find anything, but nothing's going to be found as we go into the Oni Village lull a little bit.
Yeah, definitely a bit of back and forth here as one barrier each side. The map has sort of been flipped at a diagonal of how you want to play it. But that said, Grimella has this flip available should they get this offense going. But with Natty having a flip of their own, it feels like it's going to be so tough to score, and they managed to anyways.
Yeah, and that's going to be an open net. Flip here from Natty is possible to be used as the Borgflick's not going to... Oh, he is going to find that final goalie barrier here. Katone with an opportunity to score. The Oni Village keeps it up forward. Flip comes from Fudgy Waffles, almost goes straight into the hands of Drew, but it's not going to be found, and Katone on the rebound is going to take that goal with his core flip of his own. Natty crucially preserved his flip, and Killmonk almost has a flip of his own, so energy economy looking very, very good for the side of the Cosmic Calamities right now.
Big energy advantage, but I like the kickoff there by Bang Bang. Drew walking up and just sending it to Fudgy, allowing them to put it into that corner and just sort of lock it down with all the tools that they have available. But once again, we're back at this exact same standpoint. One barrier each side, both in the opposite corners. It's going to be tough to find purchase here without those flips available this time, and with Natty still having theirs and Killmonk almost at one. But great midfielding by Killmonk there, finding the way to get through those enemies. Intercept and interrupt is the name of their game as they get that barrier, and the net is now open.
Yeah, and one adaptation that I saw is Grimella is now using more of his cooldowns to assist Fudgy Waffles here on the defense, which means he doesn't have him to get through Natty, and I feel like that's what you need, but that's going to mean that the Cosmic Calamities is going to have a lot more time to find some offensive plays, but it looks like Drew is able to actually sink that one in now. Katone has the opportunity to score here. Borgflick again going to be called out here by the defense of Grimella and Fudgy Waffles. Drew trying to find anything right now, almost gets it, but the core speed almost sinks it in. Killmonk able to intercept the team player pass. Drew not able to find his hands on the core, unfortunately, which means Katone has another opportunity to Borgflick finally catches Fudgy Waffles off guard. And that's going to be 1 point away, Cosmic Calamities, from taking their map pick here on Oni Village.
Yep. They went back to square one, started playing it straight, and then finally when the defense is lowered, they go back to going for those flicks. So great play by them. But one thing I'm noticing is it feels like Natty is relying a bit too much on their abilities to help clear these out attempts and not just trusting their own strikes. They're a player of high caliber. They know what they're doing. It just seems like there's a lack of confidence there at times. Asher quite strong at defending with those abilities, but sometimes you just got to trust yourself as a striker, not as the character. That said, as we're getting into this, Killmonk is helping on this defense because Drew has this flip available, and you've got to be there to help, but it doesn't matter. Even with that flip burn, the point isn't taken, but the barrier is.
Yeah, now an open net. Fudgy Waffles almost has a flip. Drew not able to find that goal. Flip from Natty is going to be burned, though, as Grimella now not able to stop the pass. Borgflick doesn't find Fudgy Waffles this time. It was a flip of his own now. Is Drew just trying to find damage onto the no evade from Natty. Flip from Katone is going to go wide. Drew here now able to get an opportunity to score. Nothing's going to be found, though. The pass splitter covers too many options, and Killmonk now with the Rose Warp able to finally get a little bit of clear out, and good strike getting it past both Grimella and Drew as we enter overtime here. Katone just trying to keep the core upfield, winning so many strike wars, but it's all going to be blocked by the Tofu Fortress, and now Zentaro going to lose his life, spend some time in the penalty box here. A power play, the team player is going to be there, but it's going to be stopped by the pass splitter. now goes up to Grimella, who tries to score a goal. Natty's going to defend it, though, with the secondary. The team player is just so much to handle, but it's going to be cleared yet again by Natty. Katone now has the opportunity, but Drew able to sink it in. The 1-2 punch core speed now evens up the set, and Bang Bang now clawing their way back into this game.
Drew forcing some tough 50-50s onto Natty there. Great use of their kit, even if their kit isn't one that is traditional for this map. Just shows how good of a player Drew is. Almost finding another KO there onto Killmonk. The ultimate comes out, has to burn the evade from Natty. They're really even at Juliet, causing a lot of pressure. And with Grimella on the backup, both barriers have gone down, but Katone gets one of their own.
Yeah, and it feels like Fudgy Waffles just has to get a clip, clear, which he has a flip advantage for. Doesn't even need to use it. Drew, unfortunately, missing his punch, which is going to end their defensive play. An unfortunate whiff from Katone is going to match him as well. We have some multiple whiff flips coming out from Killmonk and Fudgy Waffles. Strike shot going to get a clear, though. Katone with the win on the strike ward, going to be blocked away by the Dubu log, though. Grimella now assisting his goalie on the defense. Drew now has the flip. It just needs to get to him, and it might be curtains here for the Cosmic Calamities. There it goes, but it's going to be blocked away by the barrier beam now. Katone and Killmonk looking to find any sort of purchase, but Grimella has a flip in this situation. Grimella must not let it get through, but it is getting through right now. As Katone and Killmonk now in a 2v1 strike war against Grimella, trying to just get it through Fudgy Waffles and Grimella as we enter overtime here. Tofu Fortress going to come out. Drew not able to find any sort of play here. A crazy bounce almost costs Fudgy Waffles his barrier. So right now, Katone just dribbling it through the corner. The Giga Blast not going to get the angle that Grimella would like. So the offensive play now continues. Rose Warp not able to catch either the midfielder or the goalie off guard. Katone not able to win a strike war against the size and power Dubu here. Rose Warp not going to find anything as well. Drew not able to get his hands on the core here. Good save and strike timing from Fudgy Waffles. A flip once again blocked away here. Grimella's going to be low though. No dodge to speak of. One more cooldown is going to be it, but it's going to be whiffed by Killmonk now. And that might be punished here by Drew and Grimella here. The punch not going to find the goal. The flip's going to be there. The dash punch not able to kill the goalie here, as it is still overtime. The core is going so fast, especially with Grimella's team player. Raj gets it through Killmonk. Katone has to win this interaction. The strike shot's going to save it, but no, Drew wins the strike wars and keeps Bang Bang's hopes for a 2-0 alive. As we are going to set number 5 here. Well played from Drew. Feels like he's been winning so many interactions, but it's going to be Grimella that gets the MVP.
Drew has that strike war gene. They just managed to win any strike war. It just feels like it's so tough to defend against them. Once you're out of abilities as Asher and you just have to take a strike war against that player, that's when it's real crunch time. But Quick Strike is going to be picked up here by Grimella, but it trades Explosive Entrance to Zentaro. I'm not sure how I feel about that trade. Explosive Entrance, not a bad awakening on Kai. I guess it just depends on how much you feel towards the Zentaro pickup here. We see Orb Ponderer picked up for the goalie and Rapid Fire for the other. There's going to be a lot of cooldowns going their way.
Yeah.
Remedy is going to be nice to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing as well, this style is 154 power.
Yeah.
The sniping is not, is an option now. I feel like, and KOs are huge, even though we've only seen like one this entire game. Getting your orbs reset on any village is going to be big, especially when every other player in the game is fully stacked. So if Killmonk just finds one snipe onto Grimella or Fudgy Waffles, it just might be curtains for the chances of Bang Bang, but it's not going to be found right now. One thing as well, this the triple stagger, kind of when the stagger build really unlocks in this situation, Killmonk's going to be running really fast, but Grimella with these quick strikes is going to be a little bit hard to handle, especially in these midfield interactions. So we'll see which team comes out on top. I think both teams are overall pretty happy with their draft. I'd say maybe slight advantage goes over to Bang Bang with the Orb Ponderer going over to Fudgy Waffles, but honestly, it's not a huge advantage.
But an advantage will be created with this power play available. Drew helping Fudgy Waffles hold it down, but the net is open. The Dubu Fortress does come out, but for how long can it stand? So just too much of a collapse there. Bit of a cross-slash combination between the Crystal Thorns and the dash from Katone. That's a tough one to defend. Even with the energy, you can evade so much, but there's just too many things to have to deal with. If you evade, you can't block the Crystal Thorns, and if you don't evade, that Explosive Entrance really bearing its fangs here. So difficult to defend against. Great offense by the side of Cosmic Calamities. And now the offense continues as this flip is burned, almost double barrier, but Grimella manages to help save that. This is a big back and forth here, as now we're on the opposite sides for the neutral stance, but the barrier count is still the same.
Yeah, and big that Grimella got KO'd. His orbs are now going to be reset, which is a huge disadvantage, but right now it's going to be Bang Bang with the advantage, actually, as they are able to open up the net here against Natty now. Katone trying to look flashy, trying to get that last goalie barrier, but it's not going to be found, and Drew playing Disruption, trusting Grimella to win that interaction against Killmonk, allows them to get a nice and clean goal here. We are dead even here on set number 5 of game 2.
Dead even, but we have to see how this comes out. Once again, this kickoff, we see Drew passing it back to Fudgy. Normally when you're on the kickoff, you feel like you have to win the strike war, so you're waiting to see who strikes first, but when the first interaction is a player running up to the core as soon as possible and passing it backwards, it just takes it out of your reach and makes it so difficult to deal with that situation unless you're doing the exact same. So we're going to have to see how they adapt to that kickoff when it is in the middle, because that's twice now that Bang Bang has made the most of the kickoff. But with orbs coming to life, Drew's going to have a ton of speed, able to get that first barrier. Grimella fighting them over the possession of the core, but they still managed to hold on. 2 flips available for Cosmic Calamities, and Katone working on one of their own. We'll have to see how that energy advantage translates to whether they can stay alive or whether this net's about to open up.
Yeah, and a misroll from Fudgy Waffles means it's going to be an open net here. The flip from Drew defensively keeps the core in play for the side of Bang Bang, but now Katone has the flip, elects not to send it right at the net. The Borg flick almost takes the goal, but it's not going to be found now. Overtime, going to be found. Drew with possession of the core, but it's going to be sniped away by Natty. Now in possession of a flip of his own. Katone now has the opportunity. The roll is just not fast enough. An excellently placed strike from Katone now puts Cosmic Calamities 1 point away from taking game number 2 here after an intense Oni Village match.
Down but not out. Bang Bang's going to have to make 2 quick points happen here if they want to win this and seal up this series. That said, Drew has made a great performance so far. We'll have to see if they can clinch things up here or whether or not it's just going to end up going to a game 3 after this quite grueling game so far. Natty getting opened up there just a bit. 1 barrier goes down, not 2 this time. It feels like it's easier to get double barriered on this map, but then just have both of them go down naturally at times. That Tofu Fortress kind of clumped up, but gets the job done. Fudgy Waffles almost at a flip, but the net's open.
Yeah, and we've got a flip here from Katone. It's going to be right in front of the net, but it's going to be whiffed away. Fudgy Waffles loses his life, and the core gets scored not too long after. Katone with a KO into a goal is going to seal it out for Cosmic Calamities after a very intense Oni Village match. Cosmic Calamities take the win on their map pick, and we are going to game number 3. I think Katone, with a well-earned MVP in that situation, looked very, very strong in that Centauro. And that's something to watch out for in this future game. Don't let Killmonk get this character. He might cook on it.
That said, I mean, we just got to look at the stats for this game. 300 redirects Grimella, 300 redirects Fudgy Waffles, 300 redirects Katone, 300 redirects Killmonk, Natty 230, Drew 180. I mean, Drew having 180 as Juliet, honestly, on this map, to me seems pretty good. Like, for what you're working with as that character, I think that with the 8 goals, their performance was stellar. They only got a couple KOs to make that adrenaline rush really pop off. But honestly, every player kind of played their hearts out this one, had a lot of interactions, both won and lost. But Katone with 10 goals.
Yeah.
Killmonk having an extra 2, that's 12 goals. That's a lot in one game.
That is, I think that's the almost the maximum amount of goals that you could get. I think 13 is the maximum, if I'm correct. I don't know the number off the top of my head. But yeah, just amazing. I mean, yeah, like you mentioned, a monstrous 10+1 from Katone, an excellently played game, out redirecting his midfielder by 1 and getting double the goal participation there. 40k damage as well to his name, actually. I mean, just Katone did it all that game, really. Katone did it all. And, you know, part of me just wonders, man, what if Drew got Rasmus or Kazan that game? I feel like we would have had a slightly different story, but unfortunately, I think Cosmic Calamities really did outdraft them in that situation. And I know that probably some of y'all are, thinking about that sign, tapping it and thinking comp doesn't matter, but I really do think that story might have been a little bit different if Drew was not forced onto that Juliet pick. But that's in the past now. We are going to a game 3. We are going to the Clarion Test Chamber for game number 3. Map where Juliet's going to be a little bit more powerful. More brawler picks are going to be on the table for both teams. but we'll see what either one elects to come into, as it looks like we are still waiting to get in Striker Select. After that, it looked like a really hard fought game, even with the composition advantage that Cosmic Calamities had. What do you think they're going to choose coming in the next game? I'm looking at the Kazan pick still. I think it was banned out by Cosmic Calamities. They just didn't want to give it to Drew after game at number 1. But that Rasmus, I think, maybe less of a contested pick here, are more going to be banned out potentially by Cosmic Calamities, or sorry, not banned out potentially by the Cosmic Calamities, which might open up some stuff. The Finny's always going to be there, but that's a character that's kind of been ignored all series, despite the other series that we've seen all day. So interested to see what we're going to be drafted. Feels like anything could happen here.
This map, I think, definitely leads to some very interesting drafts just on the grounds that because it is both a closed and a open map that varies seemingly at will, and sometimes you get one more than the other, it can feel really tough to pick the proper team comp here. I feel like you need a little bit of everything, or you need to get pretty lucky with the transitions of the stage. But one thing that is quite common here is damage, and a lot of it. So I think we will see some damage come out here. Another character that I think we haven't seen a lot of so far, but I personally like on this map is X. I don't know if we'll see him in this game, but I think that is a pick that, depending on the start, could definitely be very real here. But for now, we'll just have to see how that draft works out, and it is going to come down to a lot of how those stage transitions affect the picks that we see. But I do think that damage is kind of the safe pick here. So if there was a time to see Finny, it would be now, but I don't think it's going to be today. I don't think we're going to be seeing that Finny today. I think, if anything, we're going to see another hold it down style goalie, maybe something like that Mako picked up for Fudgy Waffles, unless we really see them link into that damage and pick something like that eject button Vice to really just cause some havoc. But until we know for certain, it is tough to say. Is there any character or perhaps an Awakening start that you would like to see here, Brickbat, or something that maybe you would really like to not see, like a Monumentalist start?
Yeah, Monumental start would be a little bit sad to see. Obviously, it's going to mean that now is going to interrupt, I believe it's going to be interrupting Cosmic Calamity's ban, as they are going to be on the red side of this map. So we'll see if that is the case. It should be coming up pretty soon. I think a Chrono Boost would be interesting as well. I don't know if Killmonk or Grimella have an Octavia in their back pocket. We'll definitely see. It's definitely something that I think both players have played before, but not something that they're particularly known for, and not on the same level as like the Joker or anything like that. So we'll see. That's a pick that could be very, very strong on this map. It's basically, I feel like in some cases, it's almost unbeatable on Project Maelstrom, where you have that orb in the center. But we'll see. Like I mentioned earlier, I feel like it's a draft that where anything can really happen. I do agree that that the Finny probably is going to be deprioritized again. I think that Vice might be deprioritized as well. We haven't seen it picked or banned at all so far this series as well. So we'll see if that damage, that kind of damage reality that you mentioned might come to be. As it looks like we have a twin drive siege machine start, which is a little bit interesting. I think that we potentially could see something like the IME come out from either midfielder or goalie here. That could be something that's potentially strong. Luna is on the page as well, something that hasn't been really prioritized this series at all. Could potentially come out. I don't really know who would play it though on the side of Bang Bang, but Killmonk, formerly Forgot, used to be a pretty big Luna player. So that's something that could potentially come out. But it looks like we are going to see brawler bans yet again. Bang Bang electing to get rid of Katone's Zentaro, followed by Drew's Kazan. So looks like we are going to see that X pickup that you mentioned here. I think that is something that Bang Bang actually, I'm not sure. I guess they like X individually, but they're not a big fan of Era midfield. So I'm wondering what composition they're going to put out here. Maybe they're trying to bait out the Era midfield from Cosmic Calamities because they think that's a bad pick, and Grimella could follow it up with the now pick of his own. But we'll see if that'll come to pass here. It looks like we are waiting for pick number 3.
Yeah, we do see that Era counter pick brought up, like you mentioned, but we also see the Rasmus pickup here on the forward. I think that's a good scoring threat for the side of Cosmic Calamities. Katone quite well versed at playing Rasmus. They've shown time and time again that they are quite a monster on that character. We do see the Finny pickup here. 2 characters we mentioned earlier, Finny and X, that we weren't sure if we were going to see, now both on the same team. Perhaps there is some damage brewing here as we wait for this pick 5. I think Finny with that siege machine could be quite nice, but also with the twin drive, giving them more zone control. We will just have to see. We see someone in the chat by the name of Vaughn calling for the rune lock-in, but we do not see it here today, as we do see the Now picked up. I do think Now is a quite strong character on this map on many of the variants, and even on the more open ones, they still can be quite a threat, especially later on in the drafts once you see a lot of Awakenings start popping up here. As we wait for this pick 6, it's going to be for Cosmic Calamities. I have to imagine that this is Natty's pick here. I don't think this is the Rasmus goalie, so the last pickup here is either going to be something like that Asher goalie that they're quite confident in, but it's the Imi goalie we see today. Not one I disagree with, but it's going to be a little tough if your team starts dying to that Finny damage. But with the midfielder being a character like Now, who doesn't have as insane of a scoring threat as something like an Estelle, I think a more offensive goalie here is a good pickup and is going to add a lot of pressure to this team. We'll have to see what the Awakening picks are for these character picks, and we've just got to wait to get into this game. I don't know, Brickbat, between looking at these teams, I honestly really like the team from Bang Bang. I feel like that could be a really interesting one to watch. But we do have that traditional style team comp from Cosmic Calamities where if they can just play better than their opponents, I know that that sounds like a silly thing to say, but if you can just play the neutral, the midfield, everything a step above where the opponent is, this is a comp that's really going to allow you to do that and make the most of it. Whereas on the side of Bang Bang, I feel like we could see some very interesting tricks come out. So I'm just curious to see how that Bang Bang comp is going to work out, but I do like it quite a lot.
Yeah. I think overall here, Bang Bang's composition, in my opinion, scales significantly better. You've got the Era into Now matchup that heavily favors Now later in the set. X is almost always going to scale very, very high. Hard to deny that character. And the Finny is the Finny. It's currently 6-0 on the day. Very good, strong pick, pretty much at all stages of the game. So we'll see. I definitely feel like Bang Bang won the draft here a little bit. They got the Now into Era matchup. They have the X kind of scaling. They have the Finny pick as well. And even though this Twin Drive Imi is probably going to be really strong from Natty, I feel like there's kind of a ticking time bomb here to be solved by Cosmic Calamities before the X and the Now just become too much to handle.
And now we see this Twin Drive picked up by, I believe, everyone. So that's going to put that Siege Machine back in the draft for the Era and the Imi potentially. But that said, getting into this, one barrier has already been taken by both sides, and I like how things are being played so far. It feels like Fudgy Waffles is using their abilities more for zone control and denial than they are for damage. So later in the rounds, we'll have to see if that keeps up or if they change the pace, but right now the net's open.
Yeah, and that's going to be very hard for the Imi to defend here, especially because that Finny range can come into play so often. Kotoni, though, trying to answer with a pull, but it's going to be blocked away. Drew losing the strike war to get the goal, but Grimella here with a flip is going to probably give Drew another opportunity. Not even going to be needed, and now he's going to be hit stunned up between the X Maximus and the core flip, and with 2 core flips burned, that's going to be 0.1 going to Bang Bang.
A core flip giving the knockback and stun that they need to secure that point. But we're on a new variant here, and a one that's a bit more closed off, a bit more favored for the X and Now. We'll have to see if that comes to fruition or whether or not they're going to be able to make the most of it regardless. Rasmus not really able to use the most of their kit when the map is so closed off compared to something like a Juliet or this X pick. But that said, Fudgy Waffles making great use of theirs, stalling the defense a little bit, but it's back in their half, and now they have to make something happen here. As Drew, very low health, is just trying to survive and make the most of what they can. But it's difficult. Crotone not able to use that flip to secure it. They might be going down quite soon.
Yeah, but it's actually going to be the X on the other side of the map, caught off guard by Killmonk's Tornado. Grimella with the primary with a sentry drone is going to win that interaction in the midfield. Buy a little bit more time for Drew here to respawn, but Killmonk with the flip might be pressured here by Drew, but a beam is going to make sure that no damage really goes his way. Able to preserve his own flip for this instant. Drew losing the strike war, but hitting the bull rush. Able to get that one barrier. Flip comes out from Grimella, able to get a second as well. Flip comes out from Killmonk defensively, and the X Maximus not able to intercept that clear. Might not matter though, as Drew is just simply too big to handle. Able to win 2 strike wars in a row, able to sink it right in now. 2-0 advantage for Bang Bang coming into the set.
Big lead here, but we are in a bit more of an open variant now, so that lead might turn around as we'll get to see Kotone really use the most of Rasmus's kit here. But right now, it's the defense that needs to buckle up because Drew is in there trying to take these barriers, but in the side streets, it can be a little difficult. The streets are cold and the net is open.
Yeah, absolutely. Now it's an open net here for Natty. Again, going to be a little bit hard to defend, especially with an X in your face. But Kotone now trying to find something to say about that. Has a little bit of core protection, but it's going to be lost. The Feint card, not going to snipe it in, but the double take or the triple take, sorry, is going to find a little bit of trouble here for Kotone as Grimella now with possession of the core has to win some strike wars. But the flip from Fudgy Waffles will get it into the hands of Drew. The pull now preventing the most obvious shots to buy a little bit of time, but it's looking really hard. There's an X Maximus in this Imi's face, but it's gonna be somehow. I didn't even see it. Looks like Drew's gonna be sent off the map. Now a power play for the side of Cosmic Calamities. Grimella not able to win the strike war, and so Fudgy Waffles is gonna find a core and a Kotone in his face. But good defense from Grimella is gonna prevent any sort of pressure from reaching his goalie. Now Drew gonna be back on the field. Fudgy Waffles able to clear it past Kotone, but the Era NATO is gonna secure a path, gonna part open the way, and a good pendulum swing, gonna stun up Fudgy Waffles and Grimella. A good, well-played point played by Cosmic Calamities, and they're gonna put themselves on the board this game.
Well played indeed, making the most of what they have, but now the energy is high for the side of Cosmic Calamities here, as they are going to have a lot of flips very soon, and the side of Bang Bang doesn't really have that much energy to speak for. Grimella at none, Drew at about half, and Fudgy a little over 3/4. Well, they're going to have their flip soon from all those goalie orbs. Kotone's got to stay alive to use theirs, because otherwise they might be going down quite soon before they get the chance to really do anything with it. And Drew is eyeing them up, but it's actually the reversal, the Uno reverse card. The hook, the death touch into the flip point blank, securing them a kill and reversing this situation, creating a new power play. But the awkwardness of this stage has led this power play to be a bit stalled, as now with the orb being picked up by Natty, it's going to make the offense a little bit more difficult to deal with, assuming they can get it out of their net.
Yeah, an excellent play from Kotone getting that KO, but it's not going to mean anything as Drew is already back up and ready to fight. Got to get one goalie barrier. The cyber swipe, unfortunately, not going to find the target that it wants as we get in overtime. The pull now, going to cover the angles from Kotone. It's going to send it too fast for Grimella to react to, but Killmonk's going to be picked off here on the side of the stage. Natty has to win the strike war, and that he does. Almost scoring a goal in his own right, but nothing's going to be found right now. Has to blow that flip to win the interaction against Drew, who now has a flip of his own. Grimella just needs to get it right to Natty, and Natty is probably not going to be long for this world. Instead, Drew elects to just take the shot, gets it in. One set goes to the side of Bang Bang, and they're going to be advantaged here coming into this draft.
Big set to win here, as you got some of your closed maps out of the way, like this Era variant, the Project Maelstrom, so you might have a little bit more difficult time if we get something like the Bounce House variant next. So securing a set here is a big advantage for them, aside from just being up a set against the enemy team. That's a Quake Strikes here for the goalie, going to be nice, but it is Monumentalist picked up here for Era. A good deny onto the now, and a great awakening for themselves if we keep getting these closed variants to help turn the tide. But that said, the speed from Chrono Boost is definitely going to allow Drew to get into the whatever position they need. And now with that explosive entrance, they're not only going to be hitting harder, dash punching harder, they're going to be able to get dashes from places you might not have expected them previously. So you have to be ready to adapt to the extra range they have. You're going to have to adapt to this open net as both barriers go down to that sentry drone.
Yeah, and now it's just looking so good for Bang Bang. Kotone getting a little bit of semblance of core control. Might be able to find, no, nothing is found against Fudgy Waffles. One barrier eventually does go down, but now Drew with possession in front of the net has the opportunity. Grimella is so fast here with his Chrono Boost. He's actually able to pressure Killmonk, but Fudgy Waffles is going to let one through here. The NATO, a little bit scary to look at. Pull not going to find it. Pendulum Swing, not going to find an opportunity for Kotone as well. It's a big finish now here. Drew able to find the core before Natty uses that core speed to send it right past the goalie of Cosmic Calamities. And now Bang Bang, a 30-second goal, looking good coming to set number 2.
Bang Bang, I would argue, looking great even here getting into this next point, as they have one flip available and another one right on the way. And Drew in the mix, ready to strike, hurting the cattle, trying to give a path for this core flip, but unfortunately not able to find it. Fudgy burning the flip to try to keep the barriers alive, but it is now who goes down in a timely fashion. And now this is a big Finny who's going to have to do some big defense here, as Drew fighting for their lives, trying to just stay alive as well as keep the defense up. They managed to stick it out, and soon they will have a core flip for their efforts, stealing the enemy goalie orb, getting some damage, but it's sniped away by Natty Strike. Great defense here for both sides. But it looks like with this collapse from Natty having their flip, we might see something come out. But it's Natty who goes down, no flip available, and the net's about to be open for both sides at this rate.
Yeah, Killmonk, though, might have something to say about that. The former goalie of the Bozo Bunch is going to take out Grimella on the side there. Now, Katone with a 1v1 opportunity, not going to find anything, but Drew is looking a little big right now. A mountain of a man, not able to find that final goalie barrier, though, as right now he's going to take a little bit of damage for that, a little bit of aggression, but the X-Maximus does come out. Not going to find too much value of it. Katone now with core possession, trying to get it through Fudgy Waffles, but nothing's going to be found. Right now, the core is going a little bit fast in this overtime. Flip comes out from Fudgy Waffles to defend, but Natty's there to catch the clear. Back pass from Grimella, unfortunately gonna run right into their own triple take, and that unfortunate communication is gonna cost them a point. Natty able to get the goal credit on that one, and now we're even up on the set.
I absolutely love the back pass attempt. What followed afterwards was just tragic. That
All
said,
good.
we're on a new point and a new barrier taken, as they're trying to make up for that point they just lost by getting one here. But the side street variant, not as much agency for X at times, especially when the barrier is the opposite side of the street. But that said, they were still looking for a dash punch kill, could not find it. It's going to be one barrier both sides, but Katone trying to change that, make things a little bit more evened up, and everybody's just in a line here, ready to fight over this street, but it's the Tornado that's going to tear up that street offense. And two flips come out, both blocked away, but the net is open.
Yeah, eventually Killmonk unfortunately elected to beam over just holding a strike there, and that's going to cost them that barrier. But the point's not over just quite yet. Grimella had to use his cooldowns just to get the core to Drew, so if Natty holds, a potential opportunity for the Cosmic Calamities is now going to come up. Katone with possession of the core, past the Killmonk with the secondary. Not going to find too much purchase. X-Maximus does come out to win that interaction on the strike war. Now Natty with the sentry, a firewall sentry, not able to find any sort of pressure either. Katone now potentially with the flip coming up soon, it's going to look for any sort of opportunity he can, but it's going to be hard here against the flip of Fudgy Waffles, who is almost going to send it in the net, but the flip from Natty is going to keep it clean. Whoa! What a shot from Drew, finding that core speed, the perfect angle against Natty, and that's going to be slammed right in. Almost looked bad there for a second, but bang, bang on the back of Drew is going to find that point and going to find themselves advantaged here on set number 2.
From one set of bounces to another, we're at this bounce house, but the net's already open. No bounces here, just a double barrier from Kotone. Great offense here. Let's see if they can turn it around.
Yeah, right now Katone able to find some core possession, knocks it into the NATO, but it's not going to be caught. The Firewall Sentry not able to get the redirects that you want, but the Cyber Swipe's going to prevent Drew from getting any sort of offensive play now. Grimella able to get one barrier, gets two with the assistance of the Bouncy House. Now the pull from Katone, not going to give him the core possession that he wants. Grimella able to snipe the core away again. The Bounce House just going to be not enough. An amazing save from Natty, but it's not going to mean anything. The core flip from Drew is just too much to handle, and that was such a valiant defense from the Cosmic Calamities, but it's just not going to be enough. Grimella and Drew are going to sink it in, and Fudgy Waffles finds himself MVP of this set, and we are looking at potentially the last set of the game.
Definitely some scary awakenings here. Some great saves previously, but like you mentioned, this could be the last one. The perfect form has picked up a denial there. It feels like if that got to the X, that would have almost certainly been the end of the game. But extra special on Aimi is a great pickup here. Lots of pressure. We might start seeing these turrets on the kickoffs now, depending on the variant. It's going to make it really difficult to get offense started if the kickoff is in a bad spot. That said, the Orb Dancer already pretty fast on that now. We're going to be going even faster here, not just giving it to our teammates, but giving it to ourselves as well. The heavy impact here, not an amazing pickup for Killmonk, but it is going to be some cooldown reduction. And then finally, Kotone already has the power from Might of the Colossus, is now going to have a little bit more from Bulk Up, as well as a little bit more health to stay alive. I like that pick here. And then Drew is just going to be wreaking havoc in the net with these Bell Ringers, with that rapid fire pickup. That's going to be a ton of damage, a ton of pressure, and a ton of potential scoring opportunities. But they've got to get it out of their half first, as it's one barrier both sides. Nobody's particularly low, but the energy for Killmonk is their health degrades.
Yeah, and a good snipe from Natty is going to set up Katone for an all-too-easy goal right there. Cosmic Calamity is able to take that first point. Killmonk on the wing staying alive, and you know, this extra special Aimi on kickoff I think is going to be incredibly strong as well. I think that's going to be a little bit influential. I think That's going to be maybe the extra pressure that the Cosmic Calamities need coming into this. Just get past Fudgy Waffles and Grimella. We'll see if that ever comes to be, though, as Natty with the flip parry able to get it past Drew, but they're not out of the woods yet. Grimella now has core possession, almost dies. Lex uses flip instead. Pull from Katone, able to get one barrier and steal the web from Grimella. Cyber Swipe preventing Drew from getting a barrier of his own on the rebound, but Natty's looking low. As just one more hit might send him flying off the map. Does get the orb, is able to recuperate some of that health loss, and flip from Fudgy Waffles not able to find the goal, but Drew is there and willing and ready to get goal himself. That's going to be 1-1, Bang Bang evening up the set.
Unfortunate redirect there by that tornado, putting it back in the hands of Drew. Drew, in the face of 3 people, still managing to get it done with anything you give them. Just like that, both barriers are down, the net is open, and these players need to survive in the face of this danger.
Yeah, Drew right now looking like a monster. Grimella now as well offering support. This tornado's going to march the core downfield, though. Going to go right in the hands of Fudgy Waffles. Grimella trying to buy some time here. Killmonk with a flip. Does not get the barrier against the defense of Grimella, who's played such a good second goalie for Fudgy Waffles here so far this game. Almost finds the goal of Fudgy Waffles with a big finish. Not going to find it. And Killmonk almost pays for that defense with his life. Now the NATO's going to come out. Almost finds Drew on the reversal, but it's not going to mean anything. Drew with the X Maximus size, going to just take the strike war and win. Grimella with a flip going to survive as well, and now things are looking very, very good for Bang Bang. Grimella has the flip. Killmonk and Katone barely have any energy to their name, and Fudgy Waffles almost with a flip themselves. Some advantage is going to be found for Bang Bang early. It might be curtains here for the series for Cosmic Calamities.
The last point was so important, how quickly they won it at the end there, because if it had gone a second longer, Grimella would have lost their stacks and their flip. But they've already lost the flip here so far. The stacks might be next with how low their health is getting, but with a quick heal up from that ultimate, they will be back in the mix. One barrier has been taken from each side. Grimella is back in there with the ultimate, causing 2 lanes to be blocked by their presence, as well as now the Dorito is out blocking that avenue. So they've got to find another way to get it out. Natty wants to use this flip, but does not have the opportunity to yet. Grimella looking quite low. Fudgy Waffles almost own goaling with that triple take. It's so tense here, as now Natty still has his flip available, and Killmonk is looking to build one of their own with Katone's help. Drew looking quite dangerous here. If they can just get possession for a second longer, the flip has to come out. It's a tough back and forth here, Brickbat.
Yeah, we're here in overtime. Fudgy Waffles elects to use his flip just to give Drew one more opportunity. Not going to find anything, Drew, though, but it's going to go into the hands of Drew one more time, though, the Arrow Beam. Going to make sure that Drew doesn't get the opportunity to get that final goalie barrier here. Flip comes out. X Maximus does not block against it, but the triple take keeps possession on the side of Cosmic Calamities, or sorry, on the side of Bang Bang. The final goalie barrier there is still holding right now. The flip comes from Grimella. Finally, that final goalie barrier is taken down. The KO is not found by by Drew. Instead, Katone is going to be the one making a power play for Cosmic Calamities. The dribble comes out. The Arrow Beam is there. The flip comes out from Katone. Alex gets the final barrier, and the secondary sends it right in. So perfectly played by Katone, keeping Cosmic Calamities alive, and now they've got a little bit of a mountain here on the energy, or no, they're tied up in energy advantage. They just need 1 point, and their chances of this series will look a lot better.
I'm so sorry. That round was excellently played, but I'm just losing my mind at Drew hitting pass, getting it, hitting KO them, and instantly dying. I'm just losing my mind at that. I'm sorry, but we're getting into this next one. It is a 0.5 here, but not a normal 0.5. It is the one that could end this game. Either buckle up if you are Cosmic Calamities, or get in there if you're Bang Bang. Either way, this is a very, very important point for both sides, either to stay in this game or to end it all. We'll have to see which one comes out on top here as the object permanence check comes out on that side street. They do pass it as no barriers have been taken yet, but a kill will be secured. Katone with a 4x KO streak and now an open net. They have to make something happen here, but the flip is retaliation.
Yeah, I mean, Fudgy Waffles with a little bit of BM himself. Able to get a kill onto Katone. Drew with the opportunity to score here. Grimella trying to cover as much timing as possible. But right now we're in overtime. The bell ringer not able to secure the goal. Killmonk now trying to find possession, but it's going to be Katone sniping one goalie barrier. Not able to get it second, though, but he has the opportunity here. The Whiplash not going to find anything, though. It's right now in this overtime, the core can go so blinding fast. Fudgy Waffles able to get a save. The triple take does not get the redirect that he wants, but Drew with the shot and the core flip kills Cosmic Calamity's hopes of a comeback, ends the series for Bang Bang, and Bang Bang now find themselves in the North American Strikers League playoffs. The regular season coming out as a success for the banded trio here, and they're going to find themselves in a good position here, looking good going into the end of the regular season.
For being one of the new kids on the block this Nassau season. They have put on quite the performance and earned their spot, like you mentioned. But let's take a look at the stats here. 200 on Fudgy and Grimella, both really making the use of everything in their arsenal to get that core to Drew to just slam it into the goal over and over again. That said, on the side of Cosmic Calamities, though, high redirects all around. Killmonk eclipsing the others by about 50. That said, 44,400 damage on Drew. He's scaling in this game, it appears so. That said, great performance by Bang Bang. They have easily earned their spot into here. The games have not been easy, but their performances have shown that they definitely deserve to be in these playoffs. That said, I think a great game overall. Some very close ones, and a good Game 3 to end us off on. Brickbat, is there anything else you'd like to bring up here as we are winding down?
Yeah, congrats to Bang Bang securing their playoff spots. Cosmic Calamity's definitely not out of the race yet. Has, I believe, 2 more chances to secure their win, or 1 more chance, I believe. If they win the next series, they will find themselves in a tiebreaker. I could be incorrect on that. But yeah, definitely good end to the series. Well played by the side of Bang Bang. I think really good drafting from their team, really good plays overall, and hey, they're looking good. Bang Bang, pow pow. They're going to find themselves in playoff. But for now, that's going to be me and Dendar leaving the cast. We'll be having 1 more series of the day, Demons Raw versus Showtime. Showtime looking really good after that last call upset, but potentially has to win this one to secure their spot in the North American Strikers League playoffs. So if you want to see more high stakes North American Strikers League, stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Wow, happy summer, everyone. We're here. I have the stream open, so I'm listening to myself. We're here with Demons Raw versus Showtime, the current #1 team in the league right now. I believe, what, 6-2? No, 6-1, even better. That's really good. And then we have Showtime, who is currently in the race to make playoffs. Working on this win would be monumental for them right now. And so, of course, it has to be into the #1 team. So pretty tough, but I believe both teams are strapped and ready to go. We're going game 1, Atlas's Lab. Now, I think that's really interesting for both teams. I think they do pretty well on it. Yeah!
Oh, I just realized they couldn't hear me saying "Hey Strikers." They missed out.
Hey Strikers!
I forgot to unmute. Hey Strikers! Yeah,
That's okay.
but I think the big thing is Showtime, very good team. They have very good wins.
Very good team.
But their schedule right now is not looking too good because they're up against Demons Raw and they were up against the Sad Boys right before, and they're sitting at 3-4, and they're in a really tough spot for playoffs, sitting in that clump of potentially 4-win, 3-win teams, and EKC and the Cosmic Calamities are proving to be a bit of an obstacle right now. They need to get these wins to make it to playoffs, and this is going to be a very, very important game in that aspect. Atlas Lab, stacks on stacks, missile propulsion, interesting start, but I can't shake the feeling that Demons Raw are just going to KO them.
Right. It's what they do. They have the characters Zentaro, Vice, and Amy, who are all pretty good at dealing damage, getting those KOs. And on a missile prop start, 2 of those characters benefit really, really well. And here, interestingly, something I did not know until right now, loading into character select, we have Gravity in. It seems Snake could not make it today, and so Kainu was playing Brawler on some Nassel Season 1 activity.
Oh yeah.
Who up being in the West. And we've got, it's just the original Bounty Hunters. Gravity in the midfield, playing Vice.
Yeah, a bit of a throwback to when my co-caster was actually a Nassel level player. Incredible throwback to the beginning of launch here, as we're seeing what's happening right here. They picked this comp to do just that, and that is Joker going down. Now the passing plays will be sent forward. Megaverse in a lot of trouble in this open net. The Atlas not too great at defending that, and a good strike by Kainoob will be the first goal in the favor of the Demons.
Yeah, really well done. Some interesting things I've noticed so far. Joker has picked up Vambrace, which is great, but unfortunately they were still able to just knock him out. I think this comp just has so much damage. And Gravity didn't even take Missile Prop. Loaded up on the stacks. Going to be moving around quite quickly, and I think that's a pretty good decision. And oh, I mean, you can't Vambrace through that. It's brutal out here.
Yeah, and Gravity's working on a flip as well as Kainoob goes in with the Oni's Blade. That's another KO already found, and the Supernova sends it forward at the perfect time. Both barriers down now as the core gets around Gumi for a second, but there's so much meter available. So many flips can be used. Megaverse uses one of his own to get it out of there. And a flip is blocked from Joker against Gravity. Wait, that's a big opening for Showtime. They can get this barrier. It could be huge. But the core sent forward yet again. Kainoob is in the midfield with Gravity. Joker one more try here, but a good clear by Gumi. Good barrage by Xianzu will open it up for Showtime. A bit of a chance here, but it's going to be difficult because they need to get past this midfield of Gravity and Kainoob.
Yeah, I think a big bonus that Showtime has here is that Atlas, who's dropping the ult right there, has a lot of good defensive tools into Zentaro. Going to be really nice. I don't know if the healing will be enough, but I think the Atlas will be able to hold through a lot of what Demons Raw is going to put up in the core control department. That being said, it's, again, going to be tough to get through all this damage as Joker goes down once again. Kainoob looking pretty low, but Megaverse and Xianzu are just holding through it all, and I think that's going to be really big for their chances in this game.
All right, good saves by the side of Showtime, and now Xianzu has a bit of an opening, but good passing around. The team play is perfect from the Demons, but an Expanse will save it away for the moment. Joker trying to set up, but the angle isn't quite there. Good pass to Xianzu, past the Supernova, and another good primary Joker with the Bull Rush and the strike. That was a really tough goal for Showtime, but they managed to get it done, and those kinds of goals are what they need if they're going to win this game. They need to win these early sets. They cannot let this damage comp be the ones getting the draft.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to win in 3 sets fast, or else the game is just going to spiral out of control and not in their favor. They do have X, who is the #1 scaling character. That guy can just, do anything. Set 3 comes around and he's God on Earth, like most of the time. But I do think the X is a really strong pick into Amy Goalie. Even if it is Gumi's Amy Goalie, it's looking really strong, and I think this character can just kind of carve through all of the defense that Amy doesn't have. So I think a really good matchup for Showtime. I really like their comp, except for the fact that it's into damage and things like that are going to happen a lot. But if they're able to stand through that, they've got a great shot.
Yeah, Xianzhu will try to find a breakaway here as Joker dodges away from the glitch pop, dodges away from the Thunderstruck, but this black hole is going to be there soon. A weird clear by Gumi. Gravity does manage to save it, and the Demons do not let that goal go in yet, but it's really huge that Showtime have a barrier, and the Demons do not. A great save by Gumi, predicting the shot from Joker, who was about to go down. Getting the orb to heal up a little bit for the moment. Joker just needs the core to come into his hands, but it's not happening at the moment. Taking so much damage, almost taken out, flipped off the field. Now Xianzhu has to be the hero. Megaverse taken out by a single power chord from Gravity. And now Xianzhu faced with a 3v1. Saves it a little bit, saves it again. The barrier stays standing, but Xianzhu's taking so much damage. The power play could continue right afterwards.
Yeah, Xianzhu incredibly low, but able to keep the point alive. Gumi has a core flip, looking very dangerous. Jumping in there, but having to eject back. Now Showtime with the power play, looking to get something done. Joker with the good dribble off the bumper, but Gumi flipping to stop it. The turret! And with Kainu's help, knocking out Joker, but Gumi! Where did he go?
Gumi a little bit away from the play. Megaverse with a slow shot to the top side, well placed. And they will make it happen. Showtime somehow, despite losing in the KO department time and time again. A clutch saves by Xianzhu keep the point alive, and they are the ones who are up right now.
Yeah, Xianzhu looking really good this game, playing Kai, killing that guy in a spectacular fashion. Another power play for Showtime is going to be exactly what they need. If they can win this point right here, right now, that's 1 set under their belt, 2 more to go. And that's exactly where they want to be. Joker looking to get in there. Xianzhu actually moving up, grabbing an orb to heal, and pushing it up. I think this is their opportunity. They've got the offensive momentum.
Yeah, 2 barriers to 0 here. Megaverse has plenty of room to play with, stepping up to almost the midline at the moment to try and get some primaries in to add some pressure. Joker to the top side, but Gravity covers. The primary will keep possession in the hand of Showtime as it goes around the black hole, almost right into Joker. But not quite, as Xianzhu has flip, but needs to be careful. The damage is going to be targeted at the Kai, because they know that that flip is a resource that can be burned. But a Giga Blast around the world. Gumi again caught lacking, moving out of the goal box just a little bit. And that's the set for Showtime. Best case scenario for this team.
Yeah, a little bit of Giga Goat action. Xianzhu locking in the MVP, getting rewarded with the Catalyst here. Really, really great. That's exactly what you want to see, especially when a lot of damage is being focused on him. Kai not having a whole lot of stagger, gonna get mowed down pretty quickly, but with this Catalyst, it's going to make it a lot easier to survive. Big Fish and Hotshot going to Kainu and Gumi. Big Fish for the extra stagger and size. Makes sense ult bigger, which is really nice. Hotshot obviously really strong on Amy Goalie. And Adrenaline Rush going to Gravity. Going to be a little scary. He's able to pick up these KOs, which he has been so far. I think Unstoppable on Joker is going to be really nice, too. And a little bit of Missile Prop, Siege Machine, Strike Shot on Megaverse. This guy's got the sniper build.
Yeah, and with the interaction with the decelerating projectile, that primary is going to stay there. The astral projection is going to be a little bit lingering, but when Demons Raw are up close like that, it is going to be still very, very difficult to play. Sean passed down to Xianzhu, good glitch pop by Gumi, and another astral projection by Megaverse sends it away, but a passing play from Joker to Xianzhu to the bottom side of the goal. Gumi can't cover all of that. It's another point for Showtime. this is where they need to scale. This is the game that they need to win, and they're looking like they're in a position to win it.
Yeah, definitely. They're playing really well. I think Joker and Xianzu's synergy right now is looking really nice. The passing plays are online and getting it done. Megaverse with this flip, one barrier down, but still able to defend it. Great Giga Blast from Xianzu, almost gets it. Burns the flip from Gumi. And here, Demon's Raw on the offense, but the flip is going to save it. And with a little bit of help from Xianzu, the barrier is up and Gravity is down. Joker getting healed, and now they have a power play. Xianzu with the flip is going to use that right now to pass to Megaverse, and they're just in there. Oh, but Kainoob is going crazy in the 1v2, working to keep it out.
Yeah, Kainoob just winning the strike wars where it was necessary means that now Showtime have no resources left. The meter incredibly low on all three members. The KOs could be found by Demon's Raw now. They need to score. They need to take a barrier on that chance, and now they're in a lot of trouble as Gumi sends the core forward. Kainoob with the advancing slice and dice finds the goal. It's 1-1 now, and it kind of shows like Showtime, they need to really get a lot off of every single opportunity, or else they'll just be whittled down with no resources by Demon's Raw.
Yeah, absolutely. They really need to play perfect. A big issue, I think, came up that last point, is that Kainoob has picked up, he's maxed out his stacks and is so fast. And if that guy is everywhere at once, it's going to be so hard to deal with it. That being said, they got both barriers. Great news. And they're chipping Kainoob down, looking to get rid of those stacks right now. So they really do have to capitalize on this opportunity because, again, Kainoob is just covering all of their options. Xianzu able to win the strike war, getting it up, getting a great Giga Blast, just pushing it forward, getting it in on the top side. It's like there was no one there.
Xianzu with the breakaway gets it past absolutely everybody, and that has to be the clip of the game, even though it's not over. That puts Showtime at such a lead here, and one barrier taken already. Of course, Joker vulnerable right now, very low meter, Xianzu as well, but after a play like that, and with Megaverse holding this barrier with the strike interactions here, they're just in such a good spot. They just need to get it out here, but a good Supernova from Gravity will take the barriers, will put Demon's Raw back in the driver's seat for this point.
Yeah, Joker looking to get through. Has to get through Gumi and Gravity's flip. The flip burned. Kainoob now has a flip, though. Really scary. Again, he's so fast. He is everywhere at once. Xianzu looking to get an opportunity to get something done. Joker just evaded. Doesn't have another meter. Looking really low. Looking a little low. Things are dangerous. Megaverse is looking really comfortable here. Just holding it down. Things are not really getting through him on the open net. He just has so much range. He's able to just keep it away, and that keeps their offense up the entire time, which is exactly what they need, because the moment they have to play on the back foot, I think Demon's Raw just mows over them with damage, which they haven't gotten many kills, so it's looking really good for Showtime right now.
Not just damage too, right? If the core is constantly on their side, the Atlas is going to struggle in the open net, but since they're keeping it up, the projectiles, the strike shots can keep it forward, prevent that situation from happening. A great clear by Megaverse. Xianzu helps out on the bottom side as well. Showtime keep it alive here, but it's going forward. A glitch pop from across the map by Gumi will score it. It's 2-2, and once again, a point that Showtime desperately needs here. If Demon's Raw get this, it'll be a much harder game.
Yeah, much harder game. They really want to win this set right here. But both barriers down, it's going to be pretty tough. They're just getting blitzed, and this is exactly what we were talking about. Demon's Raw on the offense is just going to be a 12-second point. If you can't win kickoff and keep the ball on their side the entire time, if you can't play perfect, they're just going to win.
That's tough. And now Kainoob, if you're a Demon's Raw fan, you'll be happy to see Kainoob up here. I mean, what a draft for the Demons.
Yes, wow. Probably going to be looking at that explosive entrance, but instead takes the bulk up, deciding that all he needs is stacks and some stagger to keep those stacks online. And honestly, that's pretty true. Allowing Gumi to pick up the explosive entrance instead and denying a really strong stagger awakening. This first pick bulk up is really strong. We see Reptile Remedy going to Xianzu, which is great for his chances of staying alive. Reptile Remedy, Catalyst, and Stacks is a really strong Kai build, what you want to see. But that, and hey, Kai staying alive, getting Giga Blast like that is exactly what you want to see if you're a Showtime fan. Joker's taking the brunt of the damage, which is tough. But hey, in this power play for Demon's Raw, again, Megaverse is playing really well, holding it down, keeping it up, and Xianzhu is just on one. He is everywhere at once, covering things, doing a good job staying alive here. I think despite losing that set, Showtime's still in it, which I wouldn't have said in a lot of situations. Because again, Demon's Raw just winning one set makes this game so much harder for them.
Oh, okay, and forcing out the flip from Gumi as well, and Megaverse with the expanse will get it out of there. Xianzhu now on the bottom side, lurking and trying to find the core here. And bounces off the black hole into the hands of Kainu when the barrier is taken. Joker's got to make this one count right past the outstretched arms of Gumi, perfectly placed at the perfect time. Joker finds a shot, and it's 1-0, an important win when their barrier just went down.
Yeah, every point matters, and that's one that Showtime's definitely going to like taking. Really nice. Joker just kind of scrapping Gravity here. Gravity has a flip. In fact, energy economy looking really good for Demon's Raw right now, as that's one barrier down for Showtime. Two flips being dropped, another one being canceled out. Kainube's flip, but Gravity still has his. And now Megaverse and Xianzhu are down flips. It's going to be pretty tough to get things done and combat the damage. That's all coming out because of it. But that's one barrier for Showtime. And a flip to get the second. An insane shot from Joker, looking really good. And I think if they get one more opportunity and they're able to capitalize, they're looking really good. This is their set to win. But they've got to do it soon.
Yeah, especially because Kainube is constantly on the offense here. The Firewall Sentry disappears and it goes to the Joker's hands once again. And now Xianzhu on the top side. We've seen this before. The Supernova is incredibly scary, and Joker manages to stay alive, dodges away from the Zentaro primary. And now Megaverse's core speed is going to come into play as well, as Xianzhu tries to cover the Oni's blade. It goes around a flip use, around the barrier to Sad Boy's angle. And Megaverse is all too familiar with it here as it goes to the bottom side again. But Cursive Strike Shot. All of the sayings are true here, and once again it gets past Gumi. We've seen that so many times before. Had the glitch pop this time, but it was a little too late. That was a ridiculous end to the point, back and forth, but in the end, Showtime are the ones who stand 2-0.
Yeah, Showtime putting on a little bit of cinema, looking up this set, really good. The core just went so fast in overtime that last point. It just shot straight in there, but Megaverse with the great strike shot. Just going through, and Joker is beating the crap out of Gumi right now. Looking a little low. If Gumi gets taken out, he doesn't have anything that's stacked up like most other players this game. But that's their goalie down. And, you know, you still have to go through Gravity, and Kainube comes back, and that's pretty tough. But Gumi is low, and Showtime is in there. Both barriers down.
All right, Xianzhu now with a lot of speed, top side, looking to cover, looking to win the strike war, but it's Kainube on the defense, helping out, making sure it's kept forward. And Xianzhu once again, bottom side, Joker just hits Gumi all the way up to the top of the map. Showtime played perfectly, all three members, and are now at a 2-1 set lead, 1 to go. And this draft, I think, is not the one that will instantly make Demon's Raw win, but there's still a lot of scary awakenings in here.
There's a lot. I'm looking at peak performance. We've got Orb Dancer, Twin Drive being locked in by Megaverse. With the Ponderer, gonna be really nice. I'm surprised he didn't take the Orb Dancer, but obviously Twin Drive, Ponderer, Atlas is just really, really strong. Joker picking up Stinger is gonna be really nice, especially that last point where he said, I can just kill Gumi. I can just get this guy out of here. Gravity taking the peak performance, not letting it go to Xianzhu, but just takes Reverb instead. Now has 2 Stagger Awakenings. Looks really strong. Kainu picking up the Orb Dancer is really scary, and Gumi with Rapid Fire. Rapid Fire Hotshot's nothing to laugh at, but again, the damage has not really been coming out. Well, sorry, it has, but the KOs haven't been coming out as often, and Showtime's been able to weather the storm that Demon's Raw is putting up. And with that, it's definitely looking really good for them. I love this Stinger pickup by Joker because he can just decide to kill. Not really Kainube or Gravity, who have Stagger Awakenings. It's going to be a lot harder, but Gumi can just go.
Yeah, and while
Punch Stinger.
while Joker's creating chaos. I mean, Joker is the storm at this point for Showtime. Xianzu just runs right in there, gets the barriers. Gumi does find the KO on Joker, a little bit of revenge, but it is still the barriers down. It is still Xianzu pushing forward. The Q Blast goes wide that time, but the barrier is saved by Megaverse. A well-timed flip will keep it away, and a well-timed strike shot will strike War Gravity across the map. Joker just walks into the center with the Unstoppable, keeps the core forward, and Xianzu continues to keep it under control. Gumi now to the top side, but Xianzu is right there, backwards. Possession 3 flips available for Demon's Raw, but they're not finding the mark here. Risky opportunity for Gumi, trying to get in there with the Firewall Sentry, but again, it's defended by Xianzu and Megaverse, and now Joker has possession of the core. The 1-2 strikes, not enough still. As good patience from Gravity, but it's still sent away by Megaverse, who has plenty of cooldowns to play with. The Twin Drive already putting in so much work, and Xianzu's building up a flip in the meantime, and that Xianzu flip might be the end of the point.
Yeah, but it's just a crazy strike. Drop the X ult and shoot it at Mach 10 into the bottom corner, and just reaction check Gumi. Hey, sorry pal, you hit 20. You're old now. Can't be catching those. And we're really seeing that these points that go long are just so Showtime favored because they have Atlas. And that guy can just press one button, and it doesn't matter how fast the core is going, as long as he presses it in time, he can just stop that. Amy cannot do that. It's way harder for a ranged goalie to pick up or deal with this core speed. And so a little bit of Sad Boys angle is going to be nice for them. But again, like, Showtime just has them on the ropes. And the longer these points last, and the longer Showtime survives through all the damage, it doesn't matter. They're just going to start winning. Like that!
There's the flip, there's the X Maximus, there's the KO, and the goal. They're 1 point away now. And yeah, like you said, all you need to do is hit the buttons at the right timing pretty much on this Atlas, and Megaverse is pretty good at doing that. Is holding ridiculously well against some of the best offense in the game from Kainoob. And right now, trying to defend the flip, has the reactions to flip and to just get a barrier on the other side. Now Xianzu incredibly low, but a perfectly timed flip to nullify all the damage. And once again, Showtime are staying alive, and Joker, once he gets in, he will score, and he has the dribbles. Top side, not quite this time, but Megaverse is also pushing up quite safely too. Manages to save the barrier from all the way over there. But it's Gravity who does finally get it down to the bottom side. Gumi has the flip available, will be trying to make it happen here as Kainoob sends it away. Sends it forward, and Gumi has a flip available, but gets KO'd. Whoa! And that's the goalie down. That's the core slowly drifting in, and that's Showtime taking the first game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it's a little cliche, but cinema. Beautiful end to a crazy game as Showtime takes game one on an incredible performance. Again, against Demon's Raw, the #1 team in the league right now. Great work, especially like Megaverse and Xianzu were just playing so well. Both Megaverse clocking in the 200, Xianzu 196 in the redirect department. Joker at a humble 95, but 4 KOs and a ton of damage is enough to get it done. And like you said, he was out there in the enemy goal box causing a ton of chaos, and it ended up being too much for Demon's Raw to deal with.
Yeah, and we're heading on over to Clarion Test Chamber for Game 2. And if you're a Showtime fan, you're happy because you saw the Showtime that was promised at the beginning of the season, right? This is a roster that was built to go deep in playoffs. To see them at 3-4 right now is a disappointment. But if they can clutch out this game, if they can take the game next week as well, they are heading to playoffs, I believe. So they have a chance to prove themselves. And just like how the Sad Boys proved last season, all that matters in the regular season is getting to the playoffs and then showing that you've leveled up.
Right, it really is just a fight for playoffs right now, and again, this is a very important win, and they're doing it. We're watching it live right now. They're making the run, the playoffs sprint. If they win this, they go 4-4, have a win against the best team, and are looking really strong. You know, so hey, if they can wrap it up on Clarion Test Chamber right now, which I think is a map that they are notoriously successful on, then
take a look at the starting awakening?
Uh-oh.
You know who was most known for now? Xianzu. Even though that guy was originally a Rune player. If you think of the original success of now, you definitely think of Xianzu now, and the starting awakenings are looking a little interesting, and Showtime are on the blue side.
Yeah, it's Showtime. Might just be locking in a first pick now. They have a guy on their roster that likes that character a normal amount and can succeed on it very regularly.
But it's not an auto win, right? Demon's Raw, they can just KO right through it. Now is not the immortal sustained tank brawler. I don't know, but isn't the
1v9 Cassante character? Yeah.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
But
still pretty strong, and Manu just means that you get to drop your abilities and they will hit the core. Like it doesn't matter how close they are, how strategically you place them, they will be hitting the core. And it will be good. And that's great. And I've heard, and I have not confirmed, so take this with a grain of salt.
It's confirmed.
Awesome. It's confirmed. Do not take this with a grain of salt. There is no misinformation warning. This is true. Manu heals.
Wait, no, that's not what I meant.
Oh,
Manu does
bad
not
news,
heal
guys.
more. No. Manu doesn't heal more. Like I'm 99%.
Manu does not heal more.
I thought you were about to say, like not confirmed, but Fiery's going in. Fiery going in is confirmed. But Manu does not heal more. Manu does not heal more.
Fiery is going in. Someone lied to me, and now I've lied to all of you. Which there's a lot of misinformation.
Yeah.
With the game, sometimes I get told something. Like I was told Manu heals more, and I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Someone's like, no, it's true. I'm like, okay, you wouldn't lie to me, so I believe you. Terrible news, guys. There's evil. There's evil abound. But
I see.
Hey, Fiery is in. They have banned now, and Showtime has banned Kazan, not letting Fiery get that. First picked Rasmus, which I think is pretty interesting. I know Joker's very fond of the pick. Could go to Megaverse. Good flex pick. Very good first pick. But that's going to be Vice Estelle for presumably Gumi and Kainoob. And that's what they've been playing like all season. I think those are both their number one characters right there. Gumi loves the Vice and Kainoob loves the Estelle. And it makes sense. Those are both characters that deal a lot of damage, are very good at killing. And so, hey, and locking in the Zentaro at the end, round out the comp. Hey, looking good. Showtime wrapping up with Kai and Atlas. The Atlas once again, and that Kai Atlas defensive core, again, I really like. I think both Xianzu and Megaverse looked spectacular on those picks. Joker on the Rasmus is also going to have the same issue as last game of it's very easy to kill that guy. He doesn't have a lot of mobility. And so they were able to deal with it last game. I think they're able to deal with it this game. Low-key would have liked the X more. I think this is a great X map. He goes big mode and all the little corridors and stuff. But Rasmus also strong pick, and we're going to see how they pilot it in just a moment.
All right. Heading into game 2, and of course, on this map, I think I would have to favor the Demons a little bit more, right? This is a map where they're very familiar at find the KO in, but Atlas Lab was also a damage map. And Showtime weathered the storm. Maybe they'll be able to do it again, especially since Megaverse is once again on the Atlas. Xianzu is once again on the Kai. Those two picks looked so good last game.
Yeah, just beautiful. And so, yeah, a very similar comp coming out from Demons as last game. It's just like they will be dealing damage. And I think Showtime still has a really good shot. All primetime coming out except for Megaverse bossing up with the Monumentalist. Gonna have those big moves. And that's, like, look at how big that, what is it, Astral Projection is. That's really nice. And obviously the expanse being big is nice. It's super comfortable.
I regret to inform you, astral projection is not a creation.
Guys, bad news. The misinformation train doesn't stop there. I'm the evil in the community. I'm the one trying to lead everyone astray. Do not listen to a word that I say. Terrible, terrible news.
All right, but Joker's
But hey.
in there. The Rasmus speed
Yep.
coming into play. Xianzu and Joker both so incredibly fast with so much coverage, and the pendulum swing is just perfect for the first goal of the game here.
Yeah, really well played by Showtime. And again, they are looking spectacular. Someone in chat said end of season buff, and I'm seeing it right now. All these players are just in, dare I say, peak performance, perfect form. You haven't heard these before, and they're playing again well enough to stand up to the #1 team. That's what they need to do to make playoffs. So they picked a very good time to show up and start playing really well. And you know what, Fiery is looking a little low. So is Xianzu, and actually, there's a lot going on right now. And no, Joker, get out of the goo!
Yeah, Joker and Fiery both taking a lot of damage, but what I'm looking at is Megaverse right now healing up with the Celestial Intervention here, and Joker finding a perfect hook to find the barrier despite almost being dead, still staying alive somehow, has the elusive, doesn't take the orb, tries to win a strike orb, but Gumi gets it out of there. Xianzu finds the KO, and Joker is still living, unstaggers, and is now just chilling on the other side of the map. Big opportunity for Showtime.
Yeah, Gumi with the core flip, keeping it away, stalling out the power play. Looking really good. Joker looking low. These are dangerous, but has not fallen yet, and has been looking low a lot in this point. Fiery, just dead. Both forwards just dying, and that's the goo tax. The Project Obscura, just infinite damage map. You don't even have to run damage. The nice part is, there's no nice part. Fiery's just putting it in, and tying up the game, 1-1.
Yeah, finds the dribble with the Oni's blade, and so what's the nice part?
I was going to talk about how the walls on Project Obscura and how you can't die when you're in the goo. You have to get hit at an angle. That doesn't matter because nobody died, and they just scored and won. But next time the nice part will be there. And this time, Xianzu is also looking a little low, taking a small amount of damage as Fiery is just on this guy, keeping him out of the play, and Xianzu doing well to evade everything, dodge the abilities, but that's both barriers down, and the Crystal Thorns will be taking out Xianzu and putting it in, all in one fell swoop.
Making it happen. 2-1 now in the favor of the Demons, and they want to get the priority on the first draft, something that they didn't manage to do in the first game. As an unfortunate miscommunication between Gumi and Kainoob does mean a barrier goes down early. Kainoob with a flip available as well as Gumi. Could be huge here, but Xianzu and Joker are very familiar with playing with the Expanse on this map, it feels like. But an unfortunate double barrier, the Expanse of Megaverse this time, sends it backwards. And that's the best case scenario for the Demons. They have 2 flips available, working on 3. They have such a good capability to send it across the map right now.
Yeah, and a great slashing strike coming out from Fiery is going to be putting it in, and Demons are looking good. And that's a dumb thing to say, but it's a map that they're very familiar with, and they're playing really well. Looks like Gumi will be rewarded with heavy impact or perfect form, taking the heavy impact. It'd be really nice. Xianzu can opt into stacks, perfect form, or chrono boost. Takes the chrono boost. Perfect form looking like they're trying to save it for Fiery, but Megaverse gonna take that real quick. Fiery taking stacks instead. Bulk up going to Kainoob. An Orb Ponderer on Joker could be very interesting. He'll grab some orbs and start throwing out those pendulum swings, but you just have to stay alive to make it really count. So we'll have to see what happens, but actually a lot of damage was picked up by Demon's Raw. This game is going to get a lot harder for Showtime.
Yeah, they're going to have to succeed in the immediate offense here as Joker is brought incredibly low and Xianzu's trying to chase the core, but if you're too close to the edge in situations like that, a Vice primary or an Estelle primary could take you out as Joker sends it forward. Xianzu trying to find an opportunity, but once again, so much coverage from the hitboxes of Demon's Raw. Make sure that the play is stopped in the midfield. The Joker building up a flip and an awkward expanse here, but Megaverse still manages to make the save as Xianzu pushes forward. On the top side, a KO found onto Fiery, a power play available for Showtime here. A strike war win by Joker, but not into the net, and Gumi has a flip for insurance. Megaverse, unfortunately, a bit of an own barrier there as the power play stalls out, but good patience will not get caught by the Crystal Thorns of Kainoob. Once again, Showtime just can't get past this midfield. Fiery and Kainoob are playing such a good midfield here.
Yeah, and just absolute wall, but Fiery gets taken out. Now, Xianzu gets shot dead. Did the heavy impact in the lane. And crazy save, crazy flip. Confirming it with the Crystal Thorns, didn't even have to. Gonna be sending that in the top corner and first point of the set going to Demon's Raw. And they kind of was returned to the midfield position, and turns out things are a lot harder this game now for Showtime.
It turns out Kainoob might be the best midfielder. Maybe.
Like, crazy thing. Oh, and Kainoob has assassinated Xianzu. One barrier each. Joker has these really good hooks. Has been able to like scoop it out, but then just the coverage from Demon's Raw is just too much, and he's not able to get anything off of it. Now getting knocked out after all that, just a ton of damage coming onto him. Fiery getting close and comfy with Megaverse. Also looking a little low though, but I don't know if Showtime has the damage with these two characters to take him out. The goo though, and the hook is going to be taking him out. Power play for Demon's Raw now. Good evade out of the goo from Xianzu, but that's going to be another KO, and now we're just in a 2v2. A 3v2 power play online for Demon's Raw, and things are looking a little rough.
Yeah, things are looking very tough here. Kainoob is getting chipped out, but that KO seems so far away, not really in their own possibility as Megaverse, no meter, is getting KO'd, but a weird bounce keeps Megaverse alive, and the goalie is standing here. Weird orbs on the bottom side, no one was there, so two spawned. That's like two rotations of no one taking orbs as Fiery just knocks Megaverse across the map. Almost KO'd again, but Megaverse is somehow surviving, and finally goes down. But Xianzu just drops back for the defense. Can they hold until the respawn? Can they hold long enough or maybe even score on the other side is the question. A good barrage to stall even longer, and the Crystal Thorns will not quite reach. A good strike, but right to Gumi it goes, and the power chord will score it. Demon's Raw look dominant this game.
Yeah, this is the Demon's Raw that I'm familiar with, and they're just crushing it right now. And again, that's pretty worrisome for Showtime's chances, as they've picked Joker and they've said, well, we're going to assassinate you. You know, you're taken out of the play, you have to go grab an orb. And Showtime were able to get one barrier in the meantime, but Joker's just perma half health or lower. They're getting chipped down. Gonna have to use this flip really smart. And he does, getting the second barrier. And this is Showtime's opportunity. Joker also staggered. Fiery getting knocked out. Xianzu with a flip. It's going to really go his way if he makes it work. But unfortunately, flip goes wide. And Megaverse showing up in the midfield, looking to get it in. He wants this point, and he wants it now.
Well played for Megaverse to not let it past him, right? No barriers lost in that offensive attempt, but unfortunately it is unsuccessful. Xianzu now pushing forward, but Kainoob with the patience past the barrage. And Gumi, Fiery, and Kainoob all in the same space for a moment, trying to send it forward, but the quarrel will find its way on the bumpers, and Joker will catch it on the top side, an awkward point, but Showtime are getting a bit of a comeback started if they can keep making points like this happen.
Yeah, Showtime getting on the board for this set. You're getting ready to reverse it up. Really good kickoff by Joker to drop the pendulum swing, but unfortunately Fiery just had more abilities. One barrier, though, they were able to get it through. Another one with the great pendulum swing, and Showtime are making a break for it. This is their opportunity. They are ready to make the comeback right here, right now, win this set, and not let Demon's Raw spiral out of control any further.
Yeah, this would be a huge set to win here to keep this game under control. But on this variant, it's a little scary. The Demons have made this really, really tough for Showtime in the past. And we'll have to see if they can make it happen here. Keep the core forward. Joker with the pendulum swing almost gets 2, but will take 1, absolutely. And once again, a tough spot. The center being used so well by both teams, but it feels like Demons just has the edge on this variant for a moment.
It really does. And somehow, Joker just lost all of his health in an instant. Fiery has been staggered this entire time, grabs an orb, is able to perfectly get enough stagger to become unstaggered. Still looking really low. Megaverse defending the orb as Joker and Xianzhu are able to get the second barrier on the offense. Flip comes out right in Fiery's face, not letting that go through. Fiery staggered once again, struggling, and Xianzhu is looking to get it around. Saw a little bit. The KO finally comes out. Fiery down. Power play for Showtime. They have the opportunity right here. Megaverse getting in there. And a great pendulum swing will be putting it in. Great Giga Blast too to cover the cross clear. And Showtime has reverse swept that set.
Very clean gameplay from Showtime. And they are now sitting 1-1. A critical reverse sweep and picking up Catalyst as well. Such a strong awakening. Building up so much flip. Joker has been the target for the majority of this game, and building up energy while being targeted will make it so much easier for the Brawler to survive here. Extra special even for even more survivability and taken away from the potential damage threat of the Vice as well. And although the Stagger Awakening does not fall, it is still a lot of bulk that is taken by Showtime. But on the other side, Reverberation Stinger Rapid Fire, more cooldowns means more damage into Stinger as well. That is still very significant.
Yeah, that is primetime Rapid Fire on Kainoob, which is super scary, especially with that bulk up, rocking the 140 power for fun. It's crazy. And yeah, Xianzhu's already taken out. I think Stinger is going to be a really big deal. You know, Fiery has just been walking around hitting people really successfully, and now like everyone is low, everyone's just getting chipped down. They're gonna have to focus Fiery a lot more and just not let him do his thing, or else he's just going to have the opportunity to do whatever he wants and just like slowly kill people. And with Estelle and Vice behind him to help out, that's rough. The Joker getting knocked out, and again, the damage is just out there in full force.
Xianzhu on the breakaway, but the barrage will just fall a little bit short here as Kainoob sends it forward. Good elusive by Megaverse to make the save happen, but a weird bounce off of the terrain. Once again, corners are fake in Omega Strikers, and Gumi will be happy with that one. But a KO found on the Fiery, a big opportunity now for Showtime, but Joker's incredibly low, somehow stays alive on the edge. That might have been Revive Bug actually, as Joker does manage to stay alive despite all of that, but is being chipped down by the terrain. Xianzhu sending it forward, but Joker is so low. The power play seems like it never happened at this point because Showtime are still on the back foot here.
Yeah, struggling to get any sort of relief here. Just constantly fighting on the defense, and a stray piercing shot putting it right at the top of the net will be putting it in. Demon's Raw taking the first point, and they really have to work to win this game. And I think the extra special on Megaverse is going to be a very big deal because he's been using it for this very reason. He's just going to have to heal people a lot. Like right now. Heal up, Joker! And things are looking rough out there. I'll see you in like 37 seconds or whatever it is. And having it on kickoff every point is going to be monumental to them. So really like what they have going on here. It's I don't know if it's enough to get through Demon's Raw, but the defensive options that they have picked are looking really strong.
Yeah, and Joker once again pushing forward, not getting KO'd so far. And a good expanse to nullify the core flip with Barrage as well on the follow-up, but Xianzhu gets caught with the combo. 1-2 from Gumi. Good save by Megaverse to keep it out of there though, and Fiery now could be the target, right? Has no meter. Xianzhu running forward despite being incredibly low, trying to win this core flip interaction, sends it forward still. Xianzhu creating so much offensive pressure but finally going down. So many outplays but not enough to get the barrier here as Megaverse defends the barrier on the other side, but it does eventually go down and so much damage is being thrown out. The Celestial intervention is here, but that's the heal gone for another while, and the offense is going to have to come through for Showtime here. The last bit of the Expanse will keep it safe for a little bit, but Kainoob has so much power, is just red coring, looking like a team player without a team, and Xianzhu will somehow manage to recover it, has the barrage for coverage, cannot win the strike war, but gets the strike after the rebound, and Joker to the top side, pass down to Xianzhu, barrage is perfect, and it's 1-1, all tied up.
This guy's barrages are always so clean because he shoots it, and then he just aims it so well. He hits all of his pellets, everything. The passing plays between Joker and Xianzhu there were perfect, and Joker, I can imagine, just said, I don't have anything. This one's on you. Xianzhu said, don't worry, I've got it. And then he put it in. Evening up the set, and again, every point matters for Showtime. Every point that they can get is a big deal.
Yeah, especially because this one is not looking too good for them. 2 barriers down already. It's going to take a lot from Xianzhu, but a slowly drifting core will be 1 barrier found, and a primary from Megaverse will keep it away for the moment as Fiery sends it forward. A strike war win from Fiery, but Joker's in position. A flip used, and no chance for Joker to get it through 3 people there. But will take it away to the bottom side now. Xianzhu sending it forward. The barrage halting it for a moment, but it goes right outside of Xianzhu's reach. But Megaverse finds the save, does not get KO'd for it. Gets it out of there still, but a flip available from Fiery. You got to be so careful here if you're Showtime. But Gumi just waits. Gumi just loses the barrier. Gumi just loses the goal. What happened, Gumi?
What happened? Gumi, your team needs you. Oh my god, what? That was already a Demon's Raw point. I was ready to say, like, okay, go next. Come on, Showtime. We can recover. But they recovered midpoint. they capitalized on every situation. They got the barrier due to a late strike, and then the core flip was perfect. Great shot. And in the time it took me to say that, a crisp 15 seconds, Demon's Rise answered back. And once again, if you are not playing perfectly for even a second, if you take one deep breath, one moment of relief, that's it.
Speaking of moments, that's Xianzhu in there with the barrage, and that's Joker with the follow-up with the whiplash. It was even shorter. It wasn't 12. It was 8 seconds. Xianzhu gets it done, finds the rebound, finds the barrage, finds everything. Well-deserved set MVP will get the pick of the litter here. But this draft is so scary. 2 picks in a row for Demons Raw. A bit of a nightmare scenario. Of course, you're happy to be up, but this is a tough situation for Showtime.
Definitely. Xianzhu opting to take the explosive entrance, just going for speed, has Chrono Boost to pair with it, not letting it get to Kainoob or Fiery, but Fiery's locking in the 1-2 punch, and that's so scary. Stinger 1-2 punch is so much damage. Orb Dancer on Kainoob is also scary. That guy with speed, able to cover the map, especially on a character like Estelle, who, hey, just recently had a speed nerf. A crisp 5 is going to be tough to deal with. Again, every draft is going to be super tough to deal with. The enemy is always just going to get good awakenings, and you have to show up and care about that. Gumi picking up team player is also nice, but again, like last game, Megaverse is on the Atlas, but the KOs are they're coming out left and right. People are dropping like flies, and both teams are going to have to do well in these power plays and make the most of it, and not lose when the enemy team has one, because wow, we've hit the 4th set and things are getting a little crazy here.
And that was a really good shot from Joker, but the barrier's still open. A tricky shot from Kainoob after the Oni's blade, but Megaverse does not get fooled, and a good barrage by Xianzhu in the midfield keeps the core forward to Joker to the bottom side. Xianzhu on the rebound, and Joker with the coverage. An early strike by Gumi, and that is Showtime 2 goals away. This is a matchup that I think most people did not expect Showtime to do this well in. They do not expect Showtime to win this, and that's why their playoff chances did not look too good. But if they win this, their playoff chances suddenly become incredible.
Yeah, this was a match that I think a lot of people wrote off, and I can be honest, historically throughout the season, Showtime has been a team that's been pretty easy to KO. I mean, Joker's just going through it right now. This is really tough. But that all being said, they're living. They're living spectacularly. They're playing so well around the damage and through it.
The barrier didn't go down. Crazy
Expanse is going to be keeping that up.
Somehow, Megaverse makes it happen here. Does not have any meter though. Less outplays available, but Joker's going to go for one of his own. On the other side, Xianzu bouncing the core all the way, and it goes into the Joker's hands now. Coverage on the pendulum swing. Strike War won by Gumi. Tough spot for Megaverse now, but an Expanse is available to send it away right into the Supernova of Gumi. But again, the Astral Projection available, the Hotshot Cooling Reduction, the hit stun from Joker, and Xianzu sending it forward yet again to the bottom side. A little bit off target and defended away by Fiery on the Strike War, but Joker with the pendulum swing. Xianzu with the follow-up, the barrage. Again, Xianzu with the strike barrage. So perfectly placed.
I'm at a loss of words. Every member of Showtime is playing so spectacularly. They're 1 point away from beating Demon's Raw and making their playoff chances look beautiful in a way that nobody expected. Because that's both barriers down. That's Joker with a flip. He's ripping it right here. He is a little dead.
He might
not
be not
looking
long
great.
for this world, but Xianzu almost gets it in with the barrage. It's not quite enough here. Megaverse the Expanse does not quite reach as Fiery tries to win the Strike War against 2, and an amazing Crystal Thorns from Kainu will send it forward to take the barriers. Demon's Raw with an opportunity now, but Xianzu is still alive, and if Xianzu's alive, there's a chance for a goal, and that's Showtime. They make it happen. They win against Demon's Raw.
They win 2-0 against Demon's Raw. Not even a game 3. A clean. They only dropped 2 sets, I think. Showtime has shown up and put on a movie. They want to make playoffs. They are determined to go all the way, and they are doing what it takes to get there.
They played that game so well. I don't know what to say because that was such a good performance out of Showtime. At every single turn, Demon's Raw poured in the damage, the layered pressure from Kainoob and Fiery, but it wasn't enough. And the way that Joker and Xianzu were playing offense, like, Gumi just could not keep up with the range goalie here.
Yeah, it was beautiful. They were so in sync. The passing plays were always beautiful. The coverage that they had on the net was always perfect. And again, they did what they had to win, and that's such a big win for them. Like you said earlier, their schedule has not been kind to them. The Sad Boys into Demon's Raw back-to-back is always hard, but now going 4-4 with a huge win, things are looking up for Showtime. It might just be time for the director's cut, going all the way. I'm stunned.
Just a incredible performance here out of Showtime, and of course, talked about Xianzu, Joker, but Megaverse on the Atlas looked incredible. Like, I know, I read the chat, right? Last week, this week, a lot of Megaverse doubters out there. But this week on the Atlas, oh my, Megaverse looked unbeatable here. Just absolutely ridiculous on the defense. Stayed alive, got it done, got some barriers on the other side of the map too. It was such a good performance.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I'm stunned. Megaverse, like you said, looked old heads, rise up. The GOAT is back, and he is getting it done beautifully. There have been a lot of Megaverse doubters out there, and I think this performance will shut them up. Throughout the season, he's had a lot of moments of glory, especially like I'm thinking on Clarion, on Rasmus, like several games where he just showed up and said, "I don't want to lose this," and made saves that I have never even thought of before. And today he showed up and did the same thing, but he did it the whole time. And I think that's really hard to do. I think consistency is the most important factor of this game, and he was able to play at his peak the whole time. I think that's beautiful, and I'm looking forward to more Megaverse gameplay, because wow, that guy got it done.
Yeah, and we might have the voice of Megaverse on the post show. I actually don't know. If he's not on the post show, please don't get mad at me. I did not check. But the post show will be up next after this break. Anything you want to say before we go?
Woo! I love Omega Strikers. The playoffs race is really cool, but like also for content reasons, I needed to go. I need to be a little cleaner. But woo!
Making
This
the
is
playoffs promo is gonna be a little bit difficult to be when so many teams can still make it.
It'll be a little tough, but hey, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to next week where, save tiebreakers, everything gets wrapped up, everything does get cut and dry, explained, etc. And so, hey, stay tuned for the pre-show. Stay tuned for week 9, the end of the season, and I've got nothing else. I'm looking forward to it. I'll be there.
Goodbye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the classroom for the North American Strikers League post show. I've been joined by 4 diligent students here: Liari, Cardbox, 3Z Breezy, and Megaverse. And we're going to talk about the series that happened today. This was a really pivotal week for the North American Strikers League. A lot of the playoffs race still going, but a lot of it got resolved here. First and foremost, congrats to Liari and Bun Bun Bonanza, I believe, with Bang Bang's win today. You have officially secured, and your win today, of course, you've officially secured your spot in the North American Strikers League's playoffs. What are your thoughts of that coming out of today?
I mean, I'm pissed. I wanted to get get playoffs on my own win. How dare Bang Bang win their game? More seriously, really happy. Lily, like the first thing she said in scrims today was that her wrist was hurting a lot. And up until the Demon Dias set 5, it was still hurting, and then adrenaline kind of fueled her for the rest of the day. And I'm really thankful that we were able to like pull it together and clutch out the first game. And also just in general, like I asked Lily if she didn't want to play today, and she really wanted to play. And honestly, I'm thankful she did because I have no fucking idea how to play with any other goalie. I'm completely lost.
Fair
She was
enough.
playing like a beast on it. I mean, wrist or no wrist, she was going crazy. Holy moly!
Yeah, absolutely well played. Yeah, fantastic. I think we saw some amazing Finny plays as well. That's been a goalie that has really dominated today. I believe the character's like 6-0, 7-0 today. Massive presence, a lot of picks. Has been the ban in quite a few series. I know that Lilybun, huge Finny goalie enthusiast. I'm imagining it's been coming up in popularity because of that recent speed buff. But Liari, do you mind diving into that pick a little bit more?
Yeah, Lily has yapped about it a lot to me. How she feels strongly like Finny was good before the buff. However, it's definitely a stronger pick now because other goalies like Vice got notably nerfed. Um, Previously, a lot of goalies were running strike shot on the Finny, and now we're seeing momentum boots. Obviously, Lily ran it for like ever, and then Caleb popularized it at LAN. And I think taking the momentum boots allows Finny goalies to walk up a lot more and use the fact that she has really short cooldowns to kind of apply a lot of pressure, especially on more closed maps.
And going on to some other strange picks, Scyther12 has made a bit of a name for himself today with both the Luna forward and the Drakkar forward. I want to talk about the Drakkar forward first, your thoughts on that, and then I want to talk about the Luna forward, especially with 3Z Breezy, who's another player here that's brought it out. But what about that Drakkar pick? Do you mind breaking that down a little bit?
Yeah, Scyther's a fucking rat on the Drakkar. I'll say it. If you watch that guy play, he is just standing on someone and walking around them and making them just hate their lives. I think the pick works really well for us. I think you'll notice all the time me and Lily are people who kind of just pass the core between each other. And Scyther's biggest complaint throughout the season has been sometimes he just feels like he doesn't get the core enough. This happened last season too. Drakkar lets him not get the core until he's right? Oh lord.
Yeah, passing it on to the brawler to get the brawler side of this. What are your thoughts, 3Z Breezy, on this Luna pick? I know it's something that you absolutely love. Why don't you break down your thoughts on it as well?
Yeah, I mean, Scyther plays it a little bit different from me. He tends to draft awakenings that you'd see on other brawlers, right? So like size. He took that quick strikes on Clarion as well, and he stacks that stagger up as well. So kind of just playing like a little more core control, but he can do some damage as well. I saw him do some cool setups with 1-2 punch, where he was trying to proc it with some dribbles. So really impressed. Me and him have kind of DM'd a few times and bounced stuff off each other, and we watch each other's games and stuff. So it's really cool to see another forward kind of innovating with picks like Drek and Luna. And I busted out the Drek today, which I had a lot of fun with. Took some inspiration right from Scyther watching the game before. I was like, yeah, I want to have some fun. Dropped 8 KOs and 3-0'd Bozo on that pick, so that was really fun. So yeah, I had a blast today. Brawlers get it done.
Oh yeah, and speaking of brawlers are getting done, last question for the Bun Bun Bonanza. 3Z mentioned earlier that there was a bit of a difference between 3Z's Luna and Scyther's Luna. What do you think the pick does for your composition specifically? Why do you think Scyther opted into that today?
We only started playing it yesterday. I haven't spoken about it with him too much, but I think it allows him to do a lot of like more creative plays and kind of just like do like I think if you watch the game today, he just did a lot of crazy stuff, especially with 1-2 punch. And if you look at Team Player today, which was yesterday, um, then he also kind of did a lot of similar things where he was just doing wacky things with the core and using the dash to hit stun people and whatever. And also like Bun Bun last season and this season has had a noticeable problem with KOing, and I think with Luna and Dracarys we're able to KO a lot more than we have been with other picks.
Gotcha. Okay, then yeah, that's definitely. I mean, yeah, obviously those were two very, very interesting picks. Between that and Affinity Goalie, I feel like you guys have a lot of options coming into playoffs. So very excited to see how you'll wrap off the regular season.
And my IME midfield.
Oh yeah, and
is that your debut on that today? By the way, have you played that in NAS
game
before?
one?
I think that was my first series ever playing IME midfield in Nashville,
my
except for maybe with
God.
chatting.
Yeah.
Oh
so,
yeah.
I mean, the
Okay.
Bun Bun roster stay winning. You guys have a ton of options going into playoffs. Okay, I'm gonna pass over the talking stick over to Cardbox. First and foremost, I want to say this because this is a very big one. Congrats to Cardbox for being the very first OSAS graduate to win a full series in the North American Strikers League. So first and
Yo, that's fucking sick. Pardon my
Congrats.
language. That's awesome. Yeah, that's legit awesome. I remember when this guy was a little nooblet lobster, and here he is in Nassau. Oh, this guy's so good, bro.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. You played super well on the IME today. I want to talk about though. I think all eyes are on one particular pick, and on that Demon Dice game, something fateful happened. Juliet made her debut. Demon Deus, I got yelled at again, guys. On Demon Deus, Juliet Goalie made her debut in the North American Strikers League. You were in there. I know that NXCD believe some of the voices may have been talking to Soren in that game, but what are your thoughts? What compulsed Soren to pick that, and how do you feel it was playing defense on that in a lot of situations?
Okay, so the reason why Soren picked it was because I told him, I want to play IME, and I guess like it completely poofed his idea of trying to play IME instead. He was like, guys, let me think about it. This Julie pick, I believe in it. I've done it before. And X was like, no. I was like, I mean, if you can cook.
Fair
And
enough.
then he just picked it.
Yeah. And do you believe in the pick? It seems like edX did not, but how will you side? Who will you pick in this Juliet debacle?
So during the game, it definitely was a pick. I think I'll side with NXZD, but I will say Soren did have some good saves with it. It actually felt like there were Julie moments that he saved it. But most of the other times it was like Soren just doing the most basic thing. It's like that was Julie. But
Straight
yeah.
up. And then lastly, I kind of just want to end off kind of another fun fact between Shianzu Liari and Cardbox's win today. This is a Chikara chatting day. This is a lot of Chikara chatting alumni day. Kind of want to just ask, how are you feeling? Is Chikara chatting the best midfield development team? Why, if it is, why do you think it is? Feel like you guys probably have some thoughts about a particular goalie and a particular forward, but what do you think causes it? What do you think is the secret sauce that Chikara chatting cooks up? Liari,
Okay.
and you can weigh in on this as well if you want.
I definitely have some words to say after Cardbox.
I'll try and say mine, definitely for me, when I first came in, I was like a little noob, didn't really know how to play like with Drew and Appa. The first week was like rough until like I got the Drew Mind virus, installed inside of me. After a bit though, it becomes really annoying. So, once you learn how to deal with Drew as a midfielder, I feel like you just develop because you're like, okay, I barely get the ball. I need to maximize what I do once I like get a random pass that wasn't due to Drew danger. So it just like intensifies it.
All good,
Yeah.
and Liari, your thoughts?
So my experience was very different because obviously I was in Nassau with chatting, and this was like basically Drew's come up on the scene in a lot of ways. And I think towards the beginning he respected me a good amount and kind of deferred to me a lot of the time. I think every midfielder for Drew has kind of had the same observation where as the season develops, it starts to feel harder to work with him. I felt like personally, and I said this to Lily a lot, I had to relearn how to play the game after chatting. Um, I I think Drew is right about some things, and he has a very strong vision for how the game should be played, which I think is really helpful for teams and like in any way. But I also think like there are just some things he's wrong about. Um, and yeah, right now we don't really chat the new chatting iteration. I like a lot. We'll see how they do. Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah. Hey, the evil Drew boot camp, I guess, comes in clutch. And speaking of that, Shianzu, another former Drew midfielder, going over to Showtime a bit. This was a big win for you guys. Of course, Demon Raw, not a team that often drops games in their regular season, but they did today against you guys. And I believe the only thing standing between you and playoffs now is a win against Lob City. So first and foremost, honestly, that we before we got into this, I got pinged in the thread between Demons Raw and Showtime, and I want to talk about this Atlas pick. They wanted to file a formal complaint against this perfect form extra special Atlas, and especially too on I believe game 1 on Atlas's lab. You played, I believe, incredibly with that strike shot. But
Oh, thank
why
you.
don't you just run us through what your thoughts are on Atlas right now in the current meta?
I think Atlas is perfectly fine. I think he's really good into damage comps, obviously, for his ultimate. And if you just want a classic hold it down goalie, he fills that role tremendously. He also does a ton of damage. Like, he does way more damage than Dubu or Asher does. It's crazy. I think more teams should play him, honestly.
Yeah, fair enough. And then again, I mentioned it earlier, but the only thing standing between you and playoffs is a victory against Lob City. Of course, we could just look at the record and see what's going on with that. But what are your thoughts of that roster, or like generally speaking, what are your thoughts of Showtime going into that matchup? What do you think you guys will be
I
able to do to beat Lob City?
I think if I said anything other than we're going to try our best, Huss would kill me. Even though Lob City's 0-7, we're going to treat them as if they're 7-0. And I'm going to rely on Shianzu to carry me, just like he did today.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, then yeah, absolutely. Congrats to you guys. Best of luck in the next week. But just to kind of end it off, going over to Threezy Breezy, last cinema, last Kizzle, last call. You guys pulled out your second series win of the season today against the Bozo Bunch. What do you think? What do you think happened to pull out a little bit of the magic? You guys, I think you pulled out the Jakar goalie. You guys played a lot of Vice, a lot of Finny, obviously. What do you think was the key today to victory?
Yeah, the direct forward game one was fun. Finny blue side. Take notes. Nassel teams. It's a bit strong. This goalie might be the best goalie in the game. It kind of does everything. It's the fastest, in the fastest speed tier with mom boots, and then every ability with Finny just does something, right? Like her primary has so much impact. Her secondary, one of the best abilities in the game. Like it's like a rune pillar if it actually was useful. Like it's there no matter what. Like you can't block it. It debuffs you. Sorry, Mega. And then the ult as well. Like you saw Lily Bun with Monu on that Demon Days game. It just going absolutely crazy on offense, walking up. So the Finny's a lot of fun. The Vice as well for Borg, signature pick there. Yeah, and then I was on the Zen game 3, and that was really fun. Just kind of blowing people up with heavy impact. Yeah, I mean, we kind of found our mojo last week against Bang Bang. We didn't win, but we had a lot of fun. We got back to, our chemistry and stuff. I kind of went through like a little bit of rut at LAN. Obviously, didn't play as well as we want to, but now we're back and we're having fun. Even though we can't make playoffs, it's all about enjoying every week. And hey, we had fun and we won, so I'm just happy that we're getting it done.
That's all that matters.
And
Yeah.
before we part, I do want to ask you about that Vice pick, other midfielders as well, if you guys want to tune in on that as well. That's been something, like you mentioned, is it's been a Borg pretty much this entire season. It's been something that Last Call has been going back and back to, and even past the nerfs. Vice receiving 2 nerfs, I believe, one generally to her stagger, and the second one, which is probably a bit more significant to her primary. What are your thoughts on Vice going into playoffs in the meta right now? How do you think she's standing compared to some of the other contenders?
I mean, every forward pair, so like your midfielder and your brawler, you're supposed to do damage, right? Like it feels like the goalie is more responsible for core control nowadays, at least most of the time. Like you have Kai picked midfield sometimes, and Estelle and Amy can be a bit more for core control, but really most midfielders' job now in this meta is to do damage, and to live. It's kind of like a 2v2 between both forward pairs, and then the goalies kind of come in and either do more damage or control the core, at least in the back half. So Vice is definitely one of the best damage dealers in the game, even post nerf. She's a bit more squishy now, which means it's going to take a bit more skill to live on her. So the more like advanced pilots of the character are going to have a better time than people who have less experience. But I'd say the midfield pool right now is pretty even. Like Vice, Amy, Estelle, now Kai, like they're all great characters and they're all pretty even, I'd say, in terms of their abilities and the way they function in the meta. So I'm really excited to see what teams plot in playoffs. With no mirrors this season, it's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, for sure. Do any of the midfielders have any differing opinions on that or anything?
Bun, infamously a team that does not think Vice is that good. Even before the recent nerf, we were not first picking Vice. We did not prioritize it nearly as much as any other team. I think it's still playable. We played against it today. Caleb played really well on it. It definitely was difficult to play into, but me and Lily both feel fairly strongly that a lot of people aren't very good at living and that there are a lot of things that people can do better. And I think it shows a lot into Vice and how people play into her that sometimes like people just die for fun. It's still a pretty playable pick.
Okay, fair enough. Speaking of it, Caleb played amazingly on goalie Vice, so just wanted to ask the goalie here. I know that I mean, I know you definitely play Vice, but you've obviously opted into the Atlas. I know that that's something that you've been relying on or not relying on, but opting into in a lot of series. So,
Yeah.
but do you have any thoughts? Any thoughts on the Vice goalie? Did the patch affect midfield less than goalie? How are your thoughts on that so far?
I don't have too many thoughts on Vice goalie. It's not a character I've played with a lot. We faced a few of them in our scrims, and Vice goalie just it does less damage than Vice midfield. Like that's just like the bare bones of it. And Vice as a character isn't the most creative. Like you're not gonna be doing a lot of unique shit with your abilities. So if you're just going for damage and midfield does more damage, just play it in the midfield.
All right,
And
yeah,
that's just my opinion on it.
fair enough. Yeah, that's a fair enough analysis. I think I could definitely agree with that. All right, that's basically all the questions I wanted to ask. But before we go, just a little bit of time left. Let's just get a quick chatting session going. I know that there are some very impactful game series that are going to be happening. I believe Cosmic Calamity versus Bozo Bunch is definitely going to be the one to look at. But it's the end of the season. We've got a tried and true classic coming up: Demon Raw versus Sad Boys. Before we go, I wanted to kind of get some quick opinions on that from each of y'all. Who do you think is going to win that one? And this doesn't have to be a formal prediction, but if you want to chat, you want to chat. Let's start with Cardbox. If you could give a prediction really quickly, who are you feeling is going to take it?
Okay, so I've always been a big Demons fan, but starting from when I played against them and then today, I'm starting to think Sad Boys might just have to take it. They're looking strong. I mean, as long as Vaughn is there, I know he was like, I think at a wedding, but if he's there and all like rosters are there, I'm ready for Sad Boys to take it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. And let's see. Moving on, Breezy Breezy. Who do you got? Who do you got to win?
Oh man, it's like asking to choose between like two just amazing teams.
Yeah.
Kalib has been on one this season. A loss this week, but with a little bit of an asterisk to it. I mean, Sad Boys as well, losing this week with an asterisk. I mean, it's so tough. Man, if everything is like right, people are on their own setups, like stuff like that. I'm taking Demons Raw, just because I think the way they've been playing this season is so dominant. In terms of damage, they have it nailed better than ever. But Vaughn and Caleb have especially been on one. Bells hasn't been playing the game too much, but they have been scrimming here and there. So I'm gonna go Demons Raw, but yeah, I really couldn't say honestly.
All right, fair enough. And then we've got a Sad Boys alumni here. Megaverse here. Are you gonna get a root for your former team, or do you think Demon's Raw is gonna pull it off?
See, I would, but I know both Ali and Vaughn are traveling right now, and Ali got stuck in an airport. I just have a gut feeling one of them's gonna get COVID.
Hey,
So I'm gonna do it for Demon's Raw.
I think the Mega Strikers community is a little bit familiar with COVID right now, so hey, you know, yeah, fair enough, fair enough. That Demon's Rod is, and then finally, 3-0. Oh wait, no, sorry, Liari. You've got, you said you had a little bit to say about this matchup.
Oh, yes, I do. Okay. I don't think I said that, but you intuited it because I
Okay.
do. My understanding is that Bells and Gumi are going to be playing from a PC cafe together because Bells is in that airport because he's flying to California. I think that'll be really funny. I know there were rumors about like doing a pre-show interview with both of them in the cafe, which is cute.
Yeah.
And then additionally, in terms of like how the match is actually going to go, I really like Sad Boys this season. I know Bond's been saying that this is the season they've been grinding the most they've ever grinded. I personally feel like the way that Vaughn approaches preparation for matches is really good, and I think they have a chip on their shoulder against Demon's Raw. I feel like they really want to beat that team and close out the season strong. This decides whether or not they're first or could drop as low as fourth, and to me that's a big deal. So I'm gonna give it to Sad Boys. I kind of don't want them to win because it means we can get up to second, but you know.
Hey, you know, sometimes you just gotta vote for the vibe, what you want to see, what cinema, all that. So, all right, fair enough. Then we've got our analysis here, but I did have one more instruction actually. I did briefly want to go over this two big series for playoffs contention. It's going to be Bozo versus the Cosmic Calamities and Air's Kitten Club versus Bang Bang. Now with Bun and Bang securing the playoffs, we've got 4 teams that will already be in it. Only 2 out of these 4 teams will be able to make it to playoffs. Out of those 4, who do you guys think are going to make it in? Who do you think is going to be out? Let's start again with Cardbox. Out of these 4, between Bozo Calamities, EKC, and Bang Bang, or sorry, not Bang Bang, Showtime. Sorry, which 2 do you have it to come in?
Okay, so I'm obviously going to be an EKC fan. Katsuna's coming in next week, or at least he should be. This guy keeps telling me different stuff. But against Bang, I'm confident we can take the win. I mean, Bang should just let us there at the end.
Yeah.
As for the next one, I'm honestly rooting for Calm. I've been like big fans of them, but I can definitely see Showtime taking it. They were looking super strong today. I mean, they're against Lob too, so I think they might go in.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah.
agree with that. Okay, then moving on to 3Z Breezy. Which 2 do you have making it in?
I think after today, Showtime has a really good shot. And they showed that they're a pretty dominant team. Especially this guy Megaverse over here, looking handsome, played like a beast today. So shout out to him. And the rest of the squad, Shianzu and Huss Joker, looking good. And then what are the other 3? It's EKC, Calamities, and Bun Bun. Bozo, sorry. Oof, that's really tough. I think I'm gonna go with EKC. Although, yeah, let's just go with EKC. I think I really like the way that they've been playing this season. Really impressed with them. Soren and NX just got second at LAN. Katsuna, hopefully he'll be back and be better than ever. But hey, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. I believe Megaverse, you probably got one of those teams locked in on your end, but
Hey.
who do you think's going to be joining you?
Showtime for one. I don't know how tiebreakers work. I just don't know how tiebreakers work. But I'm going. If I had to choose between one of the other 3 teams, I'd probably say EKC. I mean, big supporter of EKC. I think they're great when they show up.
All right, fair enough. We've got 3 people that have said EKC and Showtime. Liari has the last opinion. Do you agree, or do you think you'll buck the trend?
As someone who loves looking at like the foldy sheet and figuring out like which teams seem likely to me, I feel like EKC and Showtime are probably the favorites. However, I think Calm has a really good chance. I don't think, but Bozo doesn't look like they are really in the form they were at the beginning of the season. And It's rough. I think Calm probably beats Bozo, and then like EKC if they beat Bang, and then if Showtime probably will beat Lob, and if that all happens, and they end up in like this three-way tiebreaker situation, I believe. And to me, the three-way tiebreaker, it would most likely be Showtime and EKC, but there's a real chance EKC loses to Bang Bang, and it's just Calm and Showtime.
That's facts.
Either way, I think all of these teams are really strong, and I think it'll be a really exciting playoffs. But yeah, I just kind of yapped. My fault.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I
real.
know.
You were
Yeah,
speaking head emoji. Yeah.
All right, well, that's going to probably be it for this week of the North American Strikers League. Before we part ways, do we have any parting comments, any last bits of chatting that anyone wants to get in before we head out for the night?
Shout out my team. I love Lily Bun and Scyther 12, and our subs are so great. And yeah.
Hey, then.
Shout out to NXUD for carrying my dead corpse. I played I'm a brawler today, basically.
Fair enough. Hey, 3 brawler team that map, all good. Then
No shout out to my team. My team doesn't need the ego boost. They need to get good.
Hey, fair enough. Hey, love to see that. That's the type of confidence I'd like to see from my goalie. So, hey, congrats to all of you guys for winning. Congrats to Bun Bun Bonanza for clinching off playoffs, and good luck with all of your guys' games.
Shout out to Francis Borg. Last
Oh,
call. Brawlers get it done.
Yeah,
boys.
Okay.
Give me spin.
Hey, my bad. I started laughing. I'm sorry. All right. Xeno, keep the Xenogenesis outro in your head. We'll be ending the stream. Thank you all for showing up for this post show, and thanks for all of you viewing. We'll be seeing you next week as we finish out the regular season of the North American Strikers League. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your weekend.
Shadow Grimilla.